ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ESL Pro League. It's week 3, match day number 9, and I'm here joined by Yanko and Sadakist, of course. We're already one day into the weekend. This is a new look for you, Sadakist. I'm not sure if I'm sold on it yet.
Yeah, you guys went like the whole dress code looking good. I got out of bed today, so that's a start. And not only did I get out of bed, I took the effort of finally shaving because I was too lazy to maintain the beard, so...
Oh, you did that?
Too lazy to button your shirt,
I thought you could have made that work.
lazy.
Maybe just a little tidy up.
So here's the thing. I grew it out of laziness, and then I was too lazy to trim it, so I shaved it out of laziness. And I'm probably just going to start growing it out again out of laziness.
The only person who can take action to do something out of laziness, of course, here on the desk. Guys, let's recap quickly what we saw last night. We did obviously 4 maps already, and some interesting results there as well. And we kicked off with Virtus Pro and Penta. We thought it would be an open and shut case, but Penta showed up on cash, Yanko.
Yeah, especially after that first map where VP had a 14-1 first half, but it wasn't meant to be. In the second game, Penta played better, VP played a bit worse, some questionable decision-making in post-play situations, and Penta was able to take one map off of them.
Moved on, of course, to Flipside versus G2. Sadakist, you were jumping on in this one and getting involved. Flipside put up a token resistance, I guess, overall, but the second map for them was a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, it was more of a comeback on the first one as well to make the score look more generous than it was. It was 8-7, 7 rounds going to G2 on the terrorist side, and they didn't win a pistol round the entire series, which was the bigger storyline for this. They lost, obviously went 0-4 over the 2 maps. Huge problem, never really got back into it. On Nuke especially, if you lose T-side and CT side pistol, it still kind of plays, although I think it's going to develop. Similar to old score lines on that map, so you're never going to win a map if you lose both pistols on Nuke right now.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, it was G2 with a very good T side, like you already pointed out. They catapulted well off the earlier rounds and made something of it. So that was how we wrapped up last night. It was match day number 8, of course, for those keeping track at home. And now, of course, we can have a look at the standings and see where we're sort of at in the season as a result of that. Now, obviously, we're still waiting for this table to solidify a little bit more there as well. A couple teams still yet to really get their games under their belts, I guess. But the glaring example right down the bottom, guys, is Flipside, who has struggled to get even one map so far.
Yeah, and the round difference as well. -46 is massive. That goes to show you that not only are they struggling to get maps, they're struggling to make good halves, really get rounds on the board, period. So I think for them, they've got a lot to do. They're a legend status team now. And they've been with this roster for a while. I think World Edit needs to come back to form. He's kind of slipped off as of late, and that's someone that I always look to on this roster to step up.
Of course, over the rest of it, do be informed, of course, and reminder that Heroic was Team X. They have made the branding name, going with another player-owned organization. And speaking of another player-owned organization, Astralis are just above them in 9th place. A little bit of a rocky start to the Pro League for them, but we'll see a little bit more from them tonight, although promising signs up the top side there between Nip and FaZe Clan. They're both looking good at 7 and 3. I mean, any surprises for you guys before we jump into today's games as well? Just while we're here, anything standing out to you, I guess, looking at this ladder at this early stage of the season?
I'm a bit surprised by FaZe playing so well from the start, right? Especially because they just made the roster changes. They didn't have any time to practice, and they had solid opponents so far. So that's a bit of a surprise to me. And also G2 placing so low on the table early on, probably the biggest surprise, being as they were the finalists of last season.
Yeah, I kind of echo that with FaZe. I think the good start for them is going to pay off down the line, undoubtedly. But we're already seeing it stabilize. They were 0-6 and way ahead. Nip's now 7-3 with them. Everything's starting to equalize, because I'd say Nip had a shaky start. Virtus Pro took a map off them. Same thing with Virtus Pro and Envious. Both teams that we'd consider to be in slumps, they're reasonably high in the charts because just the games played. Everyone's kind of beating everyone here and there. So it's a long season. This European division, there's, I think, about 7 teams that could qualify for the LAN, and that's kind of why I want to, again, touch on the FaZe thing, because they've put a best foot forward early. I'll be interested to see if it's not a honeymoon period and if other teams catch on to what they're doing or if they can continue it.
And of course, Virtus Pro have already won more maps this season than they did in the last. So promising signs as well for the Polish side. There's been a lot of, I guess, speculation on their performance and how that's going to eventuate. So with that out the way, let's jump into tonight's maps as well. We're going to have 4 coming your way yet again. We're going to be kicking off here with Fnatic going up against HellRaisers over Cobblestone, then on Cash. And then we'll be moving on to a very interesting matchup. It'll be Astralis back from a weekend at Powerland, back into the boot camp, going up against FaZe on Dust 2, and then on Mirage, which should be a cracker. But gents, let's now have a look first at this first game here. It's Fnatic versus HellRaisers, 2 teams obviously that have had their fair share of upheavals. Oscar has departed HellRaisers, and of course this is very much a new look Fnatic lineup here. But these 2 maps are interesting. Cobble and Cash, 2 maps that both these teams ostensibly have decent performances in the past on.
Yeah, well, Fnatic basically a brand new team, and we could see it from, you know, the maps that they played. They only played Cash and Dust 2 in their 2 matchups pretty much, right? So obviously those are the maps that they practice the most, but Cobble, we haven't seen it yet from them, and I would assume they didn't have time to practice it as much, probably played a couple of times today prior to this game so they could get practice. While we saw from HellRaisers, we saw that this is, you know, a map they're comfortable on, that map they're willing to play. Recently they've had some decent results on it, beating teams like Epsilon in the qualifier for, I think it was DreamHack Bucharest qualifiers. So I think that if there is a small chance for HellRaisers on Cobble, but Fnatic are the clear favorites here.
I would agree with that. The other guy that I want to look at and continue examining in all of this is obviously the big 3. You've got Twist, Olaf, and Dennis, but the one I want to highlight is Lekro again. First night with the team, Dust 2, very slow. He was in the B site trying to play off of his teammate. Kind of went, I think, 4 kills in the first half. Played, kind of transitioned throughout that half, played more of a support role. Second night we saw him stepped up considerably, was the hard carry. They lost NIP, I think it was 16-13, but he dropped over 30 frags. I expect this guy to be a consistent mid-20 fragger on this Fnatic roster. I think he's sort of the unsung hero right now in the Swedish sort of talent pool, if you will. There's a big talent pool, obviously, as we know there. And I look to him to continue to perform.
Of course, HellRaisers there as well. Maybe a name you're not super familiar with is Smike. A guy who's been around for a reasonably long time here, replacing Oscar. Yanko, we've actually seen a few maps from him for HellRaisers already. Their performance, generally speaking, has been on the down and down at this stage here. What are your first impressions of this player, or at least from what we've seen from him so far?
Well, we haven't seen a lot, but you can see pretty clearly that there's a gap between him and Oscar, at least when it comes to playing Tier 1 teams, right?
Sure.
I even saw there was a video on HLTV about him having a great round against the former Empire team, exactly on Cobble with the AWP on CT side, right? But when it comes to teams like Fnatic, it's much harder to pull off. Even we've seen it in that Dust 2 game they played, where I think it was against G2, when, you know, you miss 1 or 2 shots, and that is enough for the other team to, you know, get in your face. Yeah. And basically punish you for it, right? Which maybe you can get away with against lower tier teams. So there are times yet to tell. He lacks experience playing at this level as well. So maybe with that he can become a bit better. But right now it's going to be a struggle for HellRaisers.
And I spoke to Lambert actually at the qualifiers for the Cologne major there as well, and it didn't go well for HellRaisers, and they dropped Lambert after that. Sadikis, so you know, they're losing a lot of their, I guess, their key players or crucial roles in their team, at least recently speaking. I mean, where's the I guess, the light at the end of the tunnel for these guys? Where do you think are their, I guess, their keys to improvement here, especially now they've got the whole Pro League out to play?
I mean, first and foremost, there's a silver lining in all of this. They obviously went through quite a large roster reform twice in the past year. The first time when everyone sort of went over to what was the eBettle, and then Vexed, I think was their name after that. Vexed, who made 2 qualifiers and 2 majors in a row. Now they qualified for the last major again. They've kind of stepped it up, and they're still in the Pro League. So I think in that sense, there's a silver lining, considering how much they've been through and how much inconsistency they've had. But for them in this season, it's about endurance. I don't see them as a qualification team. I don't see them as a team that really could, you know, make it through the land. But they've got to beat the teams that are in similar spots as them. They've got to beat the flip sides. They've got to beat, you know, the mouse sports, perhaps even if Oscar slips up even a little bit and they can't come to terms with the new lineup. They need to be either a spoiler team, but hold on to their placement and play the long game. Kind of build into this roster over time and learn from each game that they play.
It's a fertile ground for improvement for a lot of teams, at least in the online sense, of course, the Pro League. But let's now talk a little bit more about Cobble. Now, Cobble was definitely, by win rate, one of Fnatic's best maps, one of their absolute best, of course. But that dynamic duo that made the CT side for Fnatic so good of Crims and Olafmeister has now been broken up a little bit. How does this, I guess, change it now for Fnatic coming forward? Because I think since they've played in the Pro League, they've only played Dust 2 and cash, maybe?
Yeah, only
at
those
all.
two maps, yeah.
So, I mean, we don't have much to go on here, but we know what a kind of map this is. We know that it actually can be quite hard for CT-sided teams to assert themselves against T-side. And Fnatic, what was it about, obviously, the Olofmeister and Crims, or their CT side in general on this map that you think now they'd be lacking or need to return to?
I think more than anything else, CT side comes down to individual skill and having good reads, especially on Cobble, because it's a map which doesn't allow you to go for, you know, aggressive setups that much. You can't really fight for map control on a lot of places. A halls, maybe be a bit more aggressive towards B platform, and the way you decide to hold drop, that's pretty much it. It's not like Cash where you can flash into A main, maybe push B lobby, push into mid, boost up. You have a lot more options, right? So that really limits the CT side in their play. So it comes down to really, you know, trying to get a good read, maybe stack B with 4 players and things like that. And when a map is structured like that, there's a lot more emphasis on your individual players. Obviously, Fnatic, probably being the most individually skilled lineup in their prime, was one of the reasons why they were able to get more CT rounds than average.
And is that because you don't have as many opportunities to read the opponent, so when the execute does come in, you just have to hold your ground and beat them out on mechanics and individual skill?
Yeah, pretty much. It's always situational, but that's the thing. That old Fnatic team, all 5 players had incredible game sense, so they would be aware what's going on, and they always knew how to react depending on what's their position, where their teammates are. That's what made them such a great team. You would rarely see them slip up or misjudge a situation.
So Fnatic also recently have brought on obviously a new coach here as well. It was Jumpy for Fnatic as well. But we also know that Wenton, as a player without IGL experience, has been wanting to do that. I mean, in your experience, at what point do you get more involved, I guess, if you're in Wenton's position? Or at what point are you able to assert yourself a little bit more, especially now with a new coach coming in? You have a new coach and new IGL. That can be quite a difficult situation to navigate in some cases, I feel.
Well, I think definitely more than anything else, you listen a lot to what input Olofmeister and Dennis and even Twist can give you, because they are more experienced in playing at such a high level. Jumpy in CSGO didn't play as much. In CS 1.6, briefly with MYM, he was at that top level of CS, but certainly an experienced player, and I'm sure that he knows a lot about the game itself. So I think it's a learning process for him to see how things develop, right? How certain situations play out, pre-plant, after-plant, you know, trying to get a good read of how to counter the most common setups and move by his opponents. And after that, considering that he wants to do it, maybe he's one of those natural leader types, so maybe it can be a good thing with just getting the experience and a little bit of knowledge of how things basically work out.
Yeah, and not only that, I think it's a two-way street. If you're Venton right now trying to step into a roster where you're learning to in-game lead, a lot of the best in-game leaders didn't know they could. They did it out of necessity, but he's given tools such as Olaf and Dennis. Dennis is going to get you pistol rounds. That's going to make your life easier with economy. And we know Olaf can be a tool that's unleashed literally on his own. So he's actually in probably the best position you could be in as someone who wants to learn in-game leading. He just needs to bring a little bit of structure back to a team that lost it in a lot of ways after Pronex. Now, again, a different roster here, but you kind of see what I'm saying with the skill. And like you were saying, play off Olaf and Dennis. All he needs to do is implement very simplified defaults, let them work, and then just have a secondary execution that they can go back to. Okay, you didn't get the pick at B, let's try a smoke execute on A. They've got the skill on this Fnatic roster that they can play off of that. They don't need, Sean Gare's counter-stratting, smoke flash here. This time I want bomb planted at the 34.4 second mark with a secondary flash. They don't need all of that.
Sure.
It's a very simplified team, and I think he's in a good position.
Basically, you're saying
way.
that Fnatic's players don't need waypoints.
Exactly. Exactly. They're not Freakazoid.
I didn't say that.
So okay, then can we then have a look at HellRaisers a little bit more then? Okay,
Do we have to, Mitch?
We have.
Can we keep talking about Fnatic?
If you do, if you want to, we can. I mean, that's the problem though as well. I look back at these guys and players like Zero and the Oscars and the Stickers of the team as well. And for these guys as well, it's been hard to visualize any sort of headline performances, past or even future from them. It's just been a very, very tough few months for them.
Yeah, but there's also, a silver lining, as Matt pointed out, and that's that everyone gets paid in Pro League. So no matter what place you finish.
I guess to clarify the point I was making, if you look back, because I was kind of reflecting on it after I said it, this is the roster that won't die. They had Simple at a point, they had Flamey at a point, they had Angel in there. They've had a very secure core core group of guys that have gone on to do other things. You know, Hooch has moved away and off to another roster and started something great elsewhere. In Gambit, obviously, and they've had all these players, yet they're still around and still in Pro League. And I think that has to be given some credit. Like I say, they just have to endure as they've done the whole time.
Of course, they have an experienced leader in Angel who was there from 2013, the first team that beat NIP in their legendary run. But and young and upcoming players like Zero, like Stico, and everything. But the problem is, you look at that team, and yes, they are around, but I can't really see how they will make the leap onto being a challenger team to the best teams in the world. You can't see them right now being more than a placeholder team, simply because, for one, the firepower is kind of there, but not really to match up with the best teams. And there are a lot of mistakes being made in their play, both individual decision making, but also some of the things they're doing as a team as well.
And how does the calling work on this team as well? Or what is it? Is it more of a democratic environment, or do you have a Bond villain like Blade, sort of barking orders at the back? How does it work with these guys?
I'm not really sure. As far as I aware, when it was LMBT on the team as well. As a coach, he was doing most of the in-game leading, but I'm guessing that Angel also has a big say, being the oldest member of the team and the most experienced one.
So I definitely,
but they're not like a flip side, I think. Where, you see it from their play, basically, that they're not as rigid as Flipside is.
And to the point about staying in Pro League and everyone getting paid as well, that's kind of where I was saying they just need to eke out wins. Because if you think about them going into relegation right now, you've got teams like Godsent that are going to, I would suggest, be in the league next year, given another chance and time for that roster to grow. There's lots of guys, MK's up and coming, I think, as well, coming through the Mountain Dew League now that they've gone through Global Challenge. There's teams out there that will happily take that spot away. So they just need to avoid that relegation position.
I mean, the problem is with HellRaisers, maybe similar to what you have with Heroic or teams of that status, who more or less become farming teams at some point. You mentioned Simple was in that team,
Markelov.
Flamey as well, Markelov to an extent. I wanted to make the point that all those players moved on, to better teams. And Simple eventually landed in Navi, same as Flamey. Flamey moved directly from HellRaisers to Navi. So at some point, even if you say maybe Zero becomes a star, he improves a lot, it's really difficult for me to see him staying in HellRaisers rather than being picked up by another team.
It's quite often the thing, isn't it? It's hard to visualize a flowchart of a team improving as a unit without their players sort of being looked at and brought over into other sort of powerhouse teams from that particular region. I mean, and Simple's a great example of this. But there's been an accusation that's been leveled before. I think it was actually at Flipside, maybe more so in hushed tones, and people don't maybe say it outright, but maybe these players are comfortable being in the Pro League and with endorsement money and all that sort of other stuff coming in there as well. People might say they're complacent. People might say that maybe they're just happy where they are now. Is this reasonable to sort of say? And what are the signs, I guess, of a team that is perhaps under that mindset?
I'm going to say just off the start of that, as an owner, yeah, I'm totally complacent. If I'm in the league and, like you say, there's endorsement money, there's all kinds of marketability that goes along with that. I can pick up sponsorship. Hey, that's great. I'd love to win, but just stay in the damn league. For the players, maybe different. They obviously want to be players or competitive, and by nature that means to win. So
I had a feeling, to be honest, like the old HellRaisers team, when while Adren was still in the team and everything, they had maybe 2 or 3 majors where they would just make it through top 8 and secure legend status, and that's basically all you saw from that team. You saw them maybe win an Ace Predator Masters, something of the sorts, maybe end up in a final, but they were never really contenders. They never had a top 4 finish in one of those biggest tournaments in the year. So to me, that team seemed like, as long as we have our legend spots, we're fine. We're just playing a bit of CS here and there, and then when the major comes, we grind it out again to try and secure the legend spot for the next major, because simply the sticker money and everything, it seemed like maybe players can get a bit complacent, especially players who played CS for a long time, including either Source or 1.6, where there wasn't simply as much money in the scene, right? It wasn't really that beneficial for you to be a full-time CS player, right? So now they're kind of reaping the rewards for all the time they put in before.
So let's talk about cash then as well. When we always use it as a counterpoint example to Cobblestone, in the fact that you actually can forge ahead as a CT side, get some early information, even sort of get early picks there as well. Fnatic, we've seen them play that twice now as well. They actually beat a G2 in a 16-8 performance now as well, and I actually wasn't here for that game. I mean, I do want to know is, we harped a little bit on about these problems that G2 have been having on the CT side as of recently. It's been quite weak. That match there as well, with such a dominant performance from Fnatic, I mean, can you put that down to that same thing, or is it Fnatic, again, just showing up on this map and I guess showing that it doesn't matter how you play the CT side, they're still going to be comfortable.
I mean, as well, we don't have that many. We only had 2 games, but from what you can see, it's that it seems like Cash will yet again be, you know, one of their trademark maps, pretty much. In that, even in that game, they the G2 actually had an okay CT half. I mean, they had 5 or 6 rounds, which is basically not something you want from Cash. But the problem is they couldn't get anything done on their T side, and that's what the old Fnatic lineup was known for, pretty much. That they would have really amazing CT sides. It doesn't matter which map is in question. You had that, you know, all of Crim's duo and everything. But here it just seems that they're back into that kind of not mindset, but maybe pattern as a team where they are just really strong in their holds.
Yeah, one of the things that I think that a trait that they'll carry over is their ability to get trades. When they go down a man early, they'll be able to pull that back. Dennis and Olaf are the guys that are very good at that. Twist is flashy. The one thing they don't have, I think, is efficiency in the site. Crim's had an ability, an uncanny ability to stay alive and allow rotations.
Yep.
Someone's got to be that kind of player that buys time for their rotations if they give up map control. That's the first objective, is you have to steal that map from Fnatic, which is the hard thing to do.
So, gentlemen, quickly before we jump in predictions here, you think it will be a Fnatic win easily enough?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
All right, pretty straightforward there. Fnatic looking good. It's been a new roster for them, but so far results have been looking promising. Let's now pass it over to the desk with Pansy and Natu and get this one started.
Thank you so much. And yeah, I guess echoing the sentiments from the desk there, saying this probably is a very likely Fnatic game, but what are your thoughts for HellRaisers coming into this? They've got to know that they're the underdogs now coming into this map pool. You know, Fnatic's had changes. There's room for them to find maybe a couple of results here, surely.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the sample size of Fnatic is it's so small still. I mean, we've only seen them play a few times.
Yeah.
Obviously a lot of skill in there, but you know, they don't have the flashes and Crimses and JWs anymore to fall back on, especially on a map like Cobblestone, where they were actually famous for not having, like, in my opinion at least, they were not that structured. It was a lot about those individuals specifically creating openings, and then they would plow on a bomb site. So let's see how they fare. Cobblestone, we haven't seen Fnatic play it previously. Now, obviously, HellRaisers has taken a massive hit not having Oscar anymore in the lineup, because he was the playmaker.
Yeah, and that's a huge loss on this map. That's one very, very solid player to have wherever you want to put him, whether it be, you know, just that solo A player. That's a big deficit. However, it's mostly, let's be very honest here, eyes on Fnatic. What do they bring into this? How do they approach it? What do we get to see? Because we know what Dennis can bring in. Very specific rounds. Let's say the one that's coming up. Let's be very honest about that.
The pistols, yeah. They are, let's say, Dennis is pretty good with the pistols, but so is Lekro. You have to remember that. I think that was one of the first things that, you know, I really noticed from Lekro is how good he is with the pistols.
Well, everyone's been singing this man's praises, and he certainly has the results to back it up too. Twist, again, another member that you can certainly look at to provide a lot here. However, we are getting into this one. HellRaisers is going to be starting up on the T side. We've got the raid boss in the hands of Zero, so with the Tech 9, the armor. And Twist is going to spot this out, back away from danger, doesn't outstay his welcome, gets the information, falls away, allows Wenton to now come into the play. But be careful though, doesn't want to get outdone, and so far Fnatic not overstaying anything here, falling all the way back to the site, rotating players in. Sticko can still cause some problems here, but Wenton's going to be on to start changing it around, and Dennis doing what Dennis does best. That's 2 already back to back. This guy brings so much power, and now Sticko a little late to the party pretty much here, pushing his way out from drop, leaving it all in towards him. So 1v2, bomb now down. Is with Dennis and Twist left alive. Going to bait out the sound towards that little, I guess, side room there. Try and get there right. Oh, my word, Sticko, that's a bit of a stunner. All right. That almost got a little bit dangerous there. Twist does keep it in check, but Fnatic so far getting off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you lose as much real estate as Fnatic did there, you would think that they would actually lose that round, but in the end, it was the individuals there on the bomb site managing to stay or hold the fourth, basically. Still, it did become really close. And it seems like HellRaisers is going to be going on that force buy. Not very surprising. Angels teams do like to do that.
Yeah, true to trend, I guess, is the best way to put it. So, force up, as you said, coming through for them. Tech 9s, a couple of smokes as well, so we could see a bit of a, not necessarily a set piece, but a bit of a play towards the side, not just depending on maybe just barreling in with those Tech 9s. So
Gives
again,
you options.
It does. It keeps them up in the air. And we can see Olaf with that Mag 7 as well. And Lekro, you know, playing with the UMP, a little bit of a previous flusher role that he was rather infamous for sticking onto that UMP, even into those 4 buy rounds, opting to become the bank of the entire Fnatic side. So
you can tell from the position from Fnatic as well that they are paying a lot of respect for HellRaisers and the potential for the Tech 9s and the Deagles. Keeping their distances. And yeah, you have all of my serve with the Mag 7 here close to the drop, or close to the long, and then playing passively in drop, playing passively on A. So they're just waiting to get some information here.
You could argue those Deagles can do work against things like the UMP, and you've got SMGs there. And if Twist gets outdone, he could be in trouble, but he's playing it well, staying calm. As you said, Fnatic being incredibly respectful of this. They don't want to give anything up here. They know that maybe HellRaisers do like a forced buy or two, so got to be kind of careful. Twist, though, going to be playing it calm so far. Smokes it out so he doesn't get picked up. Allow himself to fall back to the site, flashes out. And now he's got support with Wenton. Although HellRaisers getting good real estate here, they are very much on the precipice of breaking into that site, but Wenton finds 0. Twist only gets 1 on the trade there, but that's a nice little shutdown. The good rotate coming in from Lekro as well, leaving it again all in the hands of Sticko.
Really nice defensive smoke there between the wall and the car there. Sticko, though, still in a 1-on-3 now that he gets the kill on the Benton, but still just with the Deagle. He's going to get faced by pretty much all of Fnatic. Goes down. 3 of Fnatic members do survive that round, but again, that was actually a very nice defensive smoke right in front of Dennis here on the left side, between the wall and the car, just to make sure the HellRaisers would have a hard time getting those kills. Then a nice nade, also doing a lot of damage.
And I think this is something that people maybe underestimated when they saw this Fnatic lineup initially was, you know, there are, I guess to people newer to CS, relatively unknown players. You may not know Twist or Lekro or, you know, some of these players to the caliber of, obviously, Olofmeisters, but they're showing so much discipline here as these kind of not necessarily as top-tier profile players, and it's really paying off in rounds like that.
I mean, it's great to play with people like Dennis and Olofmeister that have won it all. I mean, they're going to teach you so much. They're going to possess so much knowledge and experience on that you can just, you know, get that all that information into you. And also Jumpy coming in as a coach, he's very old school, been around for ages as well. Has had a lot of success back in the day, especially 1.6, like Janko was talking about on the desk. So I think there's a lot of good instruments here that they can play with.
Yeah, and now it's just down to Sticko. They have to pretty much go through this round, going through the motions as they force Sport into the second. And it's a very clean start for Fnatic. 3 rounds back-to-back, barely losing players. And just a nice approach to the round so far, not giving up too much. Let's see what they come into this round with. I'm curious to see if Lekro and Olofmeister actually upgrade here.
Well, I mean, all of us are good to get away with the Max 7, but MP7, I mean, that kind of tells you that he has to play up, you know, very aggressively somewhere.
He's got a good spawn, I guess.
Is it going to get boosted up, or what's the deal here? My guess is that he would maybe, you know, play either drop or just get boosted up and drop.
It's viable with things like the UMP. I don't know about the MP7. You know, it's something to see. If it works, that's a great deal of money. He's got enough to buy into the next round anyway, but still. You're
not supposed to get more than 1-for-1 trade, basically. Like, the likelihood of you getting more than that is very low.
Well, we'll find out what he can do, Lekro. Again, HellRaisers, though, taking a very slow, stoic approach to this, just playing throughout the map, seeing if there's any sort of aggression coming through, trying to greet it with this, just that nice, calm nature that they're displaying so far, taking over long, slowly, getting control in towards middle with Angel. But Fnatic digging themselves in here, and so far we've seen a really nice performance from Twist and Wenton towards A, not over-peaking, not taking those needless fights, not, you know, isolating one another. It takes a great deal of teamwork to work on A together. You need to be in synergy completely. So again, we'll see how this one works out. I think they've got an idea of what might be coming their way. This looks very reminiscent of how HellRaisers like to approach this, that split towards A, Sticko constantly being the man lurking around the back, keeping players attentive towards that B site.
The good thing is that Venton still has a Molotov, so he can block off that attack from side hall. As we do see it happen, that's going to leave just Angel coming in alone, and is going to get taken out while his teammates are stuck in that side hall due to that Molotov. So a nice placement there, but Sticko's made his way into the connector, gets the kill, so he could be the danger man here.
Yeah, now HellRaisers have to wrap this one in together. They have to play properly in this one. Bonding needs to push up, Smite needs to start applying the pressure. Otherwise, they're going to isolate them, and that's exactly what they've done. Fnatic looking calm under pressure, leaving it all down to Smite. The new man to the roster has to come up with something incredible here, and it's not going to happen. Dennis shuts it down before it began. And Fnatic, there was a little bit of worry there. There was a moment where Sticko and the boys could have pressured that at the right time together, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. There was a lack of timing, them not being able to attack from multiple angles at the same time to make it uncomfortable for the CTs. And the timing on the Molotov from Benson was 100% correct. And that isolated everyone else from Angel. Angel has to go on lone. He dies, you know, so there's not a lot of possibilities for trade kills there. So that's been just a flawless start so far for Fnatic.
It's good signs all around. Again, this is all just seeing where Fnatic are currently at. I don't think anyone would sit there and go, do you know what, HellRaisers are going to win this. No. But what damage can they do? This is very nice. Sticko just doesn't care. He's just going to barrel in. Does actually get away with it. Olof's not been spotted out yet, which is kind of unnerving, and you can see why. Beautiful control on the second. Of course, HellRaisers have nothing there to work with, but exactly, just absolute patience.
The experience we were talking about previously, that's, you know, exhibit A on that.
Yeah, that's trigger discipline.
Exactly. You just wait for the right opportunity. Gets 2 free kills here. He sees the first one, Smite there, and then the other one planting the bomb. He kills. Thank you. Come again.
double AWP coming out. This is interesting. So we've got Olafmeister and Dennis. Something that could be quite interesting down the line for Fnatic. Is this going to be a mainstay that they can fall back to? Lekro again on the SMGs. It seems that Fnatic really do like that approach towards drop. Every single player from their lineup who's played drop has often gone towards that sort of approach, and if it works out, again, it can be useful, but it may be that one and done. However, on the other side, Smike also has the AWP, so we've got to maybe see a bit of a challenge here.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a very slow approach here from HellRaisers, just waiting for any potential aggressiveness. Not too much to be seen, just Olafmeister making his presence known there. Throws the B long. So you can see Twist is actually just holding angle in middle, and Benton is all the way pushed up inside also. They're getting a lot of early information. It's been 45 seconds and not too much been happening so far. And HellRaisers just basically, well, they haven't gained any control of anything yet.
Yeah, it's kind of tough for HellRaisers, even if they're trying to sell this play towards it. They're trying to, you know, Angel's trying to display that, hey, there's more than just me here, I promise you. Fnatic haven't been particularly going for those early challenges. They haven't been losing out on those initial trades. They've been falling back towards site. We went in and Twist if they feel pressure playing off the back of each other. The push towards drop could be a bit of an issue, bearing in mind Lekro's the one there. If they actually make this play happen, Lekro could be under severe pressure. We're going to see that build right about now. A lot of pop flashes to come in. Goes through the molly as well. He's going to try and take the fight, and he wins it. That's big. Already doing great deals of damage towards Zero. He has dominated drop. Now he's got the support. Now you can see instantly the attention turns towards platform. Where's that pressure coming in towards? And Dennis is ready.
There's no grenades anymore left, but Angel does get a pick. So it is a 4-4 situation, but Dennis is positioning right now as Wolf gets 2 nice kills. It's still unknown. I don't think they know that he's in chicken coop right now. Stico is going to commit to the bomb site. His mate is still on that plat, but as that is being said, Zero goes down with a nade, so it's Tico in a 1-on-3.
Oh, 10 seconds, not going to happen. Dennis is there, and Fnatic looks so comfortable. They didn't look pressured by that. That's one thing, you know, that B split can be pretty hard to deal with. You know, players coming in through drop, players by platform, you're smoked off.
Yeah.
They didn't look flustered at all.
No, yeah, it kind of seemed weird that what happened with the guys playing B long from HellRaisers when that attack, when that attack happened on drop. Not really sure what happened there, but it kind of got stopped by Lekros. Just while he played. Interestingly, just running through the Molotov, but that MP7 gets the kill, steals the AK, so that was profit for sure of him. Now Twist on a very aggressive angle, but decides to just fall back as that smoke comes in from HellRaisers.
Yep, HellRaisers, again, able to buy up here, 6-0 so far. They're able to do so. They've got a little bit to play with in the form of utility, but as you highlighted in that previous round, they didn't have much once it was time to actually hit the site. They'd run out of everything. There was no way to clear Coop without having to face it and such and so on. So again, a little bit of an issue here or there for them, and Fnatic still looking quite calm in this. Twist has fallen back, though. He's going to be playing a bit further back by the balcony. Just watching for that push up on long. Wenton going to have to come and support him somehow. Create another crossfire. He could play from anywhere he wants. He just needs to watch that mid push up pretty much. And that's exactly what he can do. He can be a little bit brazen on that as well. He can hold that sort of open angle because he knows that Twist has him from long. So again, it works out well. But HellRaisers haven't committed. They're running that clock down pretty far.
Yeah, they're right now, it seems, judging from how the bomb is situated, that they might be going for an A split through drop. Maybe throwing some smokes into B to make it seem like a B hit and then just going through drop into connector. Splitting that A bomb site, but Lekro again is going to be quite ready, and then Twist also in connector, so this might get tricky for HellRaisers here.
Now, this could work out though with Twist pulling himself over. It means the drop was, oh, okay. All right, you know what, it was looking like maybe something had happened, but you know, Mag 7s, SMGs, it doesn't matter. Wenton's in a bit of a predicament though. He got isolated, he was all on his own. No one there was to support him because as we saw, Twist pulled over towards drop. So now, HellRaisers could have done something, but they don't have the bomb.
Exactly.
The bomb is over by drop.
Yes, that's where it all went wrong. That bomb was in the wrong spot. That's for sure. Now, Angel, all he can do is try and save, but yeah, that was the Mag 7 just nullifying that split from the get-go. Not happening.
Yeah, Lekro's been unorthodox, but it works.
Oh yeah, it definitely has been, yeah. MP7s, Mags, yeah, probably shouldn't even touch an M4 at this point.
No, he's fine. And the thing is, his money's great. That's the problem. Every sort of killer comes in with these shotguns and these SMGs. He not necessarily becomes the bank at the moment because he hasn't done that much with the SMGs in comparison, but he's going back in on the UMP. This sort of play works. He can kind of just support the rest of his side if they need a drop, if they need to play it in. And HellRaisers need to talk this through. How do you approach it?
Yeah, it feels to me like the final punch from their attacks is missing completely. As they're going in, it feels like if they do a split, then if one part of the split falls down, the other one doesn't even commit 100%. So then what are you going to do in a 2-on-5 situation, 2-on-4 situation anymore? And they're not really managing all too much when they're taking over this side hall that they've also put a lot of presence to in a bunch of these rounds. Sort of playing the default where you have 2 B halls and then 3 just trying to gain some real estate towards that A bomb site. But they're not even doing a lot of challenges here. Instead, now it's a save round. Just going down one by one.
And for HellRaisers, how do you approach that? You know, how do you change up fundamentals like that mid-game? Is it just the fact that in-game leaders need to be kind of, I guess, pulling the reins a little tighter, just keeping them in line? You know, when you do go for these site hits, save some utility back, get the timing right. Does it need someone to crack the whip a little bit there?
No,
or?
it is basically so that that Beast Blade being a great example is that if we're gonna go, if your teammates die, you gotta go. I mean, best case scenario, you can create a 3-on-3. I mean, you can kill 2 people on B, and then you'll have an open bomb site, and it's still doable. But if you just kind of stop at your tracks, you don't do anything, then yeah, you've lost it because you don't have any utility to work with anymore. You don't have a lot of cover to play with, and you're gonna have CTs all over the map. So definitely, commitment to what you're doing has to be 110% at all times.
All right, let's see if they can maybe pull this one back together. They had that round before. You saw one of them in spawn, maybe talking things through, just, refocusing everyone up. You're 8-0 down. You might as well start trying things here at this point. You got to get a couple on the board. However, up against them, the double AWP. Never easy to play against. Smite getting flashed out, allowing Dennis now to have the angle. Twist now pushing up on long as well, feeling confident. Missing a sitter. You've got to hit those twists. Let's be very honest. That was something you'd expect him to do well on. The first time we've seen him take more of an aggressive peek, and he gets punished for it.
Exactly, and this is the opening that HellRaisers really needed too. Well, they know there's going to be a gap somewhere on this map, and that gap right now is going to be that A bomb site with only Venton playing it, and he's passively just spotting it all the way from CT spawn. But as we can see, the bomb is actually towards that B bomb site, and that's where most of Fnatic is. They're taking a gamble here, Fnatic, and they're just stacking B.
Still a bit of a gamble.
Working out.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a bit of a gamble in the fact that Olaf might have pushed up towards that spot, and there's still mollies in the hands of HellRaisers, but you could see him wanting to find a reply to losing that first pick. He wanted to get aggressive somewhere else, regain something on the map. And as you said, though, they're going still towards the vast majority of those Fnatic players. Olafmeister hasn't backed away. He's seeing this set piece come down, but he's not seeing anyone push. So he's still a little hesitant, but they've lost drop control. So he needs to be careful as to where he plays this. He's pulling up to the smoke. Smike is just on the other side, and he knows they're here. If someone could flash him in, if he could find a way to do this, this is massive for him. Again, though, 24 seconds, they've got to go soon. Dennis is locking down drop. Olaf knows what's around the corner, he leaps and he gets them both! That is the class this man can provide, but again, it's still into this 2v2, but Dennis has a pistol and there's always still danger afoot. So 0 now, 10 seconds left, doesn't have the bomb, needs to back away and save that AWP. And Fnatic undo the first chance the HellRaisers had.
And that was pretty much all of Meister at that point. Pretty much the B bomb site was lost unless all of Meister took those kills, and now it's going to be time running out. He probably heard either the scope or may have seen something on the radar in the smoke, something along those lines, so he knew there was someone in that corner. Here we go, the bunny hop comes in, and he gets the headshot. The first guy, and Stiko also totally surprised by that. Goes down as well, and that's very frustrating, especially when you're 8-0 down, and then you lose a round like that where there was a definite opportunity to win one. And then a flying Olafmeister comes in and ruins it all.
And I love the theory behind it as well, that if there's someone holding with the scope, if you jump around the corner, sure, you're probably not going to be as accurate as you'd like to be, but you more than likely at worst will get tagged by the scope. You get a leg shot coming through. You'd assume maybe Sticker could have possibly traded that if he was a little bit more switched on there, but wasn't the case.
No, I mean, you don't expect that.
It.
Yeah.
Why is he doing this to us? Let us have a round. 9-0, HellRaisers still at least able to buy, that's, I guess, the silver lining here.
Yeah, I mean, now they get AKs. They have the AWP as well. They've lost 9 in a row. And it's just the way it is. Twist with the aggressive angle. He has his teammate just watching middle, but as we can see in the minimap, a lot of the emphasis again towards the B bomb side. So HellRaisers maybe going for the same strat as they felt like they had the opportunity. That's going to be bonding this summer on getting that first kill.
Yeah, Let Crow did get a little baited in there by Olafmeister to be able to take those shots, but they still checked for it. So nice work from HellRaisers not to fall for these little kind of quirky plays. And Dennis, desperate for that frag. He can't find it, though. That's going to allow Smite to back away, and it looks like they want to exploit A now. They've pulled him over towards B. They've got drop presence. That's going to make them rotate tricky now for those remaining Fnatic players over by B. Olaf's got a good idea what's happening, though. He's already on the flank around the back. He spotted out another. So now Wenton's got free passage. He's making a run for it. You can see Dennis waiting for Zero and Bondic to try and make the play through connector. Wenton too aware. He knows what's coming. He knows what the play is. And he's going to be able to not find the second, actually. Bondic's going to make a fight, and Twist knows what's coming now. 20 seconds, spots the shadow coming out of the smoke. He has the angle, and now it's Smike again, left in a bad situation, 1v2. He's got good ground here. He can maybe take the 1-to-1, but with 10 seconds left, the clock's so low, and I don't know if he can find this, and I think he's run out of time.
It definitely has, but does get the no-scope, though, and now it's a 1-on-1, but no time to plan anymore. Olaf needs to do is just wait for the time to run out. I think it's going to actually initiate his, but Smike gets that kill. He's going to survive. He's going to have that off for the following round. Obviously, he's not going to get any money as the time did run out, but well, that op could be worth gold at this point. And again, a round just going away from HellRaisers. They had the chances once again, but it felt to me like they should have just left one in drop and sent a third guy towards mid and have that punch come through middle, a slide hole, and then the connector guy just be the flank. Instead, they kind of got into this 2-and-2 situation where the connector guys seem to be the ones to initiate, and didn't work out too well.
Smike?
Yeah, don't burn yourself, dude.
Smike? Tricky enough as it is, man. Don't do this.
It's like life is hard.
Everyone's like in chat right now is just waiting for, like, they've just typed out 1 and G and they're waiting to press it. Just like, please do it. Please, no. All right, he backs away a little. It's a bad situation. I'm surprised he's going to stick on the AWP and doesn't drop it out to someone else just because, sure, you can still do work with the AWP, to be fair. If there's any weapon you want to be on low HP, it is the AWP. You can still make that power and presence happen on the map. But at the moment, HellRaisers is just running into a brick wall, and that brick wall just shot back. Wenton's going to find Smike, and already early advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that they're not really putting themselves in many favorable situations even. Even Panther last night, where they were in situations they could have won a lot of rounds, but so far HellRaisers haven't really shown a lot we can, think as promise for the second map.
Exactly. This is the map that you'd think if there was going to be, a bit of a competitive game, it'd happen here, not cash really. Not the case. We're seeing the Fnatic do look pretty well versed in this so far. Not particularly challenged though. Twist maybe expecting Wenton to have that, not too sure who was holding what angle, but that was a little bit of a miscommunication, just be out there all alone, and finally they break in.
Should have the opportunity here with Benson. He's trying to stop it, but only gonna manage some damage. And now it's all up to Lekro, the Mag 7. That's bonding behind that rock. It's going to be a game of chicken here, is it? No, he actually does go into connector. He's going to try to be sneaky, but he has one behind him. That's going to be Stico, and that's going to be the first round in round number 11 for HellRaisers.
Now it's for Stico as well. 4 kills for him there. The initial opener, pushing towards the site. Finally, we saw that punch.
Slight
error.
I would say that was a slight, I don't know, like the focus wasn't maybe there for Fnatic at the points. I mean, Twist being on top of that little roof. It gets picked off from middle. Oh, you were not covering middle? Oh, I thought you were. Kind of a situation. Then Olaf Meister just running at a connector, trying to be the hero of the day. Goes down, has to
save it, guys.
Yeah, the 2 guys phasing him right away. No flashes coming over or anything for him to, take that peek in a legitimate way. But, it is the way it is. Now, obviously, there's the... well, HellRaisers did have, I think, 3 alive in that round? I believe it was. No, 4. So they have a little bit of a cushion here, even if they would lose this one. But to be honest, they do need to win this one out.
And look at the difference now from Fnatic. 3 players towards the A side, and it's Olaf, the bit of a beast there holding towards middle, just at the back by door, and then 2 pushed up on long. So they can still fall back from this. I don't know if they expect it. You can see Smike having to peek into this one. Wenton had the angle, but Smike hit the shot. Angel follows up towards Olaf, and now Twist is in that horrible predicament. There's players at long he doesn't know about, but he spots the bomb, he takes it down. Angel falls, and now it's down to a 2v2. Twist, if he can cause more problems, this is phenomenal. He even spots out Smike, but he can't do much with it. Nade comes out. That could have finished off Smike. It doesn't. Now Zero should be able to play this correct. What? What are you doing, Zero? How can he be allowed to do this? They knew where he was. He smokes out by cannons, and he's got to expect where this play's coming from. He even might have spotted out Smike then, I'm not sure. But he's got the bomb, and now he's got a bloody good angle to lock this down with as well. Smike's got to hit the shot. He doesn't. And sure, good play from Twist, but that was allowed to happen by HellRaisers.
Very awkward what Zero was doing there on the bomb side, if I'm honest. I'm not really sure. I mean, he faked the plan here, but then he thinks of planning again.
Did he?
Not really
I don't
sure.
know if he had utility then. He was trying to go for a pop flash. I don't know. I didn't actually see, but
yeah,
whatever it was, not great.
It's that was very interesting. Now that's gonna be HellRaisers now with the parcel buy, AK for Angel, Technons and the Eagles in play too, but only one smoke and Twist. Taking an aggressive angle and has to pay a price for it. Angel takes the kill. Now, I might actually leave that off into the hands of HellRaisers, but Olafmeister does get the trade kill towards the B-bomb site.
And he's so... I hate to just constantly sing someone's praises. It feels boring to do it, but Olaf has been consistent at providing those trade kills. Wenton goes in and feeds to the machine. HellRaisers make the most of it. Not going to be able to pull that one off. Now, the problem is that Lekro can hold drop with that Mag 7, but as soon as you have to play retake anywhere, it becomes a huge issue, and he's going to feel the pressure of that. Olaf still stays alive somehow here. doesn't get punished by 0. The bomb's still pretty far back. So Lekro's actually put himself on the bomb site. That's a pretty decent spot. I'm not sure why he's on top of it, but all right. Maybe looking for info. I don't know if this is the best time to be doing so, but again, got to be kind of careful. Find a position he can work from. Try and make the most of the situation he's left in. He's spotted out the armor Bondic. He can't make any more of that, however. Leaving it off in the 1v3, and it's just a little bit too much.
Well, that was Fnatic just giving away kills one by one, really. And then when Twist died, there was a second and third guy for Fnatic going to middle, trying to kind of, you know, minimize the damage that was done by Twist dying. But they did not manage to do that. Just the 2 angles that HellRaisers had there. 2 on the stairs and 1 in mid doors. They managed to trade the kills effectively, leaving just Lekro and Olaf in a tough 2-on-4 situation, out of position as well.
Well, it does mean, I guess, there should be another on the board for HellRaisers. Again, they've broken the back of Fnatic now. Their bank's in a little bit of a dire state. However, being so late into this game, you've got to feel Fnatic have done the job. Oh my word! I don't know if Twist saw Angel then as well. I think he might have. Because they were both kind of looking towards danger. Again, that bomb's not committed anywhere. That's the next big fact here. Is this? It looks like another A split possibly, but if they get picks elsewhere, they could work wherever they want here.
This is definitely a default, but that's a nice shot from Smike. That's going to make things a lot easier for HellRaisers now. It does seem like they are making their way towards at least those B holes. And Angel is going to be the distraction man here. Just spotting middle, trying to see if there's any movement. But what you want to do in these situations usually is you want to have that one guy create some distraction. Make sure there's presence on the other side of the map, even though if you have 4, gather around for a strat, a set piece towards a bomb site. Make sure you're making sounds on the other one. And here comes, I think they're taking over drop now.
Yeah, Lekro's pretty close by. Winton not far, and Olaf still on platform. So, they're leaving it quite late. This is the problem. It's 30 seconds left now. They have no mollies. They have a couple of smokes and a couple of pieces. Good work from Smike. Smike is being the swing factor in this, but Wenton's still alive, and Wenton's done what he can. Finding 2 in drop is big. That's brought it back to being possibly a dangerous round, but the bomb should be able to be planted here. I don't think there's anything to be able to stop that. Even if Wenton is that close by, he doesn't want to take that fight on it just yet. The smoke goes down. He tried, and Wenton finds Sticko. This is unreal. It's down to a 2v2. Dennis doesn't have a gun, but he's got a pistol, so I guess there's still something, especially in that man's hands. Smike finds Wenton and puts it all down to Dennis. 1v2, bomb is planted, and he can't do it. HellRaisers close it out. Well enough there. It got a bit dangerous, but they got the round.
Yeah, and that was off of Smike getting 2 kills through smokes.
That's true.
So, create a 5-on-3 before they commit it. That's what's going to make things a lot easier. So oh, there we go. That's the first one, and then the second one was towards B bomb site. There was a guy from the CDs on the plats. Now, that force buy and losing it means that Fnatic is going to have to, unfortunately, this last one as well. Credit pistols, some utility, no defuse kits for them.
Well, we saw how close it was before. Just don't play behind smoke. Just, you know, it'll be fine.
Avoid spokes.
Yeah, at all costs. Olaf's going looking. Shouldn't be able to land that. Sticko's a little nervous. No, don't blame him. I'd back away too.
Jumping
he is
Eagles.
all alone. Yeah, the thing is, he is on his own. You don't want to give up that rifle to someone like Olaf or Lekro or any of the Fnatic guys. So you don't want to give that away as HellRaisers are making their play towards A. But Dennis pop flashes himself through. It's perfect. He spots out all 3, focuses on the bomb, gets that down. But Angel will trade it out. But now Twist and Wenton have to find that way back into this. Can they make some more presence happen? They can't recover that rifle, of course.
If only he had another pistol, I think he would have gotten at least 2 kills there.
Yeah.
That's
The
easy
Deagle's
or
not the one
5-7. No.
in that situation,
Oh, definitely
sadly.
not. So that was kind of a lucky break for HellRaisers, so just losing 1 man. And now it's a 4-on-4 situation. Here comes the push towards B. All of this is going to be under a lot of pressure. Goes down by Sticko, and that's going to be the whole bomb side open.
These flashes are working incredibly well. They're giving opportunities, and opportunity aplenty, starting to work out well, but it's not quite well enough. Wenton went all his way around to find this rifle. He took his time out to try and get this, basically. And now it's the 1v2. Smite's watching the angle. It doesn't matter. That's big from Wenton. It opens up, and that's a 6 shot towards Angel. Wenton just comes back in a situation that certainly winnable, certainly doable. He had the utility, but didn't even need to use it.
Yeah, that was a full-on force buy from Fnatic. They did not have a single rifle going into that one. Still, they managed to win it. HellRaisers get a very good entry towards the B-bomb site. Everything going their way, but then Venton in the end showcasing that he has a lot of individual skill.
Just these shots. Bearing in mind, Smike's position was literally holding that angle, and the follow-up was gorgeous there towards Angel. So, on the half, coming up, It's not looking too good here for HellRaisers, let's be very honest. It's looking very one-sided. But for Fnatic, this is looking quite impressive so far.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we all know these guys are very individually talented. It's just all about putting it all together.
And that's it. This is what we wanted to see. Was Cobble going to be back into the pool for Fnatic? Will it pay dividends? And so far, it looks like a yes. But let's find out if it closes out as such after the break. Welcome back. Hopefully you got a nice little break there to refresh yourselves. Maybe got a cup of tea, got a beer. I don't really mind. Cup of tea. But yeah, scoreline-wise, it is 12-3 at the half. So far, Fnatic have looked pretty dominant. I actually would have preferred to see them on the T side first, just to see what they could bring into this. But this might be over quickly.
Exactly. That's, kind of regrettable, to be honest. I mean, it would have been great to see, like you said, Fnatic play on the T side. Previously, it was so much about, especially to me, it felt like JW and Olaf were the ones that were creating. Well, obviously, Olaf on that B plateau, almost legendary, the way he plays it. And also JW just towards that A bomb site, making the openings, and then they would just play off of that. So, well, I mean, obviously, if they do lose the piss around, then we might be seeing some more of it. I think we're about to go live here, and we also have the buy from Fnatic in play here. Only one set of nades. Smoke and a flash with Lecro, everyone else with armor, so that doesn't imply that's going to be too much of a set piece. Maybe something towards that A, and just smoking off the connector.
Yeah, hopefully we get a couple of in-game sounds just to get ourselves back into this one. HellRaisers got a nice spot here with Angel. They're going to go for the challenge. It's Twist being fed to the machine. Can't follow up. Good damage. Good damage. What is? Are we live? Is this live? I assume it is. Okay. It's just no sound. All right, that's fine. No worries. Just finding out what's going on.
You know, computers.
You know, the little gremlins in the background just messing with the wires. I didn't mean the production of gremlins. All right?
Okay, then.
Before I get...
Someone gave them water, is what you're saying.
Just, you know, watch the timing on it, midnight and all. Got to be careful, but let's get back into this. Fnatic going on the Glock train, pretty much. The smoke goes down towards connector, and it looks like they're going to try and play off the back of it towards A. Bondik's still in a good spot, though. He could still cause problems here, and that's certainly be one of them. Finding Wenton is going to cause a little bit of trouble. The bomb was dropped there, but Olaf picks it up. And now HellRaisers left with 2 against 3, but Fnatic are a little low here. And we're back.
Hello, Sound. How you doing, buddy? Well, like I said, it's a 2-on-3 situation. Bondik now. He's going to get smoked off, actually, but in the meanwhile, Zero gets a kill on the Lecro. And now he's facing Dennis as well. It's only Olaf Meister now. In a 1-on-2 situation, has to go for that kill. Doesn't get it. It's going to be HellRaisers picking up that pistol round, and we might be seeing a little bit more of that T-side from Fnatic. than what we maybe thought we would
Yeah, no,
after that first half.
I'm very pleased. I'm very, very
I'm very
pleased.
pleased.
I seriously want to see Fnatic on the T side now, because as you said, like their previous lineup had a lot of that opening potential, right? They could open up these rounds so well.
Not saying
whether
that
it be-
these guys don't have it.
No,
And obviously they
but
still
we haven't
do.
seen it.
But
We
yeah,
haven't seen it yet. That's the real first glimpses at what Fnatic can bring on their T side on Cobble. So this is why it's really exciting for me. You know, we know what HellRaisers can do. These guys are good. There's no disputing it. But this is the focal point to me is what do Fnatic bring now? Who's going to be that man to create those opportunities? Again, though, looking at what HellRaisers are coming in with, a big old buy pretty much as they can in this sort of situation. Again, they're in that position where they don't have that many rounds. They need to keep buying into this one as much as possible to try and not lose anything.
And how conservative is Fnatic here? They've only upgraded some pistols, not even bought any nades, let alone armor. So they are really playing the numbers. That is, something we may have not seen previously. But we do. They are saving. And it's, it's obviously when you're up so much, then actually it makes a lot of sense to just, save properly. Make sure you have a lot of nades to work with.
Yep, might as well. If they could probably do damage to HellRaisers, but how many times do you actually win that round? Probably at this sort of level, it's debatable. It can happen, but it's nice to see Fnatic taking that sort of step back. We've got rounds to play with. We don't need to go on these consistent buys throughout this. We can just take our time a little. If we can get a bomb plant, that'd be brilliant. But HellRaisers being playing this incredibly deep, actually. Look at the position so far. Sticker all the way back by the rock. You've got Zero in Coop. No one's playing close. No one wants to give those pistols a chance.
Yeah, that's showing a lot of respect. The possibility of Fnatic having Tech 9s and push slowly, but surely Zero, though, from Chicken Coop does get the first kill on this B hit. And now it's going to be all of my Electro trying to cause some damage. They do get a kill, but now it's all down to Venton. And the bomb plant, it's just wishful thinking as the round goes down. It's going to be 5th on the board for HellRaisers, and let's see if this Fnatic decide to buy. They do. Straight from the get-go. 5 AKs. They have 3 smokes to play with, a bunch of flashes. No Molotovs, though. So slightly limited here, but we know they can still work with this. You'd expect them to do some kind of a default here, probably. Try to create an opening, and then use their smokes for your normal spots eventually once you hit a bomb site.
And I like HellRaisers' approach, going for the 4-1 as well, leaving Smike pretty much to play on his own, just kind of having to play off that intuition almost, just knowing when he feels pressure towards danger or middle.
Yeah,
he's got Dennis on the other side, so again, it looks like Olaf Meister's doing the job that he does so well, and look at it. First kill provided so readily.
Nothing's changed, confirmed.
Still the same.
Still the same. Olaf Meister goes B plateau, gets the opening kill, and then the rest of the team does something afterwards. Yeah.
And it's so quick in the game. They've still got all that utility they started with, pretty much. That was just given off the back of pretty much what the CT side put down, and maybe not expecting someone to just wander through the smoke and take the opening fight. I love watching it. So they've cleared out drop there, just peeking up in case there was a boost. Lekr going to use his flash towards that. Again, any utility being played here is actually quite big. So let's see what they do with it.
Well, Fnatic still do have 3 smokes in play. Actually 2, rather, that they can use for a B hit here. The smoke off the connector area, for example, if they wanted to. But let's see what they do. Still, they would need to create an opening here as they attack. It seems like they might be smoking off the bomb site.
Zero could be in a good spot here. Now, normally, if they have mollies on the other side, you don't want to be in that position. Almost constantly gets mollied out, but he could cause problems. Let's see if that happens. Again, Fnatic running that clock pretty low here for them. 27 seconds and finally going for the hit. This can cause problems, but good trades from Twist, and that's the play. And Zero going to make everything happen off the back of that. Twist and Olaf get caught up by it, leaving it to Dennis and Lekr. Now, Dennis was the player over by A, so he's got the long run to go, and it doesn't matter. HellRaisers stop it before it starts. And you've got to thank Zero for that one.
Yeah, great. But obviously, that flash that came in as well. Also was, I would say, the MVP of that situation.
MVP
really,
flash.
No, really. Bonded gets one, goes down, and then there's a flash that comes in. And look at those guys.
Oh, it's a bomb flash as well.
Yeah, I think it was him. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It's a nice flash. Totally blinded. I mean, they didn't expect anyone to be there anymore after they killed one on the stairs, obviously. And like you said, the lack of Molotov was basically the reason that he managed to be there.
Right, this is something become a little bit more interesting now. We've got a bit of a game on our hands.
Yeah.
They've got the pistol. They got that first gun round coming in. Okay, HellRaisers, let's see what you've got here. This is nice so far. There's still plenty of danger afoot. Olaf Meister being given just enough rope to hang himself with there. Zero waited patiently in the back lines, switching it up again, not playing close, playing further back. And HellRaisers have a bit of a good read into this so far.
Oh, yeah, they do. Definitely, and they're staying alive in numbers, so that's going to make it easier for them. If they can manage to stay alive with all 5 in this round, that'd be great for their bank too. Now, Micro Twist and Dennis still are trying to make something out of this. They have the bomb now. They don't have any utility to work with, so it is going to be very hard to even start thinking about getting a bomb plan here. But they could potentially get a couple of kills.
We'll see how Angel plays this one. You can get overrun here very easily. You just got to land those shots. And Smike! Smike, what are you doing? He just backs away, and now there's the overwhelm. There's that kind of leap in. Bonnic's got to be careful as well. You can get pushed up on quite quickly from those stairs. And Smike, I think timing being the fact he was worried about Long at the same time, hadn't peeked it in a while, and just as he looked away, that was when Fnatic moved in. And that is simply just timing of it all. 28 seconds though, Fnatic looking to do as much feasible damage as possible. Dennis has got an AK to hand, so this could be something a little, you know, could change the odds here a little bit. And there's the first step, but no steps to be taken beyond that.
Couple of kills. That's all they did get that, so that's something. And that means that I think a couple of guns will have to be dropped by the HellRaisers members, but you know, that's all right. And now
Look at Zero's money as well.
Yeah, Fnatic though, again 5 AKs, no AWP in play. They'll rather have the equipment. All the grenades to work with. Now they do have a couple Molotovs, so see if they go for a B push. If they Molotov that spot, they would probably if they do.
Yeah. So now HellRaisers have been playing 4-1 against the buy pretty much as we've seen so far. Now Olaf previously did get the opener, bring it back down to 3. The changing factor being 0 before. Now they have utility. I'm curious to see how Fnatic read into this. Do they start reading they've had 4 players here? Is there a Dennis can get that information that Smite's been soloing out on A? There's plenty of options. You know, Fnatic could just go for that mad old mid-rush up A, just go straight in off the back of it, and they'd happily catch him out. But so far, that play is unknown. We know it, they don't. Zero's back in that spot. Problem being, there's a little bit of fire that could cause problems here, but Sticko's pulled up as well, so this could be nice. They could trade off that. But Fnatic haven't yet committed. They've got players going towards drop, though. This is the first step into their piece of play.
Yeah, and Twist already made his way down here. He's going to try to scout out some information, see if anyone's towards those stairs on B plateau. Doesn't spot anyone. So this is going to come down to timing. We're going to be the ones to initiate. The guys on B long, or it's going to be twist and drop. This looks going to be all of Meister. The smokes do rain in now.
I'm a little worried that no one's really watching Lecker and Twist being able to push out here. Sticko has to be careful, and he's going to get caught in no man's land. Zero again has complete free reign. That's 2 back-to-back. No one's checking this. No one mollied it out. And look at him just running rampage through Fnatic. Sick play again from Zero. I don't know how he's allowed to do this. Angel was there to support eventually. He actually went over towards A, came back, and locked down those players from drop, but he's getting away with murder in that sort of spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they realized where he was last time around. In the whoa, what's going on now? I thought that was my brain going all kinds of slow, but no, I don't think they probably realized where Zero was last time around. They decided to. They knew there was a guy on stairs, so they just walled on stairs. That might be it. I'm not sure though, but there's potential to that. And now, and it's going to be a Take-9 armor while here for Fnatic, and Dennis is going to be the lone guy here in mid, creating distraction while the rest of his team are actually towards this belong. Just waiting for the right timing. A nice little spray. Stiko with the kill, but he has to reload and goes down by Benson.
I think he got caught then on the wall as well, trying to back away towards the stairs, and this allows Fnatic a chance. Previously, HellRaisers were playing deep in towards the sites, not allowing these opportunities to be given over, but they got maybe a little complacent there, maybe a little bit aggressive, maybe a little bit confident. And it's allowed a plant to come through. Fnatic now in the 1v2, how should I say, Wenton in the 1v2.
Yeah.
Not looking so likely. As now he's on 4 HP. Does get 1, but can't find Angel.
Well, they couldn't make you work with full weaponry, the full-blown attack, but, you know, 4 guys just ramming into that B-bombs and they create a one-on-one. Just how this game works sometimes. Now, I'm going to predict there's going to be some ops in play this time for... Oh, there's not going to be an op for Fnatic. I thought they would.
They have the money for it.
They did. Deciding to still go with the AKs. I mean, you know, they had some nice... I think they had some good ideas there. Attacking that B-bomb site. They even created some openings, but it was all Zero from that one corner, causing all sorts of problems on 2 occasions, basically, just destroying single-handedly the whole attack. So, you know, you just gotta pay attention to all those details.
I'm wondering how Fnatic do this now, because Wenton's in a different spot. He's actually joined Dennis at the moment, so this could be a bit of a game-changing factor. If Olaf can provide an entry, brilliant. If he can't, where's the plan going to lay next? Olaf, switch on here, buddy. Zero's been absolutely dominating that platform so far. Completely unaware of what was happening. Twist getting drop control again, though. But they haven't been able to play out of this. They've been getting unfavorable trades. They haven't been making the most of it yet.
Yeah, and HellRaisers seems to be happy to just give away that drop room control, and Bondic just holding the position that, well, it has made his own some time ago. And it seems like this passive approach to this area seems to be very, very good for teams. Now, the bomb, though, is making its way towards the middle, so it might be so that they're trying to just hit with 3 towards that A bomb side and leave Twist there and drop. He's going to be the flank.
Now, Fnatic have 40 seconds. A good deal to play with. Smike has to be the player here to get things going for HellRaisers if he wants to catch us out. It's all about timing again. Checking long, checking middle, where does he go? He's alone at this one, so it is pretty much down to him. And I think Angel's getting an idea of what's happening. I think they're just kind of wondering, they're not showing, and now there's a problem. Smike's going to be burning here, trying to make a bit of mad escape. He's got 20 HP, and there's the pressure, and there's the response. Bondic catches out Twist. They know what's happening, but Dennis just completely destroys Smike. It's a 3v2, but Fnatic will probably have the bomb plant here. I don't see that going astray at all. A quick boost around the back as well, I can imagine, and drop. That's Zero going for a bit of a run. He's got to be quick on this. Now, 3v2, HellRaisers do have kits throughout, but only one flash to play with. And there's Lekr and Dennis left alive.
Yeah, now Zero is making his way, and the rest of the CTs are just waiting in connector from Zero to be the one to run up from middle. And now Dennis here behind the car, having to attack from multiple angles, gets the first, make it 2. Does he make it 3? No, he does not. Bondic, in the end, gets the kill with 4 HP left. Has a kit, has the time. He's going to get the defuse, but that was very close from Fnatic picking that one up.
Yeah, that was obviously 4 HP difference then. Very, very close. So, let's break down what we've kind of seen in this one. That was a bit of a here, there, and everywhere around, but Fnatic finally broke through playing towards A. Finally maybe reading how these guys are approaching it, back on the big buy coming in. HellRaisers can just share the wealth out. You know, they got a little closer because these rounds are getting pretty close, but they've got enough still in the bank. And Fnatic going back to seemingly what is their default play here. Just kind of 4 players going towards B initially, you know, building up control. Dennis just toying with Angel a bit. And again, I wonder if they're running into a wall or just trying to work things out as a new team on Cobble, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, so far, we've seen Olaf trying to do his old tricks a couple of times. Try to be able to, unable to be successful there, and then a couple of occasions just to be hit.
Wow.
Just be nullified by Zero's positioning. Him getting 2 to 3 kills on those occasions, and yeah, then the A hits, they've been outnumbered. But still have had opportunities, but just not managing to close them out. Now they do have drop once again. And this will give them, again, plenty of opportunities. As Bondic is playing it passively.
The thing is, they can really catch out Zero and Sticko in this sort of spot. They've got perfect line of sight towards them almost. They haven't checked for it, and now they get away. How is this happening, Fnatic? What is going on here? HellRaisers, they didn't even push up that aggressively from platform. They had control of it. They didn't go for that mad Olaf play. They just had the angles. Surely Fnatic would be looking towards that. I don't know how Fnatic can get drop control and just say, well, don't worry about platform. We'll just kind of go towards the site.
Yeah, lack of finesse there for Fnatic for sure. I mean, good idea. You get the real estate, just utilize it, pop flash, go through, try to sandwich the B bomb site, but they're not getting a single kill. As you attack, it might be a little bit of an issue. Now, we are actually looking at a 12-11 scoreline already, so HR doing a great job of equalizing the scoreline. Just winning the right rounds so far.
And look at Olaf
in the fashion that they have, they're really dominating a lot of them.
This is so impressive. I've got to give credit where it's due, at least in my eyes. Sticko and Zero have been massive players, but then again, Smike and Angel holding down, you know, A pretty well. Bondic's been playing around drop as, you know, perfectly fine. He hasn't been overextended. Everyone on HellRaisers is having a great game. Now, Fnatic look like they finally want to try something out towards A. But the problem is, at this point, Angel's now pulled himself over. Those 3 players on B are handling more than well enough. He can rotate over if they take drop control. There's nothing forcing Angel to back away from this. He can happily stay here until he knows something else. However, Fnatic have a chance to pull something off now. Smike's been a little bit hit and miss. He's been doing well enough. Now has an indication there could be presence here. Let's see how he handles this one. Bit of a different start here for him. Gonna have to fall back. We'll see that kind of communication. How does he play with Angel on this one?
Yeah, Angel is in a bit of a dangerous spot right now, but I think he might be able to... I'm not sure if they can spot him. The tree is going to help him actually here. So Smike is going to be the first one in action. Here's the push for side hall. Twist. He's going to try to make his way. Gets a nice kill on the Angel. But Smike for the return kill, and here comes the full-on war. Left and right, kills going in the favor of Fnatic. But look at the HP on Fnatic members, though. They're very low, actually, Olaf and Twist, both. And Lekr down to 50 HP, too. So still a chance here for HellRaisers to come back into this.
Incredibly possible. Olaf Meister's 2 HP now. Wenton has to be the kind of anchor player almost for Fnatic. Stay alive, be the one at the last line almost, because he's the one with the better HP, but currently he's just a bit of a stall for Lekro to stand on. So again, have to be careful, but time's starting to run a little lower, getting a little weary. And I think we finally saw maybe a little bit of an exploit there from Fnatic, kind of pushing towards A. Angel's position, a little bit hit and miss. It's probably a bit of a one and done spot.
Yeah, very risky, put it that way. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have an escape plan, like none whatsoever. So you might want to make sure you have some kind of an idea of how can you play off of each other. I guess maybe the idea was for Smite to be the bait. He gets takes the first shot, either he gets the kill, or he baits that he's trying to attack and overwhelm him, where Angel would then step in and get some kills from behind. But then middle is going to be an issue. If there's anyone coming through
Very
middle,
flawed,
then
it's
going to be in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, a lot of wishful thinking in that. We finally get to see the AWP actually. And it's Olaf Meister pick it up. So we've seen 3 different AWPers going out from Fnatic so far. We had the double AWP on the CT side. Now Olaf actually being the man on the T side to be running this one. And I'm wondering if Fnatic go back towards maybe a slower A, play back towards B. Do they feel they can have different presence now? Olaf Meister did win that initial gun round opening towards that B site, but since then he's been outdone a little bit here. So again, this would be interesting what Fnatic do.
Yeah, well, so far it looks like pretty much the same as before. Difference being all over that op, just polling very passively. Just waiting for someone to run in, and as you can see, Zero once again in this prime position to stop some P-pushes to come in. And that's a good nade. That's going to make quite some damage. Olaf just trying to spam his way. Actually going to Molotov that spot where Zero is right now, so he's going to have to evade from there, and the bomb is making its way towards A. Lekro and connector, so that indicates that it's potentially going to be an A push.
But this is different again, though. Angel would normally fall back at this point, but he already maybe expected this coming, and this is a huge bit of impact play, finding the 2 players, spotting out the bomb. Normally when Lekro goes towards drop, they show presence, he falls back, and he plays off it, but, you know, after showing that maybe Fnatic had success on A, they went, all right, let's play a little differently, let's switch something up here. So now Fnatic left with a deficit.
Yeah, and they're actually rotating back towards the B bomb side. As Lekro is here in drop, he needs to be the one to make a move. He needs to get that kill right about now. But that Molotov from Zero, well, actually 2-0, is going to take him out, and now it is 2-3.
Now Winton and Olaf Meister, the last 2 standing for Fnatic. Incredibly talented players, and Olaf makes something out of nothing. That's a terrifying point of this guy. Now it's a 2v2.
That is a Fnatic thing. I mean, you know, the rounds that seem like they have nothing to do with, all of a sudden it's 2-on-2.
This is the last resurgence. I don't know what he's doing. He's out in the open. They didn't expect the counter boost through drop from Bondik. Now it's Wenton in the 1v2. He has it all to do himself. One flash, takes the fight towards Smite. No retaliation yet. Now Bondik has to try and find this. Wenton's still looking. He's desperately trying to protect that bomb as all he can. He hears Bondik running, and Wenton can't get it. He can't hit the shot, and it's Bondik to come up with it. And HellRaisers, again, just about staying alive in this. It got down to the wire in that then. You saw there could have been different troubles throughout that. Zero could have made an impact, but the molly came out. Olaf gets caught out. Back and forth we went. But now the scoreline's even closer, and the money for Fnatic isn't great.
Yeah, and it all came down to the fact that Olaf didn't obviously expect everybody to get boosted or be on a flank. He doesn't connect with this shot. He had the opportunity to take Bondik down, but did not connect. And Benta makes it a 1-on-1, and Bondik wins it in the end. And now it's going to be a partial buy here for Fnatic. They have upgraded some pistols. They have 3 armors, a few grenades to work with, but they are not fully committed into this one. And money for HellRaisers is also very low, so the more kills that Fnatic can get into this one, the better. Because if they win the round after, then might screw over HellRaisers really badly.
So I'm kind of curious if we're actually seeing that Fnatic really haven't played this map out much. Because their CT side looked fine. Their T side, however, does look a little basic, let's say. So far, bit of damage comes in. Any more is an incredible benefit. Actually, I blink and almost missed it. These fights are ridiculous. Dennis just somehow makes, again, something almost out of nothing. Individually, Fnatic are a great side, and you're seeing that consistently. There's always danger on the plate. But the problem is they're not able to get this, you know, in their normal rounds. They're not able to do that slow entry, they're not be able to build off things. They don't have much A play. We haven't seen much from this, mostly that default B hit.
Yeah.
And the one round that they've gotten so far was the A play.
Not too many set plays for them. I mean, well, they tried to do a couple of short to B bomb side that were just stopped at 0, basically. That was like the thing. And especially the first round, they just didn't have a Molotov they go through in that corner. And then they kind of fell into that same trap in the round afterwards, too. And ever since, yeah, it's been mostly that's his default. And now Olofmaster once again trying to make his way towards the B plateau. But Sticko this time is going to be the one to nullify that attack. And now here comes the actual push. True drop.
And Sticko's all alone. Any more is incredible from him. He has no support. He does get picked up in the end. It's Lekro to tear ahead. Wenton finds Bondic towards drop. Angel left with just the UMP. He flops the jump a bit there, but he does make it in the end, and Wenton falls, leaving it in the infamous hands of Dennis. 1v2, no plant just yet. And no plant to be seen at all. Smite closes it out, and HellRaisers coming back in with a vengeance here. Their money is low, though. They're down to about 3K on Sun. They have to spread that wealth around. But Fnatic's money's poor as well, and we have the timeout. Here it is. They say technical. I'm not sure. It might be. It might be.
Technical,
or, you know,
tactical, you know.
You know, the infamous team speak issues that come through, you know,
yeah.
my keyboard's not working. No, I don't know. Like there may be issues there, but
it feels to me,
wow.
if I'm honest, it feels to me like there's also going to be that one HellRaisers player that just stops an attack. It's been the 0, it's been Sticko, Spike a couple times, and Angel obviously in middle. So always one of the HellRaisers members just stepping up, managing to get away with 2 or even more kills in a situation where they're supposed to get max 1.
This is okay. Let's break this down to what this is, because people come into this will maybe see something beyond what it might be. Now, I'm going to make the assumption that Fnatic have not played Cobble to the standard of what they have in other games and other maps, right? So you look to them on the Dust 2s and such in that very limited map pool that we've seen so far. They look good. They look like a well-rounded team. Now, Cobble's CT side was fine. It was it was okay. We saw a couple of communication issues maybe on A, but generally Fnatic style play, right?
Yeah.
HellRaisers didn't do much with it. Now you switch that over, Fnatic's T side has been all but missing. Now, is that a display of we haven't played it that much, or what's really the defining factor? Because it's still Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, they've had now 3 weeks to play together, so that is a very limited amount of time. So you can always have maps that you haven't probably had a lot of focus on, and Cobblestone CT side you can get away with when you have a lot of individual skill, people that are good at just understanding situations and reading plays, and good at receiving information from your teammates, and so being good at rotating. But on the T side, obviously, you kind of need a little bit of finesse. You're not going to have the kind of poise you had with the previous Fnatic lineup in a lot of teams, where you can just rely on individuals creating openings in the last 30 seconds and then you just run with it. Instead, you need to have set plays that need to be thought through, missing out on certain Molotovs and here and there, little things that might be the defining factor. And that's exactly what it's telling me, is that since just one player on HR on multiple occasions has been able to nullify the whole attack from Fnatic, is that they are lacking the kind of finesse that you need to have. So
you've done the whole coaching thing, you've done the in-game leading thing, you've been around for a while. You've done about everything that can be done in esports.
Pretty
Caster,
much.
player, coach. You've been there, done it. Let's look at the Fnatic's T side then, right? Because as you said, small things are missing. But let's say you come in as a coach, as Jumpy has now, and he's looking at this. Wenton's in-game leading. How do you build a T side? How do you come into this? If you're in their position, what are the first things you look at? Is it just building, here's your default, here's your A hit, this is what you want to be doing, there's your B hit. How do you go about introducing this? Because obviously these players know how to approach a site, right? They know what the default is, but is it just literally those small pieces like always molly out this is your role, Lekro, you're the guy who does this, right? Is it literally that?
It's practicing, and then, defaults, how you build defaults is like basically you just practice, and then as you play against different opponents, you kind of create different rules of thumb. So if certain things happen, then we could do this. If another thing happens, for example, if there's a smoke in this position, this is exactly what we do in that situation. If there's smoke in another position. So it's just basically just constant involvement through practicing, and just you just gain information through practicing and playing teams, and then you implement things as you see as you go.
And as you said, a couple of weeks is not
it's a very short period of time. It takes a lot of time to really get everything into the back of your head.
Ooh, this is interesting though. Fnatic going into the slaughterhouse, and it's Bondic at the other side of the blade. And Angel does go down though. This opens up a small window of opportunity, and I make the statement small very, very poignantly, as look at this. It's down to a 3v2, but look where the bomb is. It's left in the lion's den. It's not where you want to be. Lekro's on 5 HP, Dennis on 14. These are some of those miracle rounds you'd have to pull off, and that is very Fnatic-esque, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be done. Not on this sort of margin.
No, definitely not. 5 and 14 HP. This should not be enough in a 2-on-3 situation. Dennis goes down. It's all down on Lekro now. becomes a mission impossible as Stico gets the last kill. And that is going to be the map point for HellRaisers. I didn't expect to be saying that.
No, not after that first half. You know, this is what I love about, I love and hate about shuffles, because you get to see new players come in, you know, the first couple of times when they're a little bit shaky here and there, and when the teams really solidify, you get that really nice transition process. But then you also get these crazy results so far, and I'm not saying it's over, it's still Fnatic, guys, that's, never write them out. It's the infamous saying, 15-13 though is a massive margin now. So let's see what Fnatic do, their backs to the wall now. HellRaisers with such a resurgence here. And Olaf Meister.
He's going to eat that nade.
You just got to be mad at things like that. It's just like...
No, it's not being... He's definitely not, he's not being his day trying to get on that B plateau. You know, the first time around, he got the entry, but I don't think he's got a kill since.
Not particularly. Not without...
that B plat.
Not cleanly, no. I think he might have had a possible trade with either Stico or Zero, but then lost out eventually.
But like...
you never had that clean entry.
When he's been trying to get on that plat, trying to get that entry. He's only really been able to do that once properly so that his team has had the advantage. Now, he's lost half of his HP, and Fnatic with only just one smoke, a Molotov, and 3 flashes to play with. So it's going to come down to a lot of the firepower here. So individuals need to be the key part here, and the bomb is making its way towards mid. So that indicates that should be an A hit coming here, and the smoke going to be towards those doors in connector, just to block the rotations from the CTs.
I'm really not opposed to this. I want to see Fnatic doing this more, trying to play towards this A side of things. But again, they've got a really nice bit of map control building up through middle. Smike's now pretty much pushed back as far as he can. Wenton's done a great job. Lekro now chimes in as well. We're down to a 4v3, and Fnatic have site control finally. They need to get that after plant in place, so this is where communication kicks in.
And the fact is that HellRaisers has, well, not a lot of money. So they might think about saving this at this point. As they are one man down. If they would get a kill right here, right now, then you know it could be a possibility. But they seem to be opting to just fall back and forget about this and put all the emphasis into the last round. But Fnatic, they survive as Fnatic would.
As Fnatic would. You know, this is the type of, you know, exactly sort of game, right? That will go to overtime, and Fnatic will just like clean sweep.
Yeah,
you know, it's just like
gets 3-0 on T side.
yeah. You know, this is the type of game, and I'm just waiting to see if it happens. HellRaisers have sustained enough that they should be able to at least get a. I actually don't know what is their money like.
No, it's not good.
It's really
but
not
they
good.
Can
they drop?
Yeah, they should be able to drop something like a UMP or a Scout and a FAMAS.
Problem is, it's the 2A players as well. So if you look at where the issues have been found, the 2 rounds that Fnatic have pretty much been able to pick up on their T side has been going towards A. So the 2 players who have to be waiting with the ones with limited amounts.
So UMP and FAMAS
Yep.
come into play. So that's plenty in CSGO.
That's fine against Fnatic on a decent buy.
CSGO, come on.
CSGO, that is true.
Anything goes.
Yeah. I do remember a certain Finn on this map, you know, with just a Tech 9.
Whiffing 17 bullets with the
That's
M4.
it, but you hit the ones that mattered with the Tech 9, so don't you worry about it. Okay, let's see how HellRaisers approaches, because it looked like finally Fnatic gone, well, we're not particularly getting much success at B. Let's try and show something at A. Now, last time Angel pulled up towards Danger. This was the position he was in before, and Dennis instantly checks him and loses out. Angel can't follow up with more, though. Stico, however, found Olaf over by B. So this is still pretty favorable, you know, to HellRaisers. They still have Smike up here. He can just deny long completely, or at least trade or get info from it. Wenton might check it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Are you going to expect him to be there after where Angel was? I don't think Wenton will actually expect that, but he kind of has his sight towards Smike, and he gets the kill. Makes the 3-on-3. You know, Bondic has made his way to the bomb side, and Stico here under the balcony. So they still do have a 2-man presence here on this A site.
The important player to me as well is Zero. He's the one going on the flank, so he knows what's coming his way. Stico and Bondic just need to do damage, slow them down, buy time. That's not how you do it. Wenton finds Stico, and now it's a 2v3. Fnatic doing just Fnatic things here. There's the nade, but that's it. It's left now in a 1v2. Zero up against Lekro and Twist. Are Fnatic going to take this even further? It looks like this could be so viable. Twist holding the cross. Lekro just going to try and play into this. They don't know where he's coming from yet. They don't have that idea. They're just going to play off whatever info they can find. Do a fake flash out towards long. Zero does have a kid at least. But Lekro's still in a really good spot to spot this out. Time's ticking. He needs to make the move fast. He's cleared out roughly where they are. He's going to be down to this crossfire, and it's going to be Twist to win it. Of course, Fnatic do it in this sort of fashion. Overtime.
Why not? A man down again, even in the last round, and still managed to do it. and they forced the overtime after not really having much of a T side at all. Well,
All right, let's talk this through then. You're Fnatic and your HellRaisers. Let's take it from Fnatic's point of view first and foremostly. The only rounds you won on your T side were going towards A.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Got pretty close on occasion. Do you keep trying to exploit that, or do you make the assumption that HellRaisers will now play it maybe a little bit differently? They'll switch something up. They'll have a good buy coming into this. They won't be on those UMPs. You know, they'll have those AWPs. How do you now approach this?
You know, it's always going to
Good
be
luck
it's
answering
always
that.
going to be flipping a coin kind of a thing. But I would just work on that A. I would just keep going there. I mean, if you can isolate Angel, Smike, keep getting those individual skills, then you know it's all good. Even if you trade into a 4-4, then still you have the opportunity to either fall back towards B, and you'll have well the advantage on the T side with the 4-4 situation, or you can just plow in that A bomb side afterwards. So
Now
I think
let's
just work on it.
switch to the other side of things. And if you're HellRaisers, you've
Be the instigator. You do, especially on that A bomb site.
Yep.
Use that Opera and Smike. Just go on the side hall. Try to get that. Force that first pick. Make it a 5-4 quickly, because I can feel that A bomb side is going to be the one under a lot of attack here on this overtime.
I am curious. I really am quite excited to see this, because I haven't seen... This is the thing I was looking forward to, right? Is that when you see a player like, or players, should I say, Dennis and Owen, who've been at the very tip top of the scene, they've won what you can win, you know what I mean? Or at least between them, they've had incredibly high success. When you put them back down to the position of having to work for things, and I know that sounds a negative, but it's not. It's when you see someone with great potential having to work again, get that real kind of fire burning. I want to see what they come up with, because Olaf's been stopped. He got absolutely denied at B. It's like, how much more can he bring out here? Do we get to see that classic Olaf having to dig even deeper to come up with ideas? You know, it is a team effort, though.
It's a feel thing. Playing those kind of positions that he does, it's a lot about feel. I mean, it can go horribly wrong as well. Even, you know, in this game, it might not be working, but the next game he plays, he might be doing it flawlessly once again. He gets all the timings perfectly. He keeps getting the entry kills, this and that. So, you know, again, sample size is still very small here. It's the first time we see them play Cobblestone. So, it's the kind of things that happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering now. This is what I love lineup shuffles because of this. Purely because of this. And I know purists out there will probably hate it because you're seeing Fnatic not playing this beautiful T side, which is fine. You know, I see both sides of the coin on that aspect, but watching things being rebuilt and what can be built from them is always incredibly exciting.
Yeah, the players, I mean, obviously, well, they're not going to be happy having to rebuild everything to an extent, but at the same time, they all love a challenge, and this is definitely, you know, something new. They're going to be really motivated, super motivated once again. Obviously, they're not probably weren't unmotivated, but you know, it's a different kind of a thing when you have a new lineup going on. So you just get that extra few percentage into it. A lot to work with. Obviously, there's the chemistry, what Twist has played before with Olaf and Dennis, but bringing in Lekro and Vincent, and then Jumpy obviously being the coach of the team. There's a lot of new dynamics there. Some old, some new.
Yeah, it's all got to kind of, I guess, just meld into one. You've got to bring it all together when it matters. So we are going back into this. It's 15-50 and we're in overtime. Fnatic had a disastrous T side, just about clawed it back with those A hits coming through. However, a fresh start here, full buys for both sides. Fnatic opting to not go near the AWP on the first time of things. However, Smite going to go on to that. So again, let's see what we see into this one. It's not the 4-1 that HellRaisers started with. They're certainly having to play some dividends there towards what Fnatic have been doing and playing a little bit differently.
Well, it seems to be quite aggressive here on the A side from HellRaisers right now. And Lekro is expecting that. He's just waiting for anyone potentially peeking from the side hall. But Smike is actually at the stairs just watching mid. Well, he might be spotting some legs here. He might be seeing a shoe actually very soon. He does. He could leg shot if he wanted to. Decides not to. And he's just gonna, I think he just shot through the corner there and not gonna get anything out of it. Only that damage he dealt to Vincent, but no kills whatsoever. Angel though, gets the trade, tries to evade.
And Bondik's still in such a good position though. He's playing on the edge of the smoke in middle. I know it's kind of tough to see it, but he's that player just on the verge of it. But Fnatic haven't fully committed here. They didn't go all the way up long. They can back away, and I think Bondik's going to hear this. He's definitely going to hear it from that spot. So Zero is still in that position. Sticko's pulling himself back up here as well. If you were to just bound off the back of him. Drop is completely vacated. That's the issue. That's where they can exploit it. Now the molly comes in, and Zero has to leave that spot. He can't play there much longer. And it's gonna give away the game though. And look at them lining up. There's 3 players in drop, and Sticko's got a great angle, but it's Zero to find it as well. And again, that shutdown comes into play, leaving Olofmeister in the 1v3. He's full of crazier things, and he's gonna go for it again here, but it's not gonna go all the way. Zero is the hero of this round, and you said it before. It's always one member of HellRaisers to stop it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Fnatic has found a way how to come out of drop either. I mean, they'd be mown down every single time they tried to come out of it. It's always, again, just one player just destroying that whole attack a lot of time. This time around, they Molotov the corner that Zero usually is at, but that wasn't even the issue. It was Tico around the rock that did all the damage. And, well, the beginning of the round, it did become a 4-on-4. That is an advantage for the T side. Fnatic decides to plow towards the B bomb side. They throw a lot of nades there and then go have 3 go drop. Just doesn't work out. It was Tico, Zero, who saved the day.
Olofmeister with just the frustration wiggle of mouse. It's just like, I'm 50 HP again. I've gone nowhere. But it's that 4-man play going through towards A. You can see, though, the difference here. Look at the amount of players coming from HellRaisers. They've run it like a book. Fnatic being readable. It's confusing. It's terrifying. And Dennis left in danger, surrounded by players. He's got Olofmeister swinging around as fast as he can to provide some form of support, because Dennis can't escape until he has someone there.
It also has to be said that there's a great body system from HellRaisers playing off of each other. When Angel had the fight going on, he had a teammate come in through middle. They sort of have a crossfire. You know, the attention cannot be on just one CT member. And then, as we can see on the board right now, it is going to be a 4-on-2 situation. So that's a definite advantage here for HellRaisers. And Fnatic really struggling here.
Why is Olofmeister trying to catch it? Yeah, he's trying to see if anyone's tried to play around the back already after they showed so much presence at A. Zero's not done it, though, because they didn't see the final commitment. They didn't see anyone playing up long, so Dennis is just hunkering down. If Olof can split through drop, that could have been good. But he's going all the way around to B. He's playing a very long con here. 25 seconds isn't long for Dennis to come all the way around those halls towards that B site. This takes time, and Bondik, he's got an inkling of what might be happening here. Dennis has to make a run for it. Bondik might have heard this. I'm not sure if he was just out of range, but these two decide that B is where they want to take the fight, and one by one they go, and one by one they fall. Olaf had to trailblaze the way, and Dennis, left with no time, is met by Zero, and it seems to be carrying on where it left off. HellRaisers with the dominant CT side. Fnatic looking a little weary on this T side, and they're running out of money now. This is the point. They're down to having those slightly more limited buys with a slightly more limited utility. And again, for the CT side, though, it's gorgeous for them. They have everything they need.
Exactly. They have the double ops and a Smike on Stico, both on the ops. And they could, well, they have a Zeus also, Stico.
Why not, you know? Add another gun. You get 3 now.
Olofmeister back to the grind. He's going to try to get on towards that B plat. Slows down. Just waiting for CT to potentially try to be the aggressor here.
And look at that, the fear of a position. He has to check that corner now, because of every single time this has happened. Sticker's actually watching the angle where you can peek through towards it. Nice play from Olaf to kind of try and negate that, but the great timing on the flash. I don't know if that was a team flash actually that caught him in the end, but Lekro finally comes in through drop. Finally that drop play works out. They've been working on that for so long, they hadn't perfected it. But this time the timing was right. They played off Olaf going down. They traded back into it. But Smike fancies his odds. He goes in a little early here. Maybe ahead of the curve, maybe to catch out Dennis. We'll find out soon. Dennis could be sitting on the side, buying time, just waiting for the play into it. Wendon should be holding the cross, and Lekro holding the cross towards sight. So several layers they have to disassemble here, and they're not going to be able to do too much on that. Already Wendon find an Angel, means Smike's left in the 1v2. Shouldn't be too winnable here. He's going to have to fight incredibly hard, and Wendon can just play the time, play the positions, and they work it out.
Finally, they managed to attack from 2 different angles at the same time to make it uncomfortable to CTs, for them not be able to get the refrags, the CTs. So now Fnatic finally, with the P-push that works, just like you said, in the correct fashion, and that's going to bring them that one round and the opportunity to actually win this overtime. So, but still, HellRaisers chose 2 on CT side. But they only got 3 regulations, so this could still be problematic for HellRaisers.
But for HellRaisers, they've got to be pumped up from this result, right? That's the thing. If you look at this, for me, it'd be Fnatic has everything to lose out of this. They're the guys with the reputation, blah, blah, blah. You know, if there's pressure, it'd be on them. For HellRaisers, this is good so far. A win's what you want at the end of the day, being very, very honest about it.
Matters.
But individually in their minds, we're up on Fnatic in overtime. We've got to be able to grind this out. Our T-side has to be more than this, right? They started to find a little bit of a couple of communication issues being exploited on towards A. You know, a couple of players being caught out here or there. So again, that could be a factor, but that was a while ago now. So HellRaisers have to go all the way back in their minds and kind of remember what was working, what wasn't. And Fnatic have to fully reset here. They have to go back through those motions. They were playing with double AWPs, which can be I wouldn't say risky in overtime, but it can cost you.
Definitely now they are going for the double offs right away. Knowing that they have to get a clean 3-0 here to win it. So they are definitely investing in this first fund. There's going to be an op on Smike as well, so we might be seeing some op-on-op action.
That's what we need. All right, 16-17. HellRaisers currently leading. Smike looking for an entry, looking for anyone to push up towards that platform. Fnatic were playing pretty well off each other there on that B site, playing quite deep towards it. Lecro having a good performance as well, playing slightly unorthodox weapons in regular time, but now falling back towards what they need here. This is the fact. It can't just be a quirk. It can't be a one and done. It has to be more. They have to get that clean slate. And this is what we saw before. Angel trying to sell that this is an A, going through the motions, smoke out, molly out, flash out, just going through it all. But it creates opportunities. So Angel slowly working up. Already got a little bit of presence gained, but Wenton and Twist aren't backing away from this.
No, definitely not. It hasn't really cost anything on the CTs. They're just waiting, really. Angel trying to sell it as the rest of his team just waiting for the right time to take over drop. 55 on the clock as well. Time is dwindling down, but they have the access right about now to drop. So it seems like it's going to be a B split coming in. Smike with that up. He's going to try to create an opening here, but Lecro does spot him in time to nullify that attempt.
But good pressure from Stiggo to find Olofmeister. Again, they needed that kind of pressure from drop, pressure from platform. Keep Fnatic watching both angles. Dennis, though, excels already, finding Bondic. Wenton now can come in and play the cross very nicely. However, it's still a 3v2. This is still a bit tricky here. HellRaisers can cause some problems. But Dennis is such an issue on this.
That's exactly the massive issue right now. He does get tacked up a little bit through the smoke. But Twist with another kill, so it's all down to Stiggo now. 14 seconds on the clock, too. Should be close to impossible. Might be able to get Lecro here, but the timing is not his friend. Turns away as Lecro's coming in. And that's going to be the first round of the second half, and it's overtime going away from Fnatic. Now they need 2 more to win this one.
Now, for HellRaisers, it looked pretty good then, but I think you said it just as it kind of came through, that Dennis was the issue. And just to explain to people why a player in Coop is such a problem, do you mind just going through that, just in case on news watching, they don't quite understand why that's such an issue?
Well, first of all, he can obviously be on the side all the time. What's going on? We have a pause here going on. Yeah, basically what it means is that you always have to be wary of that position when you basically want to have your focus towards the bomb side, or be it towards the drop zone. And those are usually what you isolate with smokes. So you want to make sure that you've either smoked it off, or you Molotov it. If you Molotov it, then obviously you will clear it. There's not going to be anyone in there. They were not sure. They may have spotted him because they were trying to spam it, but not sure if they were. So basically, he's going to be in a very awkward position for the T's to try and get the bomb plant, because then you're going to get easily sandwiched.
So Dennis keeping that one in good check just by sheer positioning. Technical pause coming out here. Not tactical, don't worry.
Sometimes staying alive, even if you don't get a kill,
it is just the matter of presence.
Can be such a huge thing. I mean, for example, Cash B bomb site, which is a very hard retake. When you play in the bomb site, stay alive as long as possible can be just a thing of beauty in terms of helping your teammates come in and rescue the round. Okay, this is freaking me out. Didn't want to see Matthew now.
That's all I've ever wanted, just the slow fade of Matt's face. It was like, did you ever watch the Teletubbies as a kid? Or like, when you were younger, there was like the face in the sun?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I just saw like emerging.
Can we get that? Can we get that? Can we get that?
That's all I've ever wanted in my life. Thank you, ESL Production, for really bringing us the memiest content there is. But yeah, we do have... I think it was a coach. Yeah, I think the coach just had a couple of issues, so he's going to be joining back in. He'll be popping back in towards the spectator slot, so that shouldn't take too long.
No, there we go. There we go. Now, so Fnatic wins the first one here in the second half of the overtime. They need 2 more to win it. So 19 is the mark that we're looking at. That's what we want to have to win a map. So both teams 2 away from hitting that. And now Fnatic does still have those 2 ops. No op on HellRaisers. Full on AK-47s.
All right, where's the difference, HellRaisers? You don't want to give this up. You've got finally an opportunity to get a result against someone like Fnatic. That's massive. So Sticker's basically playing the Olaf role. He's the one kind of selling this B, trying to be that real nuisance. Now he's got 3 players basically watching this almost. If Lecro turns his attention, that's where it's put. But for now, HellRaisers as a collective are playing towards A. Wenton and Twist have to be aware of this. HellRaisers have been given a lot of control, but they have no presence towards long, and that's exactly where Twist was waiting. The orb does connect, and now suddenly the plan's known. Twist, though, getting pressured, has to back away. That's a little bit careless, possibly, but he does stay alive, smokes it out, and keeps HellRaisers at bay, buying time for that rotate. And now olofmeister's joined them.
This is very different from HellRaisers, actually. They've done this before, but they were a lot more cautious. Now they're just full on coming in. Stego's gonna get that opening kill. Twist causing more damage here.
What?
Gets the no-scope and Smike. And now it's a 4-3 changes, and olofmeister somehow grabs 2 kills. And just leaves Stego here alone in a 1-on-3.
That is devastating. There's no way Twist should have been able to get away with that in that sort of spot. I don't understand how he was alive so long, and no one went, guys, we should probably kill Twist at some point here.
That would
he's
be good.
no-scoping me. Can we deal with this? Anyone? No. Okay. Someone like that, again, though, that was almost like, not necessarily the Dennis position, but it kind of served the same purpose against the T side. It causes so much issue trying to play to the site.
Well, as I was saying, HellRaisers is really committed to that push this time around. They were not waiting around. They just went for it. Even they lost the first member of Twist. Angel just pop flash through a smoke, just runs up mid. You have guys coming through a side hole, just trying to plow in, but Twist somehow managing to stay alive for way too long. I just said it. Sometimes, just staying alive even if you don't get kills, can be such a huge factor because that just stalls your opponent so much. And, well, he does get skills even with it, so that's perfect for Fnatic, and now they are the ones sitting in a pretty situation. They're 1 away from winning this, and looking at HellRaisers' equipment right now, only 1 smoke and 2 flash to work with.
Ugh, it's not what you want to be seeing, but Fnatic, what a brilliant turnaround from them. I doubt there's many other teams who can do this sort of thing after such a disastrous half, turn it around and come back strong. But it's not over yet. This still could be double overtime. This could go all the way here. But you said it already. The odds, the likelihood isn't looking good for HellRaisers. Just purely the fact they have nothing to build off here. Pure firepower alone, and
0 smokes anymore to work with either. Just 2 flashes.
3 players through drop, 2 towards long. But the problem is Lekro and Winter are in fantastic crossfire positions. The shutdown comes in. The second attack that was meant to be Angel and Smite has no presence on the map. And this is your classic Fnatic again and again. No matter the scoreline, no matter the deficit, they brought it back. They took it to overtime. Well, unless Smite can do something incredible, it is done and dusted. Fnatic take it in overtime. But what a performance, and what a different side of Fnatic we saw there. Finally looking human.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about that one then? It's one of those things where they're 13-15 down. They've only managed 1 round on T side, and then they pull it off in situations where they're 4 or 5 in both situations. They're low in equipment, everything. Only a couple of 3-4 AK-47s to work with. And they just pull it off, and then CT side, well, it still works great. We can take that off of that game, but the T side, still a lot of work to do.
I absolutely love that game. Just seeing the differences, teams having to work things out on the fly. I'm sure that there's actually a lot to be broken down about that T side, specifically from Fnatic, and then overtime. There's a lot to be said. So, Analysis Desk, enjoy this one.
Thank you very much, Lauren. We will do what we can with this one with the short time we have available to us. Let's start from the start. Both these teams seem to struggle on their T side.
I think it was, in the first half, I think that Fnatic just played really amazingly well individually, more than anything else. Had a couple of good reads towards the latter part of the half. We saw Lekro early on with the Mag 7 in drop, just completely ruining all HellRaisers' plans. olofmeister towards B platform with that, jumping double kill onto Smike and Stiko.
CSGO.
Not much you can do, when Fnatic players pull off those types of moves. But moving on to the second half, you could see that more than anything else, Fnatic was a bit, unaware, unsure what to do exactly, right? They were a bit slow. They had that B execute. They tried to run a couple of times. Yeah, but they didn't clear platform first, and you could see Zero from the same position, 2 different gun rounds, basically mows them down by himself, as we can see on this replay.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously always off the back of a pop flash there as well, but you sneakily tweeted that maybe they could, Fnatic could check their corners a little bit more on the T side here, but that B execute overall wasn't working out too well. You also was saying that it seems like HellRaisers were giving a fair bit of control to the A side of the map. You can see on the mini-map here, it's just that 1 player. Again here, obviously this is late in that round, but Could Fnatic have done more over towards the A side here?
I mean, definitely. If you see that your opponents are just giving you control like that, ideally you would go for a smoke execute of sorts. I think VP has a good one they go for, right, where you would smoke off the area around the APC, and in that way they would probably neutralize Smike, who had the AWP, and get a fairly easy plant that they could play off of that. But I think it was pretty obvious that they just didn't know how to execute that sort of a strat, because I assume they don't practice Cobble as of yet as a map they want to integrate into their pool. They probably played it a couple of times today because they knew they were going to play it against HellRaisers. But all things considered, I do think that Fnatic should have done a better job simply improvising more, right? Realizing that, okay, we're getting figured out, there's not a lot we practice or we can do, maybe play a bit more aggressive. At one point they turned to, you know, let's send Olofmeister towards B platform, you know, he'll win us the round. But Stico was doing a great job playing close up with that gap in the smoke and so on. And in the end, it took everything Fnatic had to just take it into overtime.
Do you agree with that, Matt? Do you think that Fnatic sort of started to default to the Olofmeister carriers sort of approach? To
some extent, for sure. And I think it wasn't working as effectively. But look, let's look at this as a whole, okay? So start of the game, it's 9-0. HellRaisers, they're struggling tremendously. It ends 12-3 at half, okay? But it's like I always say, if you don't like what you've got to change it, okay? And if the world's all messed up, you've got to rearrange it. So they look at the scoreboard, it's 12-3, okay? Right? But if you don't like what you see, you've got to fight it. And in the end, you've got to find a way to right it, okay? Nobody's going to help you, okay? Oh, bear with me here, Yanko, okay? So you've got to do this on your own. It's your own way of thinking. There's nobody to blame. And when a Fnatic, okay, this comeback's happening, it looks like their ship is sinking, and there's no one to help them at all. But in the end, you've got to dig your heels in and raise a little hell of your own. And Fnatic are troopers, and they did that.
Is this what you were doing all game?
No, no.
Just off the bat?
No, I was actually sitting watching the game as was shown by the camera.
Well, I can't lead the desk because I've got to kind of host it there as well. But hopefully you guys gleaned something from that analogy.
I can leave.
There.
I'm done.
You're done as well. Okay. Bye, Pasha. Peace. All right. Well, it's all hell has been raised here, I guess, on the desk. I'm going to chime in there a little bit, guys. Let's throw to a bit of a break, and when we return, hopefully we'll find some casters for this desk, guys. Won't be too far away.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
The Season Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Hey Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESL Pro League. Map 1 is done and dusted, although it was a much longer affair than we first expected. Welcome back, Sato. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, sorry, I had to get a drink of water after all the hot fire I was spitting there, guys. So.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but EPL doesn't mean ESL Pan League, it's ESL Pro League.
For the 10 people, all right, I just got to clarify. I was quoting the song Raise a Little Hell by Trooper. I missed a key line, which is like when you when your own ship is sinking and you're too tired to
Okay,
play
why
that
are we doing
game-
this again? Why is this-
But the whole thing is that they were troopers, but get it? It was pretty good.
I know that, to be fair, you were actually making a legit point, whether it was on purpose or not. A lot of people did appreciate it there as well.
There was one guy on Reddit that appreciated it. He also said you were unprofessional for walking out, and I agree. You are.
Of course I am.
All right, let's round it in, boys. I don't have a lasso or any other way to get your attention, but let's look at the next map now as well. It's going to be Cash on this one. And I think it was a conversation we're having actually while the map was happening, and you alluded to it previously, is that Cobble probably not heavily practiced by Fnatic at this time. But Cash is one of the only 2 maps before this game that actually played in the Pro League so far.
Definitely, and it's one of the maps they're practicing right now as well. I would assume that, you know, on this map, it's not going to be as competitive as it was in Cobble, and that only happened, you know, after the first half. We thought that Fnatic was going to be able to close out Cobble pretty easily as well. But on Cash, so far the 2 maps we've seen them, they've looked really solid, especially on their CT side. Olofmeister now on the B bomb side does a great job of, you know, being aggressive at times, getting good timings, and getting a lot of information for his team as well. So yeah, I'm expecting this to be a clear-cut win for Fnatic.
And we did see the
We said
Fnatic
that last time too, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, again, that was on the merits, I guess, of the teams and not maybe the map or the practice. So it's good to get a little extra information of where they're at. But we've seen the double AWP play come in on the CT side for Fnatic. Worked out quite well for them on Cobble. Matt, what are your thoughts here as well? We're seeing it passed around a bit, though, because it's Dennis, Olaf, and Twist who can all perform that role. Are they just playing it off these spawns, or is there something else to it?
I'd say between Olaf and Dennis, it might be spawn-related, or maybe just who feels they need it the most, given the position that they are playing. So maybe not a spawn, but let's say, for example, if Olaf's in mid and the rifle's insufficient, he's been not winning the duel, he'll switch it up. So to go back to Fnatic as a history of this, they've always had diversity in their op and people that are capable of opping on the team. Twist, I think, will be more the primary as we get into this lineup, but this map is one that they were traditionally the best double op team on, and Olaf at B was always very good. So I think they'll go to it again here. It's the T side that we look at, but as you mentioned, and as Letgrow stated in talking to Henry this past week, that it's very, very clear that they've only played about 3 maps coming into the season. So I expect they'll have a much better map, sort of a blueprint to base themselves off of.
You know, and considering that, you have a couple of patterns you can see from their play, right? Yes, they practiced Cash, but they cannot have such a wide array of tactics or strategies or you know, general moves they want to go for. So you could tell from the 2 maps they play, they mostly focused on A-bomb site in their pistol rounds, right? They play a lot out of default, so HellRaisers maybe paid a bit of attention to how Fnatic played out those 2 maps on Cash. They could have an idea of how they could counter that playstyle.
So HellRaisers as a team would probably, you know, if we're going to compare CIS teams in some ways and not others, let's look at it in this way. Maybe not as slow to move or maybe as passive or as I guess, captivated by the setup of a round than maybe your flip sides are. Would you say a more aggressive team, a team that can maybe capitalize a little bit more on the CT side, at least in terms of the aggression they can put out?
Yeah, I think they're definitely willing to be aggressive more than some of the other teams, especially Angel, known as a player who can't really stand in one place for too long. So that might be a good and a bad thing, right? Depending on how they read the game. Do they go aggressive at the right time in the right positions, or they mess it up a little bit? But I think they have a problem a little bit of adapting. If their initial plan is not working, they're a bit slow to adapt.
Is that a calling problem, or is it just a stubbornness in the team? Is it like we can still make this work, or does it come down to the person who's calling the shots?
I don't think it's stubborn. I think it's more, it could be an example of, you know, the caller not getting good enough info from his teammates, so they're not maybe aware fully to what's being done to them, so to speak, right? What the opponent is actually doing and why they're losing those rounds. Sometimes you, especially on the T side, you might lose a round, and it's really important to have the ability to distinct whether you lost the round because the call was bad, you know, you were heading to a wrong place, or because the execution itself was bad, but the idea was actually good. So not a lot of times can you really make that call, especially in the heat of the moment, and if you're the in-game leader and playing, right? It can get a bit too hectic. So I think that could be the main reason.
All right, well, we've pretty much covered this one here as well. You think this is going to be more clear-cut for Fnatic, guys?
Yeah, I am, big time.
All right, well, we'll see if that is going to be the case. A map they're more practiced on, but of course, HellRaisers had better hope that they're ready for it. We, however, are ready to pass it over to the casters, so take it away, Pansy and Natu.
Thank you so much. And yes, Mitch made it out of Australia. You know, he's been wrangling those crocodiles and he can barely keep that desk in check. You know what I mean? When you're surrounded by people like Matt and Yanko, I don't know.
Well, is that a thing of does it tell something about him or about the
Or
guys?
the guess. It's up to you. That's subjective. That's all you guys at home. You
Just
work it
saying.
out. You work it out. I don't know. It's brilliant. I also have to say a big thank you to the guy who actually photoshopped Matt's face into the sun from the Teletubbies. Thank you for taking that time and spending that much time
We
looking at Matt's
appreciate
face. But yeah, let's get into cash because Fnatic have a bit of a point to prove now. We get to see them on a map they've practiced and they have, you know, well-versed play in, let's say. Now, HellRaisers, they've got to know what they're coming into here.
Yeah, definitely. Now this one here, though, if you play style-wise, this should actually be a little bit more comfortable for HellRaisers in a way, especially on the city side. Even though they had a great city side on Cobblestone, but HellRaisers' bread and butter is being aggressive. You know, Angel's game style, his team's play style always has been about the aggression on the city side, and this map enables a lot of that. So let's see how it all works out. However, we're already live here. Fnatic starting on the T side. They have 1 set of nades once again. And it seems like they're going to be boosting, but this is going to be a bit of aggression right away.
Are they
for
counter
HellRaisers.
boosting? Oh, this is nice. Angel, gotta be careful on this. I don't know if it's hurt. Oh, that's brilliant. He took 3 of them, though. That's information gathered. That was the minimum you're gonna get out of that, 1 for 1. But now Sticko doesn't find anything out of it as well. That's a bit of an issue. He could have made more of that as well, but caught in no man's land. And Fnatic will have the upper hand on the T side already. They still have that utility on Lekro to build something into this with as well. So Smike gonna get picked up by Lekro himself. No armor as well, so nice job from him. Bondik needs to back away from this. Fnatic have full control here. They are well and truly in the range. Now you can see Zero spotted out Olaf, so they can make the assumption this is the B split coming in. The smoke can go to CT and just block off Zero. There it is. And now the bomb can make its route across.
This should definitely favor Fnatic at this point. Bondik, though, he knows he has to make a play. They need to get a kill before the bomb goes down, or it's going to be a very, very hard retake. B cash retakes are hard, even in when even numbered, let alone in a 2-on-4. And, well, they do have a kit, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
And they tried to single out the player towards the side for Daretouch. He has a lovely angle to watch the cross through, but he doesn't need it. It's Lekro to be waiting there with 2. And that'll do the job just fine. But that could have been different. That could have gone so much, you know, worse for Fnatic then if maybe a little bit more was made from that counter boost in mid. You know, certain pieces could have fallen into place.
Yeah, I mean, 1-for-1 trade to start things off, and then Fnatic read the play correctly. They pushed the guy in middle, got the kill, got the numbers advantage. Went into the B bomb side, 4-1-2 bomb down, and it's pretty much over at that point. So a great start for Fnatic's T side. Now we see HellRaisers once again. They're going for those force buys. They like them. And well, Sticko shows why, because he gets a nice 1D on the twist.
Good start for them here. Sadly, they can't recover that gun. I think it fell over the other side, so a bit of a shame in that sort of aspect. And let's see where they plan to take this. Olaf must have been given a lot of control towards Checkers there. 3 players responding from HellRaisers as well, pulling themselves over towards B. You've got Sticko into CT, you've got 2 players on site. A little bit of a surprise probably, and if Angel gets the info through mid, that could mean this is all working out quite well for them. But now Lekro's maybe cottoned onto something. We'll find out if they actually go into this trap almost. This is HellRaisers setting down a nice piece, but they've read the game well here.
Yeah, Fnatic, they have definitely read the possibility of a force buy. Having this many AK-47s, we see a lot of UMPs with well, MP7s as well, the Max 10s, and a lot of utility. But instead, it's going to be a lot of AK-47s in play. And a slow approach towards the B bomb side. We have Zero here with SZZ just waiting at an angle. In this short distance, it could actually work out great for Zero, but that pop flash is going to nullify any hopes for Zero. It's going to go down. It's going to be Fnatic getting that B-bomb site.
And Fnatic dispersed after initially getting some good control towards B, and then HellRaisers, of course, were stacking it, so they kind of spread themselves out, played back into it, making HellRaisers back to, you know, rotate back towards A, really playing it nicely here. So Fnatic, full control. Sticko, though, still with some nice deagle work there. 2 kills for him already. And at this point, you've got armor, you've got upgraded pistols. You're not going to get much better coming into the next round anyway, so you might as well keep hold of this.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much it, isn't it? They're going to be stacking the CT spawn area. Fnatic's going to exit towards that route. So they're going to try to force some kills there. But as we can see, Fnatic decides to go into B holes, going towards the T spawn. So HellRaisers not going to get anything out of this.
So, good start for Fnatic. Better than their previous T side, or at least on par from what we saw on Cobble. 2 rounds now already. Kept the rifles, that's all you needed. Everyone else had the SMGs there, so not a massive loss coming out for Fnatic, really. They can still buy into this with the SMGs coming through if they want. Twist going back onto the rifle, and I can imagine Olaf probably going to go on the Mac 10 or just look for maybe a little more again. He's going to switch up and get the rifle for himself, give Lecro the SMG.
The first weapon round is going to be tricky for HellRaisers, though, because they're not going to have a lot of equipment to work with. They're not going to have Molotovs. If they are, then they're lack defuse kits. They're going to lack net armor. And if Lecro boosts that Mac 10, that could be all kinds of trouble. So that kind of tells you that HellRaisers probably are going to do something very aggressive in that first weapon round.
And HellRaisers are adamant to have this 3-man play towards middle. It's kind of a 1-3-1 approach. Bondic playing almost jump off though towards highway, so playing a little curious here. Again, could catch out players, could get that gun away. Twist takes a little bit of a leer down towards below him, but he knows that maybe that's not clear. Angel is still very much in this position. Zero just occasionally jiggle peeking towards that boost spot. But Angel's very much in a position of power. He could make something happen. But at this point, Fnatic just going to be bullying their way towards A quite easily here. Smoke onto the cross, molly out the corners. Nice play. That's all you want to be doing in this, making sure no one's waiting in those corners. We said it before, you can do a lot of work with those pistols, but Lecro with that Mac 10 already going to find Angel. That's a good start for him. He wants to be the man doing the work, but Twist goes down. Sticko, what on earth is this? What position was he in there to be able to do these 2 kills back to back? Lecro's keeping this one together pretty much here. And now we're down to a 1v3. Now, Sticko's already found 2. Lecro's low. Wenton's not in a brilliant position, but it's Olaf who's the problem. He's closing in from connector. Sticko's got a good feeling, and he lands it. That's big. And now it's a 1v2. He can do work in this. If he'd have been able to recover a gun, that would have been phenomenal. He's not been able to do it. The flash is brilliantly timed. And Fnatic keep it in check. But what a costly round.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like it would be a very clean one, but
and they couldn't even recover the rifle.
Stiko doesn't agree. He got those 3 kills from with the Deagle. So we do have a bit of a disconnect here for HellRaisers. Hence a technical pause here. But yeah, I mean, definitely a lot more costly than you would have thought at the point where Fnatic was clearing that A bomb site, and well, there was not really anyone there from HellRaisers.
Unbelievable.
But Stiko did get those kills, and that's going to be some money wasted for Fnatic. Now, as we can see right now, for HellRaisers, a little bit limited on the utility side. They don't have any defuse kits. They only have 1 Molotov, 3 smokes, so that's going to make it a little bit harder for them to defend, but they have that op on Smike at least.
Yeah, they opted to drop out. Sticko, of course, being the man to give that one over just because he had so much money after that Deagle round. Very nicely done. However, Lecro wasn't able to recover the rifle as well. He was one of the 2 remaining players from Fnatic to stay alive. He had to sit on that Mac 10, didn't quite make it in time.
Oh.
And that's not how you want to use that one molly of yours.
Definitely not. But, you know, it happens to the best of us.
But I do like the way that they're at least trying to use Smike as a little bit of a spear point, trying to be a little aggressive with this AWP. He doesn't want to get pinched in here. That's the one problem. If they lose that mid control, he becomes very vulnerable. They do have 2 players watching it, though. So again, looking for...
Oh, I
did
think
he see the leg?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Lovely. That's great stuff for Smike. That gives them a bit of a fighting chance in this round. It makes up for that real deficit of utility.
Yep. They forced up that first kill, and now here comes the connector smoke. And the Molotov for the white box, and Benson also gets the kill. It's going to be trades coming here, and it's going to be 3-on-3 situation now. And Dennis is going to try to get Stiko, who's in sandbags. And now it's just only going to be trades. It becomes a 2-on-2 all of a sudden.
And Zero's pushed up. He knows this won't be a B. This is nice. He's going to get the info here that they're not coming this way. Bondic, you know, prepare yourself for what's coming. And then Zero can slowly work around the back. He can buy a little bit of time. Bondic even actually has a flash as well, so he can easily flash off, you know, the vent there, buy a little bit of control if he can. It's all about feeling, all about that timing now. A little bit hesitant, maybe they worked up highway. That's his one real weakness here. Doesn't see it, 20 seconds. You've got to make the assumption now where they're coming from. Going to fall back a little bit, try and find the 1-to-1. Lovely correction towards Dennis, though. That brings it down to this 1v2. Huge advantage here for HellRaisers. Zero's en route. And really for Bondic, he just needs to play this smart, play to the time, give himself the opportunity to do so, and he does it very nicely. Massive work from Smike there initially as well.
Yeah, a great job from Bondic, closing that one out. Just nice aim, basically, coming down to it. In the end, getting the first kill, and then the second one as well. And that's going to be HellRaisers picking that one up. Fnatic, because of all those kills that Stiko got, now that means that they're not going to be able to rebuy into this. Instead, just upgrading some pistols and 2 guys with armor. Had those kills not happened, this would have been a full buy for Fnatic. And judging from the fact that HellRaisers only had to survive this round, or the previous one, they could have been in a lot of economic disparity. But that's how CS works sometimes, right?
Yep.
It's the little things that make a massive difference.
All right, so let's see what Fnatic do. Again, wouldn't be surprised if they try and hit that A site as much as they can, just kind of get that bomb plant. Nice little angle there from Dennis, just trying to find if there's anyone in MBK or maybe by quad or peeking from sight. HellRaisers aren't giving them that. You can see Bondic's just watching the angle where he can maybe just get the info more than anything. Needs to be careful he doesn't Why did he stand there? There was still a chance they could run through. That was incredibly sloppy from Bondic after a brilliant round previously. And any loss here of weaponry is huge. Angel can't finish it because of the, well, limited amounts of ammo in the clip. And now look at it. Twist has caused a problem. This means the bomb can get planted. That's additional money now. A recovered rifle. And they've got armor.
Exactly. Now, this becomes very winnable for Fnatic, but as I say that, Steak on Smike do get the kills as Fnatic members try to go a little bit aggressive, being down in numbers. In a 2-on-3 situation, you kind of want to force a kill to make it a 2-on-2 and make it much more viable. They don't manage to do that, and HellRaisers salvaged the round. But yeah, Bondic, not really sure if he dozed off there or something.
Just for a second, just, you know, a micro sleep or something, just sitting there. I don't know if he thought he was safe, if maybe someone was watching that, if he thought maybe someone was holding the angle, but still, that's the risk of that doesn't reap or evaluate towards the reward. There was no need to do it.
Yeah.
So now, Fnatic have a good buy coming into this. They've got, you know, the AWP on Olofmeister. Didn't have a particularly brilliant spawn above anyone else, but he's going to take himself over towards B, so fancies his odds with that. And he's going to meet Smike, and Smike will have the angle first here.
Well, it seems like the default for Fnatic right now is Olof working B and Lekro door, and now Smike is just going to push in and go down by Olof's op. That's a great opening for Fnatic, and now that was a money date. It's going down 30 HP, and that might have been his mouse wheel bugging out.
Yeah, that's a mouse wheel jump if I've ever seen one. I hate it when it happens, and you can see it in plays so often.
It is unfortunate, isn't it?
It is a shame.
2016, we still haven't invented a mouse wheel that works all the time. Go figure.
Yeah, who'd have thought it? All right, aggression going to come out now from the CT side to try and even the odds here. Doesn't find anything in main. That's information gathered enough as it is. That's decent. But Fnatic are playing very passive, almost predicting that HellRaisers would be looking for this. You can see Lekro's position there. Previously, he was sat all the way back up by Squeaky, just on top of the kind of, I guess it's almost the electrical box. You can just watch the angle through. Yep. So now, they've reset the pace. They still have the advantage, Fnatic. Smoke out towards mid. They've got players up on the boost. Angel's got to be passive. He has to respect this. You can't just swing out to it with no info. So he's going to pop flash and takes the angle. Doesn't spot anyone instantly. Forces Dennis off the angle. And runs this clock down. It's 39 seconds. Fnatic will need to make their minds up pretty soon. It does look like they're opting towards A. It could be a split-up highway as well. And now, time being of the essence, they need to make the move. The flash comes in. Angel very close to the box, though, will not be affected, but he gets the 1-for-1 trade without buy time. Enough for Bondic now to know the plan. He knows what's coming his way. Great deal put down. That's a bomb loose. 20 seconds. 2v2. There is still a chance here for HellRaisers to pull this one back in.
And there's going to be one in flank as well, coming to A main. So CTs are very much spread around, but that's going to be a trade of kills, and now it becomes a 1-on-1. I'm not sure if Lekro has any idea where Zero is. Oh, judging from the way he's aiming right now, he might have, but he's waiting Zero to come from the right side. And just waiting here beyond quad boxes.
And it's a matter of timing. Lekro doing okay so far. He's going to hear the jumps up towards the box. He doesn't expect it on top, though, and Zero gets the job done. And he does have enough time, and the AWP is nicely placed there, too. Zero with an incredibly risky play there, going on top of the red, jumping over and just taking the fight. You don't always win those.
No, definitely not. I'm Lekro doing a solid job all the way up until, well, he got killed, then, basically. Yeah. Just wasting a lot of time from the bomb. Wasn't enough. Defuse comes in, and though, well, Fnatic is going to force into this because they know that money is not exactly a strong suit for HellRaisers right now, because a lot of these rounds have been quite close. And it's true, there's almost a full investment here for HellRaisers as well, but they have an OP play. They have quite a bit of equipment. They have 4 defuse kits too. On the other side, Fnatic, they have 1 with UMP. The rest with AK-47s, and so quite limited equipment, and Smike with the opening kill.
Oh. Brilliant crossfire as well from Bondic there. He held that together. Smike was incredibly vulnerable from anyone pushing through Squeaky then, and he knew it. And HellRaisers just with a complete lockout here. Fnatic not getting a step through. They tried to do that kind of crisscross smoke to mid, try and keep their attention there, make that quick play towards A. Nothing happened, and just shut the door in his face. Quite literally, you're not going to make it out of there. Brilliant timing. And HellRaisers with an incredibly clean round.
Yeah, that was a classic kind of a round where you have 3 coming door and 1 main, and then 1 just being a flank, kind of a distraction. Guy in mid, and yeah, that push from door was just nullified by Bondic and Smike. Solid job from HellRaisers, and now this is going to be a safe here for Fnatic. Upgraded pistols, 4 guys with armor as well. We all know how dangerous these guys can be with the Eagles, so you never want to count them out, but this is a possibility for HellRaisers to try and stabilize their economy.
And they need to make the most of that too, quite genuinely. You saw before Fnatic forcing to try and break it, so again, Very, very close stuff still. No one massively taking that lead. It's 4-3, of course. But HellRaisers starting to show some real power into these gun rounds. The first 3 were won by Fnatic, bearing in mind. You've got a player like Dennis. He wasn't the one who had the presence, but you often expect maybe Fnatic to pick up these kind of pistol rounds and have that sort of play. But speaking of Dennis, he doesn't have much of a step into this one. Already been found by Bondic. And Necro showing some real prowess with that Deagle already, however. Catching out Angel and looking for more. Again, a little dangerous here. If you peek into that Deagle, you can find a lot of issues, to say the least. However, now it's down to 2. Gun unrecoverable, really. Angel didn't die in a particularly easy area for them to pick up anything from. So now just looking for more chances with these Deagles, just trying to do what they can. As said, any damage is good. Bomb plant is brilliant, but again, a bit of a step towards the impossible at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be super tough in a 2-4 situation. And HellRaisers just, they got to make sure that they don't lose men without a reason, at least. Because the economy is becoming a thing here. If they can pull off 4 people surviving this, they would build a little bit of a cushion. But Fnatic has different thoughts of this. Now, Olofmeister has picked up an M4, but he doesn't have an armor. But he's going to get quite a free access here. Might spot one by Car, does stink him too. But because it's an M4, he doesn't get the kill.
Did as much as he could, in theory. That was all you could achieve with the gun he had, which he recovered, which was... I'm surprised they even allowed Fnatic to get towards that too. He'd, recover that rifle that was lost, but the threat was neutralized. There was no problem there. And HellRaisers, again, build into these gun rounds. Starting to get that buffer too. They've got about 3k, maxing out about 5 on 0, so they've got that little bit of buffer. They can come back into these rounds if required. If they lose out on 1, got to be careful there. Went into the spam through the, well, I guess middle, it's not even a door. Just spamming it out like, what is that? But the big thing here is Smite tried to get aggressive. He tried to get a little bit cheeky there, and he gets punished. Lecro was expecting it. He's been playing through that sort of squeaky area, and I like HellRaisers trying to go for this aggression on the CT side. It's a good idea. It's a good way to play it. It just didn't work out that time.
Definitely didn't. Lecro picking that one up. Another default for Fnatic.
Nice Molly.
And a very nice Molotov. Very
it was all
useful.
intentional.
Very intentional.
All intentional.
Yeah. He had calculated all the angles he needed to take to get that one working. Now here comes the push from Fnatic. They take over Forklift, but Angel and Bondic still make work. Make it a 3-on-3 now.
And Zero's still not rotated off B. I'm not sure what kept him there so long. Maybe, Olaf was selling a bit of a kipper, but again, they're absolutely adamant there'll be some sort of presence there. Olaf's now watching the backward position too from main. You can see Went getting the bomb down that can be watched from that main sort of position. You got Lecro over by Forklift. So now the retake position. What do they really have to work with here? Not a great deal actually from HellRaisers. 1 nade, 1 flash, no real step towards the site. And I think Zero's realized that, and it might be time just to back away from this.
He had to. Had Stico get that. If he got a kill on A main, then it wouldn't be viable. But now, 3-on-1, run Forest run.
And to be fair, again though, if Smike had maybe effectively got down Lecro at the start, that's the player who got the kill away, that could have changed a lot differently. These are the small defining points here. And I love this as an even factor, right? You looked at this on paper before this game, so I assume Zero won't be challenged here. There's such a small gap between even just the good and the great teams in CS, quite literally. You look at Fnatic, you look at the caliber of players they have, the difference a couple of weeks make of maybe a break, couple of lineup changes, it all comes a little bit closer. We're seeing a really competitive game between these two, and I think it's just credit to the top end of the scene, finding those small margins, and that makes the big difference. Those small victories here, there, and everywhere, the communication coming in, these sort of small factors sometimes that can really create those huge gulfs in skill. So, alrighty, back into this one, we've got Orbs on both sides. Twist this time going to be the man for Fnatic picking that one up, and Smike, your normal suspect on the other side. He does like his aggressive plays towards Checkers. Got to be careful though, that Molly's going to force him back. I don't know if the smoke's in the perfect position that he can actually escape from this, so again, he might be stuck here.
A lot more pressure here from Fnatic towards the B bomb site. They've sent Benton together with Olofmeister now towards his B, and
timing.
Mike, the timing might be key here. I think he knows there's a player to his right now, but Benton's still managing to surprise Smike, catching the Checkers right now. And I think the idea might be to boost him up in the vent. Now Angel, he takes matters into his own hands. Pushes in the middle, he retaliates, gets the kill, but doesn't make it 2 as Lecro comes in and gets the trade. And now it's a 4-on-3. That is definitely going to favor that T side. Will seem to be gathering up towards the B bomb site. Only occupied by Zero right now. So this is going to be some heroics needed from Zero here.
Yeah, he's seen the smokes coming out. He knows what's coming his way, and he has nothing to fend this off. He has no flashes, he has no anything really. It's just him and the gun now. Sticko's fed himself towards Dennis. Easily picked up. Zero now overwhelmed, outnumbered, can't do it. Went and shuts down Bondic. And Fnatic break back into it. with really was, again, a little bit of a gifted start. Smite goes for the aggression, gets denied, and the push comes in off the back.
Yeah, it felt like he had an idea that Venta was on his right.
Didn't he?
Yeah, might have had that idea too, but just couldn't connect with that fast flick he tried on Vent, and he gets the kill. Then the other one, second kill also goes the way of Fnatic, and well, that's pretty much it. Angel tries to do some stuff in mid, but he cannot make it 2-for-1. Instead it becomes an advantage for Fnatic, and now as you can see, money is an issue for HellRaisers. They're saving Stico with a bit of jumping here. His way actually tried to go to boost by his own. Now instead he was dueling up with Twist, and it's down to 16 HP.
Boost comes out. Fnatic incredibly cautious here. Look at these positions across the board. Again, just you've got to be. You don't know if they're going to push out. You've seen aggression from HellRaisers. They're known for it as well on their CT sides. So you've got to be respectful of it. You've got to play to it, even if you feel as though individually we're superior, we can take the fight. Still, a couple of seconds. Den's got himself incredibly isolated. I don't know what he's doing there. I don't know who it was on boost. I'm not sure if that was Wenton or I think it was Wenton. Wasn't there to trade effectively. Twist is there as well. I don't know. A little bit of miscommunication gave away a possible gun there. But again, you've got players waiting now. They've traded off the back of it. They brought it back to this kind of 4v4. Olofmeister been kind of testing the waters by B. And now Fnatic, if you do a mid to B, you're running into all the remaining HellRaisers players, basically.
Oh, Stico and Zero both are down, eat HP as well. And they are the two guys here towards the mid, but it seems like Fnatic is just going to be running on A. They realize it's going to be empty. Olaf with a kill. There's going to be two more by car. One of them goes down. Well, they pretty much all go down. It's all down to Bondik with an eagle. And maybe even a dream. Trying to make it work. Getting even one more kill would be a added bonus to this round for them.
Not sure if he's going to get much of that. Very much pinned in here. Take a bit of a nutty shot. Not going to get it. Olofmeister waits ever so patiently, gets himself 3 as well. And Fnatic break back in. Is this 3 in a row now or 4? I think it's 3 back to back.
3 in a row.
Yeah. So they've finally broken it. Now, a lot of that was gifted for the back of being able to punish those initial kind of trades there. Now, I'm wondering if HellRaisers come back in and just go, all right, let's not be so aggressive at the start. Let's find a different way. They don't even have the AWP anymore. So
yeah,
again,
exactly.
They'll have a different approach.
Yeah, let's see what they do. Usually if you're 5 and 4, so what you do is you send 3 towards mid or 2 mid and one in the vents. See what the approach is here from HellRaisers. It seems like they're going to be playing 2 mid, 1 by vent, 1 is white box, 1 on A, and 2 towards B.
There has been a lot of late boosts coming out. You can see Angel kind of playing to that. He's not sure if anyone's actually already boosted up because you can kind of crouch down, put your head down, and here comes that late boost, and he just looks away. This is disastrous timing, and there's nothing you can say against it. He gets overcautious. He kind of thinks out of what he was doing already. If he just held that angle, maybe someone else had smoked that spot. He could have done something with this, but he can still adjust. No one's punished yet.
Problem is, with his positioning, that there's no one that can punish any of the Fnatic members.
Trade, no?
There's no trade possibilities.
God, run, Angel, please don't do this. There we go. and no real reasoning of his own there either. What is going on?
Same with Stico as well. I mean, now he's only just taking that duel by his own. Angel runs away, so there's no possibility for a trade at all. It becomes a 4-on-4 situation, and that always makes things a lot easier for the T side.
Well, there we go. There's the evener. Angel just, positioning wasn't prime at the start, made some questionable choices in mid, but still pulls it back. Just CSGO things. And now we see the possibility of that B play. You can have players like Wenton catching the rotate, denying the vent access. Den's going to bait out for him, allow Wenton to get close, and there's the closer. Wenton just shuts out Angel. Now, though, we're down to 2 against 3. So Fnatic still have to find the best route possible. Where do they choose? How can they do this one? 25 seconds, they're limited on time. Now, Zero's gone walkabouts, as is Bondik. They're starting to work out where these players currently aren't, so they can work out where they are, pretty much.
Yeah, 15 seconds. They gotta start running soon, and Smike is in perfect position right now to stop this push coming in. He can now hear the 2. He's coming in the head-to-head angle. He's made a lot of damage into the second guy as well. Dennis might be able to get the plant. I think he has time. He does, but that's all sheer roads. It's gonna go down by 0. He's gonna wait for an op getting picked up, maybe? No. There was no ops in play, were they? No. So it's just an AK-47.
Do you want another AK, maybe?
Yeah. Well, something
and
along
just
those lines.
scooping up the utility, looking around like, there's a free flash.
Going for a loot.
Yeah, you can't... Look, Legion's come out, people are back into it, all right.
There was an op.
There was? Who was on that early? I'm trying to think.
Must have been Olaf.
Yeah, I missed that one, fair enough. All right, that's a lovely bit of a bonus, fair play. Can't really question on that, I didn't see that one. Okay, so coming back into this, 6-6. Look, my eyes aren't what they were, I'm getting old.
We're all getting older.
Yeah, that's true.
We're not getting younger, that's for sure.
All right, so Fnatic have a decent buy into this one. They have pretty much everything you'd want. They have all the mollies. They have a nice AWP there as well on Olaf Meister. Yeah, you've got the whole picture now. So, what do HellRaisers do to try and turn that? Is it going to be a boost, maybe? It looks like it.
Yeah.
So, again, you can leave maybe one player here, play a little bit more attentively towards mid if they fancy it, try and hinder that late boost. But actually, it looks like Fnatic are going to be setting up for an ace. So this could be really nicely timed, actually. Bondic going to re-smoke out main. They went a little bit too deep there. No, it's just fine, but the smoke's going to come in, and let's see what Angel does with this. It's about that trigger discipline. It's about how he chooses to fight it out. And they don't know he's up there. They've got a good idea, but now the crossfire's coming to play, and it's paid out perfectly off the back of that boost. Now, Lekro snuck through, but it doesn't really matter. He's been found as well, and lovely timing on that boost to come out.
Again, one member, just like on Cobblestone, managing to single-handedly stop push from Fnatic. You can actually, if you can spam that spot with the Deagle, by the way.
You can spam it with everything. It's
No, actually you can't. Op and Deagle.
Really?
Yeah, AK doesn't go through the wall.
What?
Yep, tried it.
The AK doesn't go through, but the Deagle does?
Yep.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
CSGO things. Just CSGO things.
I'm not even going to question it. You know, this is it. It's like, does that make sense? No, but it's CSGO, so cool. All right. I actually didn't know that. That's really depressing.
Yeah, tried it. Used it in a game. We had 2 guys go spam because we heard it was boosted.
You just spammed out with
Yeah,
it?
me and my teammate. We spammed it, and my teammate got an assist from... Yeah.
All right, let's move on from things that make me feel sad. Sticko, they're going to find Olaf Meister trying to creep in towards B. Limited success there for Olaf Meister, who's been playing a little bit of a 50-50 almost in that one. Not quite to the successful highs of your likes of, I guess, Get Right doing that sort of thing. Now it's Unleashed Sticko. He can really reign in dominance through that vent sort of position. Spots out the other player. Now you can see already the sun play in towards it. A little bit dangerous there. Could have got a little bit worse, but they keep the numbers. They keep the round in check. And HellRaisers, again, not going to let this slip away. They keep this one incredibly competitive. I was a little bit worried when I saw the pistol coming in, and then, you know, it was like, all right, Fnatic, they're back on, you know, their map pool. But this is actually a nice game to watch here. This is very competitive so far.
It's been very streaky, too.
Yep.
First 3 going away with Fnatic, and then we have 5 for HellRaisers, then 3 for Fnatic, now 3 for HellRaisers. Let's see who gets the last one here. Fnatic with a very limited buy. There's 1 AK and then just a bunch of pistols. They do have some utility to work with, but still, it's going to be tough. Now, 4 guys going towards B, but Smike in a very aggressive positioning.
Tagged Olaf Meister as well. He's going to molly him back away. That's bought him time. Now, the second molly, I think, actually got extinguished as well by the fire, so a little bit maybe overzealous on that one, but when you're being rushed down by a lot of players, you know, I'll let you get away with that. But Zero and Smike now going to hunker down. They're going to batter that, you know, get themselves locked in on this side, because they know what's coming their way, and it's going to be a pouring of players. And nice work from Smike, just timing out the smoke, spamming it away. He's got Zero beside him. Why not go for it? Almost got caught out there by Lekro, but keeps it in check, and it's Zero playing that lovely position with him. Even Wenton in the 1v5. And a talented man he may be, but this is that one step too far. And actually, a very nice side there from HellRaisers in the end. I thought maybe that was going to be a bit of a, you know, a bit of a runaway, let's be honest. I thought it was going to be a little bit questionable. But they recovered. They got into the gun rounds. They started to look competitive. Swings and roundabouts came back and forth, but actually a nice game to watch now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, again, it kind of felt to me like in a bunch of the rounds where Fnatic was trying to commit to the bomb site, that they were just for, like, they didn't have the final punch. There was almost just one member being able to nullify a lot of it.
Which is weird, because normally Fnatic have that really kind of like, you know, together play. Everyone goes in communication back to back, trading so well.
Yep.
Wasn't quite the case. So again, a very competitive half coming out from HellRaisers. They are certainly putting Fnatic through their paces. So guys, stay tuned and let's find out how this one ends. So, welcome back, and I hate to say it, but this might be a bit of an upset here today. If it goes the way we've seen so far, at least, there's a possibility HellRaisers could take down Fnatic. However, we saw the disparity on halves in the first map. From T to CT, certain teams, let's say, dropped the ball, some didn't. And Fnatic actually looked pretty good on their CT side on Cobble.
Yeah.
And now they have the opportunity here to display that again. Now, Cash is a bit of a different beast, of course, but what can we read into it so far?
I think it still, on CT side, would work quite well for Fnatic. It would complement the kind of weaponry they have with the individuals on the team. They have double op. They know when to play aggressive. They know how to play aggressive. So it's going to be, I think they should be fine.
They should be. We'll see. We'll see. No, it should absolutely be fine for them in theory. If you looked at Cobble, how it kind of went down in the end, their T side was lacking a little bit of that, I guess, the execution, you know, the kind of things that make it, wow. Wow, is that Kappa Pride I saw right there? Like, I know you guys are missing Henry and Map. They'll be up next, don't worry. You don't need to just draw Kappa Pride all over the maps. God. When I'm getting flamed by our observer Rush, you know there's something going on.
No, but yeah, I mean...
Oh, Christ, I was so worried about what you were drawing then. Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Rush, stop it. Stop it. Take it away from him.
It's a live broadcast. Rush, gotta remember.
It's still borderline family show, all right? I know that's been kind of disputable recently, but, you know, let's bring it back in a bit here, guys, because I just got a little bit nervous. Henry got a little excited, as did Matt. But, yeah, we're waiting on the final play from Fnatic to join us again. But, yeah, let's kind of discuss this as well, because it feels very different at different levels here, because you'd argue in, let's say, lesser seeds, because this is obviously the top tier. You could argue maybe HellRaisers don't quite fill that, but, you know, the higher echelons of CSGO. Now, in the lower side of things, you'd argue that T-side, you generally see more individual performance shining. You see certain players having these big plays. You can get, you know, that hard carry on T-side. That doesn't really necessarily work in higher tier games, does it? To the same degree?
You gotta always have to remember the fact that it takes quite a bit of time to, because they obviously want to renew a little bit. They're going to try to have to find new ways of playing, and they have a new coach in play. So they're kind of stuck having to play official games and using these for practice too. So a lot of these things they do are still in work in progress. So you're going to see these situations if they do a certain thing in a specific round that might break their economy or put them in a very non-advantageous situation, then it get really tricky. But I think the one trend we saw so far is that a lot of the time that punch of when they attack the site seemed to be missing, because always it was one member from HR that managed to do so much damage. But we are live here now, and it's the second pistol round. And one set of nades for HellRaisers to work with, and it seems like they might be going towards that A-bomb site.
Christ, and you go towards the turret himself. you got to pick your poison, I guess, at this point. But on a pistol round, I know where I don't want to go towards, and it's that man himself. It's not him to get the frag so far. It's actually Wenton watching the cross, and he's made an absolute meal of it. That's great. That just makes me incredibly happy to see. So now the bomb's going to go down. That means that at least the site is in control here for HellRaisers. But look how quickly Fnatic are saddling up for this one. They want to get back in on this. They want to get that retake going as quick as possible, and it works out well. That's a safe plant for them. They can defuse that if they want to. It's not a brilliant position for these guys to be playing back into it. Sticker's trying to hold his own, keep that little bit of an ace up his sleeve. And well, the sleeve gets ripped off and Fnatic see it all. So the defuse will come out, and they get the first one on the board. Yeah,
you would have thought that HellRaisers was in a very good position to win that one, because they had the number advantage, but they had to plant in the default position, so it meant that the guy in A main had to play way more aggressive, and the two CTs managed to get into the bomb site a little bit too easily, and then getting the first two initial kills on the retake, making things harder for HellRaisers. So in the end, it's going to be Fnatic picking up. Also, I think they won the first pistol round too, so it's going to be 2 out of 2. And I think quite often, the team that wins 2 pistol rounds should be winning these maps.
You get so much of a buffer, of course. The rounds of the back, you should be picking this one up, especially with HellRaisers actually coming to this on the eco, almost completely clean. You have one upgraded pistol on 0, and that is it. Everyone else, just on the Glocks. Again, looking for the best they can achieve here, which is probably a bomb plant. You're not going to win these rounds, really. You shouldn't ever. I say never because you shouldn't, but I've seen stranger things happen in CS before. Don't get me wrong, but it's just something that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I like the little thing we saw last night from VP, where they used the decoys.
Oh, and they went up towards the plant on short,
just to get the bomb plant, and the Penta took that bait. They fell back and played passively on A, and HellRaisers got the bomb plant, a little bit more money. in the coming round. But now Dennis has taken a very aggressive stance here on A main. Gets one kill.
How is he still alive?
I don't know. Smike with 1 HP survives and gets a FAMAS, but I don't think he's going to get a lot more out of it.
I don't know. You know, I've seen Smike hit loads of these shots on 1 HP. It happens all the time. No. he's trying to hide the gun at least, which is quite... I don't think he's trying to put it up on maybe the truck and it's just kind of like, but it does mean that Twist can't really recover it, which is a nice little bit of, like, a little bit of a, I guess, nuance that most people maybe wouldn't see. It's just quite a nice little addition. It means they have to reinvest.
Yeah, exactly. They do. And now you can see Twist buys an op for Dennis. And AK-47s for HellRaisers, though they do buy into this round number 3 of the second half. They had quite a bit of utility to work with it as well. That's including 1 Molotov, so a lot of opportunities for them to be had.
Oh my word, Lecro. Ouch. 37 and then 25. Just a little tap on the back at the end. It's
so
like,
annoying.
How bad can it get? That's certainly a very bad way to start off. And considering Twist is already having to play with the SMG still, he was the one who could have maybe supplemented it with that FAMAS that was dropped. No, didn't get hold of it. So again, HellRaisers do have some advantage in weaponry. Of course, the AWP can counterbalance a little if Dennis can get some play. However, he's just playing by kind of quad MBK. He's sitting back quite passively. Most of the sort of CT aggression, I guess, if anything, is Olofmeister right now.
Yeah, and HellRaisers is just waiting for any potential pushes come in. They have 1 playing door, 1 B garage, and the rest are just waiting in middle and A main for things to happen. Now, they still do have a full set of smokes, so they could do any kind of a shred at this point. But it seems more than likely that they were going to be hitting this A bomb site. Dennis, though, he's going to get a freebie on an Angel. I'm not really sure why he would do that.
Oh my god.
I want to take that peek. Molotov is going to stop Bondic, and there's 1 by forklift already from HellRaisers. Stico also managed to get a kill.
This is where we might see the issue being that Twist only has that SMG, the MP9. Far from ideal, but Stico is low, so he's going to get the chance to use it and use it well. Des has been trying to play quite passively. There's the problem, he couldn't follow up. Now the site is in the hands of HellRaisers, and look on the flank, it's 0 all the way around the back. Olofmeister will be caught by this. You've got to land the shot cleanly, and he does. Now Lecro's in that dire situation. He was the one who got tagged up earlier on at the start of the round, and he's going, I've got 25 HP and a 1v3 to pull off. That's not going to happen. HellRaisers, after actually losing out on the first player then, make the most of it going A.
Yeah, the 2 after him managed to make their way to the forklift, and they made the opening kills. They managed to get on the site, they got the Opper, and then the Twist, who was on the site with that SMG. And that was pretty much the bomb side open. Nothing too fancy from HellRaisers. I mean, that was very straightforward, just trying to run in there. I think Angel might have been trying to throw the highway smoke, but got caught off by Dennis. And now, as we can see, Fnatic's money is in the blender. They'll have to save.
And I love the fact that one small thing, you know, the T-side HellRaisers actually moving that gun away, hiding it, meant the player on A then only had the SMG, made the hit work. And it may not be the biggest defining factor, it could have swung it either way. But I love the fact that something as small as that, a little bit of diligence, echoes into the next couple of rounds. Now you're going to see the big advantage here for HellRaisers. So they're up 10-8. They should be coming out of this round nice and cleanly. Again, you don't expect too much damage. Still a threat, but you want to keep it as clean as possible. And HellRaisers, this default so far is working nicely, but the problem is, if they go towards B, there is 3 players here. You've got Lecro on site, Olofmeister here, and Twist as well.
And it seems like Olaf is going to be the aggressor, but doesn't get anything out of it. Now, there's 2 more here on this B-bomb side, but they keep going down. And Molotov does a ton of damage onto Lecro as well, who gets 1 dig, though, or a D kill. Let's hope that Benson is going to try to get some extra kills here. Just waiting for an opportunity here towards the lower entrance in B, but I don't think there's too much that he can do at this point.
No, I think it's a bit of a sealed deal, but again, Bonnie's a little low. Stico looks a little vulnerable. He could maybe get some more guns away. Maybe he can do a little bit more work, but I don't think anyone's going to be exiting in this area or anywhere. No one really wants to go towards it. They have no need to hunt him down. He doesn't have anything else to play with. So HellRaisers just back off of this one.
And then, like, it doesn't really matter if you go to B, and even if there's 3 guys there, when you use your grenades effectively. That was a good example of when you Molotov the bomb site properly. You make it super uncomfortable for the players playing that bomb site. Of course, all of pushing in and just dying before the actual push came in helped.
Certainly helps.
Only 2 members of Fnatic being on that B bomb site, but still, using grenades effectively
Well, this is the thing.
is a key part of it.
It was one of the big things that Envy was incredibly known for, was their where they play anti-ecos on their T side. They'd go towards B, they molly out every single corner. The nades are on point. They'd consistently collect it.
They had this strat where they would, I think, like 4 nades and checkers.
Yep.
And then just run, they would smoke lower and then the small site as they ran in.
Incredibly hard to play
Now,
against.
M4 is on the board for Fnatic. They didn't have money for AWP.
Ooh, was that Winton in there?
And money is still quite tight for Fnatic, in fact. They don't have any defuse kits either.
I don't think they've heard the boost either, so you should kind of check it, I guess, at this point. To some degree, spam it out, do something if you can. You've got an AWP on there, you can work around it. You can see Angel's kind of trying to peek towards it, being a little cautious. You already checked to see if there was that kind of one-way smoke boost-ish. You can see on the boxes in A main. If you sneak your way through, he was already looking towards that. Didn't see much. It looks like a very heavily postured A hit so far from HellRaisers. Not particularly keeping much up their sleeves here. However, plenty of time to work with. Bondic already having a look through Squeaky. Not seeing too much, however. No one really playing over by Forklift, so gonna molly that out, see if anyone appears. Nothing yet, and Dennis is holding back here. He actually takes the peek in. The flash is perfect and well-timed. Angel peeks out at a brilliant time off the back of it. Wenton tries to recover, but now takes a great deal of damage off the back of it too. Olaf tries to pull himself from the site. The flashes are primed here. Sticko spamming out on the cross as well. The re-smoke goes down, and now Bondic can unleash on the side. He does exactly that. 2 kills back-to-back, and Fnatic are floundering here. This is just good default hits almost from HellRaisers. These A hits aren't anything particularly new or fancy, but they're working very well. And Smike there, just to seal the deal.
Yeah, well, a massive issue was the fact that Dennis died so early before anything really happened on that push. Like, he needed to be a little bit more patient, just stay in that corner and just wait for the actual push to come in. But he got a little greedy. He tried to take an angle, tried to go for a fight before he really needed to. And then the rest of HellRaisers just disposing of Fnatic, just coming in with brute force into the bomb site. And yeah, just a nice shot. And now this looks like HellRaisers is going to be sitting at 13 before Fnatic can get any weaponry out. And still, I mean, Lecro sitting at 1.8k, for example, and not sitting pretty with money.
No, this is, you know, this might be flashbacks to first map, considering, you know, you have an advantage over Fnatic, you pull it back in, and then overtime becomes a problem. But so far, looking decent. I don't want to start seeing, you know, HellRaisers praise just yet, because you know Fnatic, you know what they're like. You've seen it so often in the past. But for now, HellRaisers have a great approach to this. They're doing what they need to. They're playing it well. Wenton can do some damage here, though. He's in a nice little spot. They should be checking it at this point. No one's been watching A main consistently, so it should be something on that checklist. And there it is. Zero catches him quite comfortably. And now most of the threats have been removed already. Lecro being so low, one of the players with the upgraded pistol. Olaf Meister not quite in a position to affect much. HellRaisers have a free bomb site here.
Yeah, they want to do. You can just waltz your way towards that A bomb site, and while Sticko gets Dennis in the progress, and that's going to be even a more empty A bomb site now. There's one more guy there. Twist makes his way to car, and look, this time Atar is just taking their sweet time going to the bomb site, taking no risks whatsoever. And now they realize it's going to be that empty bomb site waiting for them.
Yeah, they opted not to even smoke the cross, just looking maybe for the fights themselves, just wanting to make sure no one can sneak through, or, you know, any threats or this sort of thing, just taking the straight fights.
There's 2 sides to that story, really. I mean, I kind of prefer the one where you just smoke off the crucial parts and then Molotov the MBG corner, back behind forklift, behind quad, and one by the box in the bomb site, and then, you know, you just see what happens. Just wait for the cockroaches to get flushed out of the corners.
Yep.
But they opted to go for the dry version where you don't throw anything.
And
it works out when they don't have any deagles.
Yeah,
they don't
that's
want
true.
DU.
See, that's always the danger. Is like if they got one player at truck has a deagle, or one person on highway, it can get a little bit worrying. Oh, is this a set piece from HellRaisers? Oh, okay, this could be nice. Got Sticko and Smike setting up some smokes. We've got a lot of mollies. This could be what you wanted to see almost. That, you know, molly out a lot of the positions, play to it, but Fnatic are playing almost away from the site completely. No one's in the site.
Yeah.
This is a complete posture for a retake. So HellRaisers is going to get the plant. That should be pretty much a done thing. That's not going to be questioned.
And now double offs for Fnatic as well, so that's going to make that retake even harder.
No, it's going to be tough.
They do have some utility to work with, and no Molotovs anymore. They have only 1 kid on Twist. That could be problematic.
This could be a huge problem. There's still 3 mollies on the T side as well. They can buy time on that plant. They can deny it for so long. Going to use one towards Highway, stop that approach. Smike doesn't hit the shot towards Truck, and now his position's noted. Olaf Meister will not miss that. He punishes those sort of mistakes. But there's still so many players to go through here for Fnatic. It's going to be running an obstacle course, and the obstacle course has guns at the moment. That's Sticko getting 3 brilliant kills back-to-back for him, just turreting around, and there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Olaf goes down.
That's why, like you said, so much utility for HellRaisers. That made the massive difference. Even when it became a 4-on-5 in Fnatic's advantage, as the actual push came in to retake the bomb site, that magical pop flash blinded everyone. Sticko gets 3 kills. It's all down to Olaf Meister at that point. He tries to go away. And now it's going to be 2 MPs, 3 FAMASs for Fnatic. And HellRaisers are very close from closing out this map number 2.
Yeah, this is very good stuff from HellRaisers. I've liked the way they're playing. It's nothing too flashy, nothing, you know, it's not going to change the world, but it's getting them rounds and it's getting them in a huge position over Fnatic. No one predicted this at the start of this game, even after Cobble being close. It was like, that was Cobble, you know, that was just Cobble. That was a different beast altogether. Cash is a different, you know, different game, different time. Don't worry about it. And actually, HellRaisers have turned up here. It's, you know, I don't want to take anything away from them. Obviously, Fnatic are certainly not operating on 100% by the looks of it. They look a little bit worse for wear at the moment, but credit where it's due. It's HellRaisers taking the lead at this point. Now, again, wondering where they take this one.
And it's the question right now. It seems like HellRaisers is going for another default round here. Just one by door, and actually the rest of his team are making their way towards the A-bomb site. And well, the bomb is in A main, and they still have all the utility needed. 2 members from Fnatic, though, are playing A, and they have a 3rd guy on Highway. So they do have quite a good system right now to hold off this attack.
Does it make the difference? Does it change how this round plays out? Previously, they've been leaving A pretty open, playing on those retakes. It hasn't worked. Now, they've gone back in with a switch-up. They've gone for a difference here, but the delayed approach from HellRaisers is causing issues. They're not fully committed just yet. Now they will. Now they go for it. A complete whip from Twist. He had a chance. He sprayed in that UMP. Did not do the job. It was not what he needed there. And now Dennis, though, can stop this before it starts, but he only gets 2. That's still pretty decent considering. And he's left it up in the air. Now 2v2. This is where you see Fnatic do these sort of rounds where it gets a little bit sloppy. They feed in 1-to-1 here. And HellRaisers, what are you doing, Smike? Just leaping up in the box, trying to make something happen in the last 10 seconds. Now Zero's left in an almost impossible situation. With time like this against him, it's not going to work out. And of course, Fnatic pick up that round.
I'm lost for words, Lauren. What's going on here? They had everything going for them, but then they just, in the end, just went 1 by 1 onto Olaf Meister. Like, come on, show some respect. It's one of those things. I mean, it's hard to explain, but happens sometimes to the best of us, where players just kind of lose their minds. They forget about the whole aspect of, oh yeah, we're supposed to be playing as a team.
Trying to go trading.
You kind of want to just close out the round because you're so close from winning, especially when you're the underdog. That's what happens a lot of the time. That being a prime example of what I just said. Now, money still, HellRaisers has it. They have a full buy, full set of everything. An op in play as well for Smike. But this does give another lifeline for Fnatic, though, and you definitely don't want to give those to Fnatic.
Yeah, how many times do you see it with Fnatic as well? They're the team that don't let those opportunities go to waste. If teams make mistakes like that against them, even if it's just, you know, the fundamentals, you know, trading well, going as a team, you know, having that real kind of power back-to-back to hit those sites as a collective, if you don't do it, Fnatic will say, they'll be like, thank you, that's great. Me as an individual, I will absolutely flourish in this. So, again, you can't do that sort of thing. It will be exploited. Now, Fnatic, again, though, have to come back into this and keep that sort of mentality. HellRaisers looking like they want to switch something up here, and Wenting gets plucked out of the air. Sticko hits a bit of a blinder, and now already HellRaisers with that one-man advantage. Huge on the T side. Going to split up those CTs.
Yeah, they have the mid control right now, and that's going to be the reaction for Fnatic. Not really all too much, actually. They are leaving that A bomb site quite wide open right now. Only occupied by Dennis right now. Just by the toxic barrels, but the attack is coming towards the B bomb site. Lekro in a world of trouble.
He has put a bit of time at least. That smoke, that molly, gives him a couple of seconds, allows the rest to come through, but Zero expects it. Pre-aims towards upper, and Olaf Meister goes down. Now Lekro's still staying alive somehow. In a decent position, but can't hit the shot. Allowing Sticko through means that now the cross has happened. The bomb's on the site. And you've already got Zero watching the back. Bondix to the plant, and Sticko's holding this. Yeah. It's not impossible though for Fnatic, but it's
very unlikely.
Very, very unlikely. This needs something, you know, only Fnatic can do sort of jobs. And now it's looking less likely. Dennis gets spotted. Pop flash out. Both players pop flashing their way out of this, and Dennis is going to run, as is Twist.
Let me spoil it to ya. It ain't happening. It is done, Z. There we go. Twist and Dennis are going to be saving it, and that B hit is successful. Like you said, Allegro did a good job there, holding off the attack for quite a bit of time with that smoke in next to the ramp, and then a Molotov as well. But just not able to make kills happen, and eventually to lose the bomb site. And that's, well, all started off of that nice headshot onto Vincent in middle. Mid take for HellRaisers, just working out great. And as you can see, money definitely not great for Fnatic. They have an op in play, obviously, from that previous round, and Dennis drops an EOP. So that's going to be quite the jumbo sale here.
I'm actually nervous for HellRaisers in a way. I'm like, you know, these are the rounds that Fnatic win. These
are the rounds that HellRaisers would lose.
Exactly.
This is the kind of rounds where the underdog, who's very close to winning,
gets nervous, makes mistakes.
Yeah. But, well,
so far they haven't.
Well, they have once.
Once, true.
They did once.
Very true.
So.
And they're going A again. It's all piling up. No, it's still very much possible.
An A hit coming in, bouncing off that flash and comes in. Bondic just great bossing on his own, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Fnatic. Makes it a 4-on-3 now. Dennis with a pop flash kind of blinds himself as well. That smoke is going to buy him some time. He's going to make his way towards the door, and what are this plays? Yeah, they're super aggressive, and they don't get punished for them. Instead, he somehow gets the kill on the smite, and
there's no one to B though, and Zero can hold the rotate.
Yeah, but do they realize it's free?
You can't assume it, but you've got 50 seconds left. There's a smoke up on highway, so they can't see the players on A. But I don't know what they plan to do on the A side together. Zero's got room to work, but he's going to be spread out by Olaf. That means game's over pretty much. That's done. That's the round that should have been the closer, now lost. You open up again that small window of opportunity that Fnatic normally just burst through. But their money's still not great.
Yeah. But was that the opening of the floodgates?
Oh, God, don't.
That's the
this is
question.
The thing, though. We ask this, and we say this every time. It's like, it's Fnatic, though. You know, it can happen. And you say, no way. You know, HellRaisers, they'll be fine. Nope. Absolutely not. It happens again. They get absolutely destroyed by Dennis then.
Still plenty of money for HR, though. They can fully invest into this. Up for AKs. Now, fast mid take coming in. And Twist decides just to fall back. Instead, it's actually not going to be just Angel here in middle. The rest are making their way towards A main. Bomb is still down, though, in mid. Oh, he does have a teammate there. So, might be still some ace up their sleeve.
Okay, so Fnatic have given up mid control pretty much. No one's really stayed out there to watch this, but okay, that could be a big difference now. Olaf Meister pushed out of B, trying to get the info around the back. He was, he'd been having good play towards it, but he got already found. He got found by Zero, so that's going to make them maybe think twice about this. Do we actually go back to B? Do we commit here? We've got a good step towards A, and they're going to go for it. Now Dennis becomes the problem. He's been a consistent factor of turning these rounds around, and again, comes up with the goods through the squeaky door, and now it's a 4v3 in favor to Fnatic. They had the advantage to begin with, and now they've just dropped it on its head. Bondic's telling Zero, get to B. We might have a shot at here. Now we don't. Twist was playing from quad. He finds Bondic in mid, and now you've got Zero on the run. He's got nothing to play out of this one as well.
Yeah, that is single-handedly just keeping Fnatic in this game so far. In the previous run, and still in this one as well. And Lecro with the last kill. And Fnatic still somehow keep themselves in this game. And now, well, HellRaisers' money actually is it's not great. They'll probably upgrade some pistols, but that's all there is to it. And that's going to be Fnatic then 3 away from making it a tie.
How many times do you see this possibly happen?
Well,
I don't know. This is one of those things that does happen. It does occur. But 15-11, HellRaisers should be able to close. There's no two ways about it. You should be able to close this out, considering what the T side's been like so far. But again, these issues, these errors that are coming in, is this nerfs?
Not a great fan of strategies where you kind of like the one we saw in I think it was 15-9 at that point, a couple of rounds ago, where Bondic was in door, he popped flash one off the wall and then opened the door and just ran into the bomb site alone. Not really a great fan of that when you're playing against potential force buys. You want to team up, you want to play together. Try to trade some kills like this. Angel gets one, and that's going to be the A-bomb side open. But the problem is that the bomb is in kind of no man's land. I think they can pick it up, though. They did. So at least they'll get a bomb plant, and now Zero is on the flank, but they know he is. What? He's still going to make a lot of damage. Olaf is down to 16 HP.
That was really good considering. You don't normally get away with that. Wenton's not going to let this one slip any further. Good play from Highway, not overcommitting just yet. You can see the HellRaisers kind of hit the brakes on the plant, slowed it down.
That's weird, though. You want to make sure you get the plant.
I don't know why they kind of slowed it down this much. They had the bomb. I don't know if they were worried that someone could see the cross towards it. No, I have no idea. Maybe hoping that Fnatic would get complacent, push into it, get some more guns away. Not going to be the case, not going to be the factor. They could have been waiting on, was it Zero going around the back as well, trying to make something out of that. So, small possibilities, and now 12 to 15.
Well, let's see what HellRaisers have up their sleeves right now. Because they've had some nice A-set pieces, for example, that have worked out great. They've been able to take over middle. Actually, they've been, they've done a lot of opportunities have been there for them. They've just not been able to close the rounds right now. It's been a lot about Dennis. He's done a lot of crucial kills here. Let's see if that continues. It seems like it's going to be another default round for HellRaisers.
You said it before, we didn't like the kind of individual aspect that came with Bondic on occasion. That pop flash we just ran out against, what could possibly be a force up, or who knows what Fnatic were playing with in that sort of round. So again, let's see if they can really combine, come together as a collective here, make that play as a team. Checking towards boost, didn't see anything there. So I think you can make the assumption to some small degree. It's kind of clear. You normally maybe see their feet, you see it on the radar. You can kind of get a little bit of a glimpse towards it. There hasn't been particularly many smokes in towards main either, so very few chances, and that smoke doesn't quite go right. Again, however, this is going to be run down quite low. They have 3 mollies to clear some of these corners with. Wenton could be in trouble because of that. He could be forced out of playing by this very position. So you got to be careful, got to time it right. This is all hanging on a very, very thin knife edge at this point. Smokes come in, Wenton sees nothing. He knows they're not making the play just yet. He needs to stay cool, calm, under this pressure and wait it out.
It seems like HellRaisers are just not even committed to this A-bomb. They're going to be boosting in middle, I think. No, they actually choose to go in the middle now. Well, it's just 0, and then towards the A-bomb side now with 20 seconds left. Time is becoming a factor. They still do have 1 smoke to play with, but they have actually no real estate to work with, and there's going to be 3 Fnatic members on this site. And they're just going to go down 1 by 1 before Bondi gets a trade, but that's all there is to it, really. It's only Angel now. By the connector, gets a kill, makes it 2, but just 1 second on the clock. It runs out, and just undecisiveness. Like right now, it seems hesitation is definitely a factor right now for HellRaisers.
I don't know what to say. It's 13-15. And we said it. We said it in that goddamn round. It was like look at the money now as well.
Angel just buying right away, just, showcases frustration. Meanwhile, his teammates are just upgrading a pistol here and there. 1 armor, actually, from Stico as well, but...
Oh, my
yeah,
word.
they... very hesitant. Very hesitant there.
Come on, HellRaisers, pull it together. This is your game to just pick it up. You've got to be able to, close out these games. It's all good and well getting close, getting to overtime. That looks great maybe once in a while on HLTV, but that doesn't matter in the big picture here. And, well, that gun's gone really, really far. Well done.
Worth.
It's recoverable, at least. So that comes back into the hands of the HellRaisers side. I'm trying to think, did Angel actually save that from the round prior? I think he stayed alive, so I don't think he bought that. So at least there's some small silver lining.
My brain is a mushroom.
Well, you've been watching HellRaisers try and close this game for like 5 rounds here, and I don't blame you for finding that one a little tough to watch. It's the fact that it always tends to happen. But there's still a couple more throws in here from HellRaisers.
Wow, as I realized that, I'm like, where's my brain?
It's just seeping through your nose, it's all over at this point. You've been sat here watching HellRaisers just go, let me feed towards Dennis again. It looks really good fun, guys. How about we do the 1 by 1 push towards A? It's worked out perfectly. Funny enough.
Well, it happens to the best of us.
It does, let's be honest. A lot of teams have felt the pressure that Fnatic brings in these sort of rounds. They don't falter when they're given these opportunities. This is quite a nice little play, though. Smite being boosted up. Couldn't make much more of that, sadly, but that's quite a nice little quirky play. And now we're on that dreaded marker. The 1 round where HellRaisers can win it in regular time. They have the money to buy here. However, Fnatic have been stringing these back-to-back now.
They definitely have. And, well, HellRaisers, they have a lot of options here. They've had a lot of successful rounds. For example, that A piece they did worked wonderfully. Fnatic show a lot of respect. Well, why not? That's matchmaking-esque stuff. In Pro League, why not? No, it happens every now and again. But let's see what they do here. all so far that's happened is Angel losing a bit of HP. There is still all to play with here for HellRaisers. All kinds of grenades. Angel gets boosted mid. Might be trying to go for a peek. See what's going on. Actually, Twist here in connector could be problematic for him.
1 minute and 14 seconds. Jesus.
Not even close.
Close enough. Yeah, still a lot to play. You can see that HellRaisers know that everything comes down to this round for them. If it goes to overtime, you've got to say that Fnatic will probably start pulling ahead. It's just how they do this. Problem being, where do HellRaisers take this? Their A-hits have been absolutely abysmal. They haven't had much. That Molly, will that actually reach 0? I don't think it has. He's just on the other side of the box and it hasn't spread that far. It looks like HellRaisers have got the mid control. They're going to do that mid to B play. Now you've got Twist, Olaf, and Lekro not far from this. Good positions actually to play off the back of this one. I don't know if they're going to check for Olaf. They must do. They have to. Otherwise, it's going to happen. There it is. Olaf Meister with 3 kills to deny HellRaisers what could have been the perfect opportunity in this one. It's left Zero and Angel with so few opportunities here. And even less now. Angel has to go above and beyond for his team. 20 seconds left, and it looks so unlikely. The bomb is left in Olaf Meister's den, and well, it's all fallen apart, hasn't it?
It definitely has. And again, just a massive play from Olaf Meister. In that box, and well, now Olaf, there's a guy in front of you. That's the quad kill for Olaf Meister in round number 30 to bring it into overtime. And that's gonna be HellRaisers again. Just losing that magical opportunity they had. This time even more. They were up, what, like 15-9. Something along those lines anyway. They had a massive lead. They just threw it away.
John Mitchell, I don't know what's going on, mate. You know? I just don't know anymore. Some hot CS is what he's saying. Some hot CS.
Definitely not moist.
Oh, for God's sake. I've told you about that word. It makes me feel very bad about no. You know, you have those words that you absolutely detest. That is one of mine. It makes my skin crawl. But 15-15, let's discuss this because you know it's all good and well saying, it's just something that Fnatic does. They always bring it back if you give them a chance. Why are they so much more able to do this in other teams? You know, let's be as sweeping statement as you can about it. But it always seems to be Fnatic.
They don't lose their cojones. In the end, seriously, even if they're pressured, they still dare to do things. I think the prime example there was Dennis, how he was playing around the edges of smokes, just pop flashing his way through, getting those couple of crucial kills to just stop a push, and then it kind of affected HellRaisers. They became very hesitant. Well, as they were supposed to push this bomb side, they kind of waited for too long. They seemed like they were going to go on an A hit, but then fell back. They boosted with a middle, and then went back for an A hit. And even then, it didn't really look like an actual A hit. It was kind of a scrappy little play towards that bomb site. And Fnatic says thank you, just picking up kills left, right, and center, 1 by 1.
See, this is the thing, right? For me, I just don't understand how a team like HellRaisers, who have incredibly robust players, who have experienced players, can still allow this to happen. Surely is this an in-game leader thing where they have to kind of discuss and say, guys, what's going on? Is this a coach thing that you have to do? I don't know where you kind of. I say put the blame. Put the blame sounds harsh. It's not what I mean by that, but it's like, where do you put the responsibility of handling it towards?
It's kind of one of the things you can do is you just have that many set plays, so you can just basically say that we have, instead of running defaults and just playing, very loose, where it's a lot about just on the fly kind of decision making, which is easy to do. Okay, I'll smoke highway, you Molotov this and that, we go. Yeah. But you'll just have a lot of set pieces, even for those kind of post-default strats. So you just name a lot of things you can just say, let's do this, and then everyone knows exactly what they're going to do, where they're going to go, who's going to be aggressive on it, who's going to go where. That might be some way to make it happen. I mean, I remember in my teams back in the day, we had a lot of issues in doing on-the-fly stuff. A lot of it had to be just named strategies, even if they were very close to each other. So, when you say a certain strategy, then everyone knows exactly what to do. Yeah,
there's no doubt. There's no second guessing.
Exactly, no second guessing. That might be one way to get across that.
Well, they need to do something. Let's be very clear about this. You've made errors to get to this point. It's some of them were forced, some unforced as well. So 50-50 on this. Credit to Fnatic for remaining stoic, remaining that Fnatic side that can always bring this back. But also you have to put pressure towards HellRaisers saying you can't let advantage like that slip. So still, back into overtime now. It's 15-15. we are getting ourselves prepared for this. And if it goes to true to trend, Fnatic close these. They close these every day of the week. They now have that full utility. They're not playing with just those UMPs, that kind of shoddy purchase. This is what they want. So again, if you want to read it like before, this is where it happens. But look at mid. Already, Fnatic trying to do new things, switching something up here. Twist going to be boosted up towards mid. No?
Yeah, it's again, they dare to make plays, no matter the situation, but whoops. Twist slips away. Makes his way back. I'm not sure if he was hurt though. But he's just gonna wait there for HellRaisers to do the first move. Smite though. He's taking an angle towards Venton, who gets a kill through the box. 3 more T's there to play against.
And another.
Venton, I don't know what happened there. Gets a kill. But Bondic and Angel though, they go for the trades. They make it a 3 for 2. So it's a 3-on-2 situation as well. That's going to favor HellRaisers. Now Dennis, he dares to make a play, goes for the massive spray. And look at the HP on Angel and Bondic. And also Zero as well, actually, since they're all low. But Olof with an AWP, and he obviously cannot be 100% sure on the HP on the HR players. So he's probably going to be on the save.
Yep, as you said. It's going to play this out. And that's the first time we've seen HellRaisers take those extended fights in mid. You know, they may have gone for a trade or two or tried to play off the back of it, but that's also the first time we saw Fnatic as well, really showing that Olofmeister's going a little bit out of his way here. This is kind of worrying. You've got Bondic just off to his left. This isn't good. There you go. It's gone. Maybe a little careless, needless. I'm not sure. You know, he knew they were low, trying to get some exits. Cool, but a little worrying. But let's come back to that because, yeah, that's the first time we saw that real kind of extended fight through mid. Was that just Fnatic playing differently? Maybe playing a little bit more to what HellRaisers would have wanted?
Yeah, I mean, they pushed middle. And then when HellRaisers realized the fact that, okay, they are playing aggressive in mid, then they went on and took that fight. And they were the ones to come out on top of it. Managed to create a 3-on-2 opportunity, which then went their way. They won the round as well. So that was more just reacting to things that were happening around them.
Okay, HellRaisers finally get around back on their T side. I don't know if this is just
not having
cruelty.
to really do anything.
No, exactly. That was just
winning battles.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of given the opportunity and they took it. Which is fine by me. You know, whatever works at the end of the day. For them, probably an incredible sigh of relief after what was a very, very dire run of rounds. But let's look at what we've got here coming in for HellRaisers. So you've got, you know, still everything you need. You've got all those mollies. They can molly out vents right now. I think that's Angel's job at the moment. And to be fair, Olofmeister has been playing it on quite a regular occasion. So again, could create chances to them playing towards mid, trying to exploit towards B. Good response though. Again, Fnatic looking calm, looking chilled out, not really giving away much. It looks like HellRaisers quickly do want to get that B control building. Maybe a 3-2 split here. There's still 3 players from Fnatic in the right place, and Olofmeister gonna re-smoke that. I don't know if that gave away his spot. I'm not sure if it did. I don't think they saw how it bounced, but they should check it regardless. But Zero just gifts himself to the gods and hopes for the best. But it's a 5v4 now, and this split has certainly hit the brakes.
Yeah, and there's 3 Fnatic members on this B bomb side. Stico getting kill on Olof. Still 2 more here. Electro and Twist on this B bomb side. I'm not sure if HellRaisers are going to expect this. Even Dead is now on this high ground. It's taken down by Angel though, and that Pop Flash might do a lot to stop the push. Come in, Twist again. I think it must have been the mouse wheel. Let's go with 2 massive kills. And it looks like it's going to be a second round going the way of HR on overtime. As a Molotov is completely going to be whiffed by Venton.
And he still makes it count. Okay, nice. That's just how it goes. Bondic's closing in from the back though, so this should be a closeout round there. But you know, after killing Dennis, I think you'd think, oh, that's got to be it. You killed 2 players by B. You've killed Olaf pushed up, Dennis up high. You maybe expected 1 on site, but 2 of them, and then the mouse wheel jump that just has been such a pain. But it's just Twist, isn't it, who's been suffering from this?
Yeah, there's unfortunately there's certain mouses that have that problem, and they are very popular mouses too.
Yeah.
So man, it's unfortunate. I look at that Fnatic now. Their money, they don't have any.
Yeah, they are poor.
Dennis and Venton with FAMASas and the rest of the team just with upgraded pistols. Stick already made his way towards that white box. He's gonna have a peek on highway. And he might even get a cheeky way towards that A bomb site without anyone really spotting him.
And that's nice as well from Angel, just holding the angle that could possibly undo that, allowing Sticko to only worry about anyone at the top of highway, playing from maybe barrels or whatever. Just gonna play off the back of each other. Now they're going away. Now they've shot at least once. That means, you know, the jig's up. They know what's going on. Wenton's still alive though, playing from Forklift here. He's had relative success before. Going to turn the flash, go back in on the peak towards Squeaky. Can't find it. Bondic denies that. Now Angel comes up highway, shuts it down as well. This is good so far. 4v2. They should have this one under wraps here. Olofmeister and Lekra left with incredibly limited options. Pop flash towards the truck. Quick little peek. Gets absolutely wrecked. And now, of course, Olofmeister finds Smike, brings it back to a 2v2. Now they have guns. This is how Fnatic get rounds, and I don't understand it sometimes. But, again...
I think it's a good plan for a 0, so... But that Molotov makes a world's difference.
Was that not
Never mind. Bondic now has a Molotov. Has all the grenades, but doesn't have an idea of Olofmeister being so close. Who's going to push in, and now it becomes a 1-on-1 duel, and Olofmeister somehow managed to class it out. I don't think he has enough time, though, does he? It's very close.
That's incredibly close.
Nope, no time.
Of course that's the round that Fnatic almost win. Of course it is.
Yeah, well, that Molotov getting picked up there, and then
Yeah.
obviously, you know, that just turned the tides in that 2-on-2 situation. But then Bondic still being a hero in the end, and that's going to be, well, 3 straight rounds for HellRaisers on that T side.
Could you not do that in regular time, guys?
No, why not?
You know what I mean? They just want to make these guys
all they
wait
needed
longer.
is 1 out of the last, what, 7?
That makes sense, you know?
Why not?
But to be fair, when you go into overtime, you've got to kind of mentally reset, don't you? You have to sit there and go, all right, guys, let's start again. Let's, you know, we know what the issues were. You know, pick it up like we knew before. Just keep, you know, we know what worked. Don't need to drop the ball here. Let's just close out. Now, if it goes to plan, Fnatic didn't have the most phenomenal T side. It wasn't the best in the world. HellRaisers held their own on the CT side. They have a good round buffer here as well. They shouldn't drop too much here. They should be able to close it out. A lot of shoulds, if, buts, and maybes as well, because it's still Fnatic and they're still deadly, so I'll never write these guys out, but against the odds we go.
Stigo gets tacked up through the wall by Twist there. With that up, only makes 35 damage though, but still something. Smike though, with a very aggressive approach on B. He gets 1, makes it 2 on Benton as well. And that's going to be the opportunity they needed as he tries to burn alive though.
And Smike before was giving away some of those first kills. Let's remind ourselves, back when this happened originally, Smike would occasionally get caught out. You know, Olofmeister would do it.
Get out, Angel. You're in a 5-on-3 advantage.
You don't need it.
You don't need to be the aggressor anymore. Get the heck out of there.
It's these sort of things that give away... What are you doing, Angel? Stop it.
Just, yeah,
don't give him a chance. There's no need. As you said, you have the upper hand. Chill out. If Lekra opens that door and you get a little bit of pressure from main, you can just get caught here. Lekra doesn't fancy it. He's going to chill out. But you give small opportunities away with these sort of things. Small.
Yeah, well, and Fnatic, that's all they need. A lot of the times, but when you have a 5-on-3 opportunity, you fall back, you play passively. Angel gets more out of his position now. There's going to be 2 HR players on this bomb site. The bomb is making its way to A main. Still quite far off, so 35 seconds on the clock. And that third guy from HellRaisers coming into this A side as well. Bondic missing a few of these shots. And here comes the push.
And it's working. Fnatic have a step in here. Angel's burning alive. He can't really do much about it, but it's down to Lekra in the 1v2. Fnatic did as much as they could towards the A side, but they've left with a huge disadvantage here. Can Lekra do anything? Just no is the simple answer to that. Hops up, gives himself over to HellRaisers, and they actually close out Cash. Now, after that regular time ending, I didn't think we'd see that result, if I'm honest. I thought Fnatic would pick up where they left off in regular time and just run with it.
Yeah,
however, HellRaisers reset a little.
Yeah, I mean, not able to win any of the last 6 rounds on the T side, then you get 3 in a row in overtime. Just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah.
It is just.
It really is.
It is weird. I mean, they didn't do anything, you know,
massively different,
yeah,
or obviously the first round was a bit of a difference because Fnatic pushed up as well.
Exactly, that was because of how Fnatic was playing. But anything else, pretty much all the same. Just no hesitation.
Yeah. And the difference that makes on this level is massive. And I can imagine there's a lot to be said about this game as well, from start to finish, whether it be overtime or not. Let's head over to the desk to break that one down for you guys.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And of course, now to a bit of a marathon so far tonight, boys. Double overtime. Let's wind it back, though, of course, to that first half here. We saw a lot of those CT-sided rounds being kind of won and lost on Smike's positioning. HellRaisers were using him very extensively to go for early peaks.
Definitely, as we talked about in the pre-match, that there's a lot of room for aggression on this map, and we were questioning whether HellRaisers will be able to nail the timing pretty much, and it was up and down at times, but when it worked, it pretty much won them the round. They were able to close it out afterwards, but the first gun rounds they lost was when Smike was killed early on, right? And Fnatic capitalized on it. But all in all, I'm pretty, you know, surprised by HellRaisers. They performed far better than I would have expected it from them.
Do you think this is a strong HellRaisers performance and not so much just a weak Fnatic one?
Bit of both. I think Fnatic, to touch on your point at the start of the night about Venton and how he's getting game lead, I think they lacked a little bit of organization in their play this evening. They were relying on the old one-trick pony, Olaf and occasionally Dennis, but more so to find the opening picks. And it certainly doesn't work. They've got room to improve. I think it's, you know, Cobble I can maybe dismiss where they haven't played it very much, but I can't on Cash. I'm sorry. They've played that enough this season. We expect more from them. To touch on the point about Smike, though, very good from him. And a game, you know, from him that we need to see more of, I think, because it's a name on this team that everyone kind of overlooks. He's the new guy without the history, without any pedigree. He's played for a while, as you said, but not really at a high level. And I think that was very impressive to see the dynamic play from him. You kind of have to take those risks and sort of engage Fnatic in that way, because if you sit back, that's when they start rolling. They're kind of like, I think, I don't want to dig into another analogy, but they're almost like Virtus Plow in that sense. You know what I mean? Like, if you give Fnatic room, they'll take every bit of it.
I think it's also, you know, apparent that HellRaisers did watch previous Fnatic's games on Cash that they prepared for them, because Fnatic likes to, you know, throw those smokes mid, like they're going for a B split, and then just pretty much explode out of squeaky door. And you can see that when they tried to execute that round, HellRaisers didn't move from the A bomb site at all. So they were pretty, you know, well prepared for it, so to speak.
And then we saw Sticko very much step up on the second half there as well, when we saw the T side come out for HellRaisers. Fnatic were looking for options early in that half anyway to sort of respond to this. And we saw a very interesting round where they set up for a complete A retake there, and Sticko just managed to dominate them. So early on it seemed that HellRaisers were struggling for options, but they were constantly being given that mid control by Fnatic. Do you think that was a wise decision? Do you think it worked well for Fnatic as they started to get those rounds back?
I think it was a calculated decision, in a sense, them relying on HellRaisers not really being, you know, prepared to execute after they just get mid-control for nothing. They're more looking to, as we saw in the first round of overtime, they're looking to get duels there and to get a man advantage early on, pretty much. So I think it was a calculated decision, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough for Fnatic.
Yeah, we talk about the sort of the end of that second half as we sort of crept closer to overtime. It seems like HellRaisers really took their foot off the gas. We sort of talked about them and sort of bigged them up as a team that is not afraid to be aggressive. Angel is an example we use there as well. They were given this mid-control by Fnatic, and then it seemed like they were very slow in pushing onto these sites. Was that, like you said, it was maybe an unwillingness or a lack of preparation to execute from that part of the map?
Well, I thought he was asking you, but then you looked
No,
at...
I mean,
I made a noise, I know. I was thinking about it too.
I mean, probably so, because at times it's hard. There are a lot of, if you want to go up highway, there are a lot of positions where you can get shot from. Some teams just use, you know, the smoke to smoke off highway, then flash through it. That makes it a bit easier. You also have the surprise factor there pretty much. But I think in the end, what was really important was early on in the first half, actually, HellRaisers won a couple of clutch rounds, which were super important when the economy was low for them. The 0-1v1 when he jumped onto quad. I think that was the round that gave them some breathing room, pretty much.
I think as well, in my opinion of Highway, it's just such a long and vast, you know, rotation to get from mid even as a T. It's the same distance at a CT playing Z to get to truck, who can also kill you from there, not to mention quad, like you're saying. I think that has to be more of a lurk position where you're actually, if you're splitting A, you're still putting the primary focus. First off, you need to smoke behind the red crate to cover off quad for the player at Highway, and then you still have to focus on coming out A main and from Squeaky. I think your primary should always be into the A site directly and let mid be the lurk. If they're giving you that much control and you can get that many players down, maybe, you know, you got the option event, but establish the position. Don't rely on the position. You don't have to push up Highway with 3 or 4 players.
It's almost like you're allowing the CTs to keep you at arm's length and actually sort of peek out from quad and sort of pick you off long range, maybe a little bit more safer than what teams would like to do.
I guess my point is you can't rely on mid and Highway alone for the reasons he's saying. You kind of have to have someone else to support it from the A site specifically.
All right, well, it was a 1-1 split between these two teams in the series. 19-16 was the score for that last map. If you don't want to know about the other score, you can get the app, The Score Esports, available on your iPhone and Android devices. You can find them at your respective app stores. Download it. Of course, that's the scores from all our games from tonight, prior, and our articles will be on the regular to keep you up to date with how CS is going. But we're going to go to a break, and when we return, we're going to talk about our next series of the night. That one's going to be an absolute cracker. We'll give you a bit of a prelude after the break.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the side. Fnatic has to stay up. Joe, he gets the triple at Fnatic. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this ult is still... Oh,
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. It's, well, going to be a long one tonight at any rate here, as the first match kept us on the edge of our toes. There are 2 overtimes, and we now are here, of course, looking down the barrel of FaZe, going up against Astralis. We've got Natu on the desk now as well. Before we get to a quick shout-out to Rushy, our off-surfer. He is single, ladies. He's married to the game, but he is single, so you can hit him up on Twitter. But let's talk about it briefly. That last game, we'll wrap that up real quickly again. Natu, you were casting that one there as well. I don't know if you heard what was said on the desk there, but it seems as if the HellRaisers, I guess, a little bit passive there towards the end, but just some really nice play from Sticko, especially.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, you could see when they had the opportunity to close it out that they got really hesitant. Like, when they were just supposed to plow into the bomb side, get that one round, they would throw their utility and then just do nothing and then steer away, maybe go for a boost in middle and they again try to go to that A site and then go one by one and make it too easy. But also Dennis did multiple really nice plays there for Fnatic to keep them in that game. But then in the end, well, they made it happen.
They did indeed. Well, we'll just move on from that one there, as Fnatic maybe still a question mark hanging over their head. But speaking of...
Yeah, it's only been a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of things they need to figure out. It's completely a new lineup, obviously. So, you know, you can't take too much away from it.
Yeah, people forget that this isn't a team just with one player coming in. We're all like, oh, let's see how this player performs. It is 3 out of 5, I guess, is a completely new team. The whole structure, leadership, everything's changed there as well. So we're definitely interested, though, to see how they track in the next few weeks. But, I mean, another team that maybe has a question mark over their head is Astralis. Obviously, in this next game, they were at LAN on the weekend. They went over to Power LAN, a lot of Danish teams at that event, and they fell. They didn't even make it through because I think it was Heroic that cut them down through that tournament. So a bit of a disappointing performance from a team that you'd expect to take it all the way.
I mean, definitely, they were always touted as the best team in Denmark since forever, pretty much. And even though they came back from a holiday and had a rough start in Pro League, you would expect it, you know, on their home soil, especially when Dignitas also had a stand and they had AZ for Rubino. You would expect them to, you know, pretty much walk through that tournament, but they fall down to Heroic in the semifinals, 2-1. And you know, they were saying how they were boot camping prior to that LAN, and they're still in boot camp now, trying to sort things out. And they're saying how they felt that they've improved before that LAN. They crashed down, so...
Practice is one thing.
Yeah.
I've been there. In my own teams back in the day. Then I remember, for example, for Cologne with NIP, we were just destroying teams, and well, when it came to the tournament, we were, you know, just not playing up to that standard. So it's a very different ball game, obviously, from practice to actual games.
Yeah, we talk about boot camping as well, and some teams almost treat it as like the magical remedy. It's going to solve all our problems here. But Natu, I mean, in your experience, how hard is it to diagnose some of the problems that hold you back in some of these games? I mean, you have a coach, maybe you have an analyst on your team, but you know, you're boot camping, maybe things aren't performing, and you're still not playing up to your potential. Can it be tricky to sort of find the needle in the haystack in terms of your issues?
Yeah, it is sometimes. I mean, a lot of it comes to just basically individually, from individuals not committing to a situation 100%, you know, hesitating at times when they were supposed to just plow in. Then how do you really analyze that, except for the fact that, okay, next time you have the situation, you just gotta kind of go for it and, you know, take one for the team.
Well, with a little bit of an introduction to where Astralis are as well, let's talk very quickly about FaZe. Obviously, Aloe now settling in. It's a team that's received criticism of having so many star players that no one actually gets to be the star. And then you add Aloe into the team here as well, which is obviously not really improving that issue. How are they tracking so far, in your opinion, gents?
I think they're faring better than I would expect them to, considering they had a lot of games early on, just a day or two after they brought Aloe into the team.
Very early.
They've really shown, you know, that with their individual skill, they can take down some of these opponents and get some points on the board.
I think it's just a testament to the amount of skill the team has, really. They can play off of that a lot, and then when they build a little bit more their strategy book and their team play becomes better, I think they're going to be a very, very interesting team to look at. Aloe as well, being a very aggressive opper who likes to be the playmaker kind of opper, I think that will add an extra dynamic in their way they can play.
All right, so very quick before we jump in, guys. We saw the doubleheader, the cash doubleheader between FaZe and NIP recently. Not good for them. Obviously, the first match was a lot harder. They managed to get 12 rounds in the second. What did we learn from that one in terms of how they're adapting or how they're playing in general up against a team of NIP's caliber?
NIP is very good on cash.
Very solid point, has to be said. I mean,
it is unfortunate that they lost cash before that. The one time they played it in Pro League against Envious as well. So maybe just not, up to snuff on that map in particular just yet.
Yeah, maybe more about NIP we can take away than that. It's maybe hard to get a read on exactly what phase we're doing. But let's now throw it over to the desk to jump into this map. It's going to be Dust 2 and then Mirage. So an interesting couple of maps here. The last time we saw phase on this one, they lost to Mouse Sports quite harshly over at E-League. So, gentlemen, we're going to be passing... What's that?
Who loses to Mouse Sports?
Now. You behave yourself. All right, let's pass it over to Henry and Sadicus to take us in.
Thank you very much. Yes, losing to Mouse Sports is extremely, extremely challenging. I mean, come on. They've got Nico on their team, and that guy's not very good.
Loving the hat today, Matthew.
Thanks. I'm Justin Timberlake. I'm bringing sexy back. That's actually what's happened is I've succumbed to the gaming life, and I've become one.
Right.
With the gamers.
Well then, shall we talk about this one? Looks like FaZe are going to be playing Astralis. We've turned up just in time, as we're going to be playing Dust 2 here to kick things off, then Mirage. There's going to be 5 sets of armor for the CTs. We're getting straight into this one. We're a little bit behind schedule, but let's start cracking on. No aggression from the CTs as of yet, from what I can see, but there it is. Rain is looking to hunt towards middle. It's going to be a fast play from Astralis towards long, so actually the CT's pretty far removed from this situation. It's up to Jacob as he gets the first contact from the A site.
So far, so good. In terms of information, they can try and rotate back around. They were pretty good bias toward B, so they're going to have to be quite quick about this, even though they've given up long, though. It's, I would say, still favorable with Alu this far up middle. He'll pincer them in, and he's got the range game with the USP. However, he's got a problem. They're all coming back this direction. He's caught in the corner, flash around, and Kerrigan will find him. So it's one for Astralis, and just like that, FaZe's plans are foiled with an overcommitment perhaps from Alu. It seemed like the right idea, but unfortunately caught in the wrong place.
This is nice. Look at Device. He's actually going towards long. His teammate's getting towards B as well. KRB holding middle. So you can see the city's trying to hunt for information here, and Jacob's doing a good job. But Device, once he gets to the A site, he's going to try and wait till he gets contact here. Then his teammates will go towards B. You can see them waiting towards that as well. That's actually pulled Kirishima out of the side as well. This is looking so good for Astralis. They can walk into an open bomb site and actually get the free plant down as well. And they actually have a ton of time. Kirishima coming back through the doors. He's not sure, but he can probably hear footsteps at the moment. There it is.
Kishima's trying to fire through the wooden doors and catch them on cross. He's a little bit late to do so, so it's Xyp9x instead to watch window with bomb down now for Astralis, still with a man advantage, and Jacob only 1 HP. He's going to need a lovely shot from that USB. Problem is that as he goes toward tunnels and tries to allow his teammates space, okay, never mind, he goes down straight up. I thought he would get caught from the player rotating in from middle. That was Device. He goes down to AZ, but still they have the fortified positions from Xyp9x, excuse me, but AZ finds him instead, and they actually pull this back. I'm impressed.
I'm not sure if that's amazing from FaZe or a bit of a blunder from Astralis. How is AZ getting through the window like that? He gets taken down at 10 HP, 1 more bullet required. It was the wallbangs from the Glock that was trying to finish him off, but Astralis have perfectly approached it around. They get long control. They get the first pick from the aggressing CTs as well. They leave Device in the pit. Here's a nice fake towards the A site. It's an open B plant. And all of a sudden, the FaZe retake comes in. They've got 5 sets of armor as well. They don't even have kits. And somehow they're coming out on top there. So Astrala's got to feel a little bit gutted after that one. But FaZe do pick up the all-important pistol. We go into the second. Of course, the bomb being planted for Astralis means it's going to be 5 PT-50s here. Alu looking to hunt with his scout. There's more aggression from the CTs. They don't want to lock this down quickly. They know money is available for these SMGs, but Rain taking a ton of damage at the start, and there's going to be a PT-50 headshot from Xyp9x as well. So Astralis have got a man advantage for AZ. He quickly sees to that and brings it back to the 4-on-4.
Device, though, with this MP9. You know, I never thought about this. Someone in chat just brought this point up, the second part of this, and what it all means. It makes sense why Alu joined FaZe.
Go on.
Because it used to be easy for ENTs, but if you spell FaZe backwards, it's easy as...
Ah, yeah, that does make sense. That's probably why he did join his team.
That makes perfect sense.
Run boost coming in again, successful. Ooh. Actually, a headshot coming in as well.
That's
Takes down Alu. That is absolutely delicious, I have to say. That very rarely works, and somehow she gets the kill out of it as well. It's getting very problematic for FaZe, and it's going to be a man advantage, heavy man advantage, 3 versus 1 now. They didn't have much at all to work with. 5 P250s, nothing else purchased. FaZe the rifles as well, and now just Kirishima. No kit, no grenades, hoping he can find some quick and easy kills here, but it'd be up to Astralis to throw this one away.
I wonder if they watched G2. Remember when they failed that run boost?
Yeah.
Like 3 times?
Every time you see a run boost, it normally doesn't work out, but it's KRB gets launched into short. Normally it's just to get the plant down, but he somehow finds a kill towards the car area as well. And this is just consolation kills at this point. Kiyashima just trying to take men down with him. It's Karrigan on 20 HP. He's got the M4 device on 4 HP. One of them might go down. Who's that towards CT spawn? That's actually the device. So he's only got the MP9. He will go down with the bomb. But he knows it. Throws a gun on the floor. Celebrating, of course. That's a big round for them to pick up. 5 PT50s, man. No grenades, nothing. Just a run boost and a dream.
It works. I mean, that's very, very cool. Kiervi as well, very getting the kill, very impressive from the distance he did. As you said, he got the headshot on the way around, but I've got to see more from Kiervi, so I'm going to kind of put a scope on him, put him underneath the telescope, and watch him closely this evening. He's been quieter than I would have expected.
You can see FaZe at the start of the round, as I was kind of explaining. They were looking for those eco frags. They wanted to lock it down the SMGs and actually start farming that cash, and that actually punished them to start. They lost that early man and did come down to a 4-on-4, but the run boost came in and Astralis capitalized. So you go towards that long control once again. There is a force buy from the CTs, of course. We'll see what they can do of it. It's a double scout and an M4 combo. A couple of 5.7s chucked in for good measure as well. Smoke and 2 flashbangs. But to this point, with long control obtained, you can see Device. He's got the AWP. There's been some speculation as to who's going to be taking over this role for Astralis. Karrigan has been doing it recently. Most famously, and probably in their best era, it was Device. Yep. But Occasion B at times was trying it. Obviously not here anymore. But there it is. Rain with the scout. Takes him down. Big scalp to take for reasons I just explained.
And as well, famously KGB on this map, remember, at CAR. So it's something we still kind of bring up in this map in particular.
Just have a quiet point as well.
Okay, not
right,
quiet.
Keep going.
No, that's
keep going, Matthew.
Loud and proud is Rain. Why not? We're going to see potentially back-to-back force buy wins to start this off as FaZe trying to claw back from what they lost against, well, a run boost and some pistols in the previous round. Dupree walks around the corner. He'll take Rain back, but watch the position of Carr. Jacob, he's got there undetected these times. One in Dupree, traded by Zifix, but then he's tagged up. Alu, he gets him back. I take that back. The scout just missed. He's 77, not 30, so obviously the scout not landing on the body. And easy to walk up. He'll tag back. You may get your quiet point in a moment, Henry, but bomb planted for Astralis. Retake may happen. AZ hits the shot with the 5.7. He elects to fall away from the flames, while his teammate, Kiyashima, thinks we better go and gets ahead of him. So they'll slow down temporarily and let the M4 go to work. No drop down just yet. Zipix, he hasn't spotted it because he's playing a passive angle on the ramp to try and get headshots. He's found the first. It's the low HP on AZ. Now Kiyashima knows exactly where he is, but has to try and change his angle, elevate himself, and does it. FaZe will get the defuse.
Indeed they will. What a round that was. The scout from Rain. It was a difficult buy for them going into this one. 1 in 4, 2 scouts, but they got the long control. Like I said, Device for the AWP, expecting to capitalize in those positions, but Rain was some jumping scout headshots there, 2 of them to kick things off, and then the 5.7s are chipping away at the HP of Astralis. Comes down to the 1v1 in the end. Here's the first shot from Rain, jumping up. Device is using that little ledge as well. He's not expecting that to be coming in, and it works absolutely perfectly for Raze there. 2-1. They answer back with a force buy of their own, but there is still money available for Astralis. Device actually still has an AWP. It's actually quite a reasonable buy going forward, since they did get the bomb down once again, but it's going to be the CTs still in a difficult position. Max 7 in the hands of Alu. Jacob with the UMP, and fast play from Dupree here as he gets straight out towards mid. Don't smoke towards CD spawn for now, as well as going straight towards a B bomb site, unannounced, and seeing if they can catch the CTs by surprise here, but apparently they can't. AZ's ready for him and takes him down towards the window.
Smokes toward the tunnels to redress the fact that they've since dissolved. Dissipated. Or perhaps in simpler terms, just disappeared, Henry.
Yeah, why not? Well, 5 and 4, man advantage was picked up by AZ with a fast mid play from Dupree. He was trying to surprise and open up a bomb site for his teammates there. Didn't work out that way. Now he's definitely pieces towards short as well. That's not really working out for them. As Jacob drops first, you can see Alu just at that Mag 7 gets to this position where we have seen chaos ensuing before. The jump shots definitely are deadly, but you need to be waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Rain's gonna strike now against Kierby. Alu gets Karrigan, and Rain snapped back to find Zipix over the box. Headshot with the M4. It's suddenly down to just Device, AWP in hand. He's anticipating the high angle of approach from Rain, who therefore jumps and spots him and turn. Shot out, does manage to get it cocked in time again to fire back, but he's got picked up the bomb. 30 seconds, 3 HP, hits a shot on AZ as he jumps up to get information, no more. Taps it out, baits it, and potentially the third. Kiyashima will get it back if Device had hit that. I'm not sure we would have seen a finer round in a while.
Yeah, I think I'd been falling off my chair had that happened. This is a little bit suspect from Rain. He's got 30 seconds. I think he's just got that tunnel vision. He's had a sick round so far. Let's finish off and get the final kill. And he almost loses the round for his teammate. That no-scope was very close indeed. That could have been absolute pandemonium, but it's going to be 3-1. FaZe just about managed to win the round after a fantastic play on the A side from Rain. Alu with the orb this time, and it's a Tech-9 forced by once again from the terrorists. They're going to be going straight in towards the B side, and Rain's waiting for them once again. UMP this time, perfect for close range range encounters. He gets the first 2 kills, headshots, can't find the third. And Astralis picking up a couple here. It's just an absolute brawl on the B side. Equal situation for now, 2-on-2, as Jacob rotates towards lower B. Well, towards middle, maybe.
We've got an intense and fast game so far. Let's hope it keeps up. So far, FaZe, though, are the ones in control at 3-1, but bomb once more threatening to be planted. Held off. Device baits in the plant, fakes it out, and they catch Kiyoshima in the window. It's just Jacob that's left alive, UMP in hand, and he's going to try and walk back in once more. Device will bait, try and switch it out again. They've got to use their strength and numbers, and they've got the time to work with. But Jacob, a full set of nades, full arsenal of nades, and 2 headshots on the way through as he isolates Kerrigan, caught trying to get back to the closet.
I thought the fact he had all his grenades, he heard the plant going down the back right as well. He's using incendiary, make one of the players face, but all of a sudden it all falls apart for Astralis. They go for that fake plant, and that's the opportune moment for him to walk into that site, to that stage. He knows one player's going to be out of that for at least a second. That situation, he faces the perfect time, takes them both down, and FaZe go up 4-1 here. It's another force buy from Astralis. This has been such a fast game, as you said. It's going to be Galil's, Scouts, UMPs, and a Deagle in the hands of Dupree. And this time, though, FaZe are starting to get well equipped themselves. Alu with the AWP he has been taken down to 32, but still, they've got a huge advantage going into this one. It'll take an absolute magical play from one of the Danes here to actually get into this round. We know they've been in a slum recently. They're on boot camp now to kind of rectify some of the issues that have been happening recently. Trying to adjust the roles, it seems, again. We have seen Device mainly on the AWP, and that was not a plan. Well, that was not part of the plan last month, at least.
And as Mitch mentioned on the desk, they sent in a tweet saying, all right, we're feeling better about things, or something along those lines. Go to Powerland and lose to Team X again and have an abysmal time. Once more, Heroic, I should say, who I have to give credit where credit is due, did very well at that LAN, are looking more on form. So we have 3 Swedish teams to watch right now. We might have 3 Danish teams if they continue to rise as they are. Either way, Astralis can no longer comfortably claim that #1 spot if they don't pick up their socks soon.
Short control has been obtained by Astralis. Smoked out for now, but they still... Well, the problem is they don't have any grenades going into this side, so they're going to have to walk in, hope for the power and numbers that works out for them. But Alu gets the first kill. He's got flashbangs in reserve as well, and doesn't land the second shot here. The bomb would plant towards short, but that's a nice one from Device. Starting to step up here. This actually starts to get a bit uncomfortable for the CTs, rotating through CT spawn. Still have the man advantage, but Astralis have got time to set up.
Jacob's going to go start this off from Catwalk. 2 underneath. 3, actually. Take that back. There's a 4th one. Zipix will find Rain. It's Device that turns it around, though, and Kerrigan's found a second with the AWP. AZ goes to the corner. He'll get caught by Device, and finally Astralis get round #2 when the guns are drawn. They lose 3 players in the process, a reset of 3 rounds, but they'll be able to buy this one. They need to stay slightly efficient in this, though, against the Pistols, because that's how close these rounds have been. They're already forcing on the CT side.
Yeah, when will the madness stop here? It seems like everyone wants to be force buying, is trying to try that luck, as Astralis has stepped up in the last round with no grenades to the A side as well, and Alu opening things up. I thought that was a foregone conclusion, but apparently not. Astralis, like I said, even with the man disadvantage there, time to set up, and it's Dupree this time, steps up with the MP7, straight towards long by himself, and AZ finds a headshot in return. It's just trading back and forth here. For now, Astralis have got the advantage, but Rain, he's looking to find more as he gets towards the long doors. And a 5-7, a CZ, and Kiyoshima, the Scouts, all FaZe have to work with here. Surely Astralis can get 2 in a row.
Kiyoshima will elect to rotate toward B. A Scout to try and hold off. The absolute charging Astralis. They slow temporarily to allow Device a chance to try and get a pick for them, make their job easier. And then the entourage will march toward Kio's now passive position on top of the box's backside, trying to take advantage of those scout mechanics. Zipix just watching for rotations at T-spawn. 56 seconds. They don't have to commit to this just yet, but Keo already making a little bit of contact toward Device is going to call for help in the form of Rain. They've got to try and take these gambles, these early rotations, and strengthen, solidify the defense as much as possible, being down a man. Especially in the B site, which is harder to retake, in my opinion, than A.
This kill, this is what it comes down to. If Dupree can stay alive here. Oh, did I not see him? There it is. Surely get the easy kill here, but he should be taken down by the teammates coming in from the turn top of the middle. But they've actually opted towards long, so 3-on-3. Time ticking away. They haven't got the way to the site yet. And it's going to be an AQ picked up by Alu as well.
And he was smart. He didn't go for that right away. Once he realized no one else was there to trade it, then he grabbed the gun. He's already made his way back to Catwalk. He'll get Molotov'd by Zipix. But they haven't spotted him yet, so that's just to cover off a cross and a plant toward this site. But he can sit, be a slightly complacent, let time expire, just temporarily while his teammates get in a better position. Rain already pushing back the player at long. That's Device. He misses a shot towards CT. This is going to put the 5-7 up close. He's got to go pistol versus pistol, missing the shot, and Rain's got it. It's going to now put pressure onto Xyp9x, the last alive in this, but he's hit Kiyoshima jumping once more. AWP in the hands of Rain, tags him through the box, but just 83. And Xyp9x gets above once more. Another 1 versus 1.
Yeah, these rounds have been absolutely nuts here, but Astralis, there it is. They managed to get 2 in a row. Definitely wasn't an easy feat there. It comes down to another 1v1, and FaZe actually had the advantage. Kiyoshima trying with the jump shot there, actually exposed himself a little bit too much. Potentially could have waited for his teammate to come with the AWP and applied more pressure and had 2 targets on the screen instead of 1. I feel like if he'd been more patient, that could have been their ticket into that round victory, but this will be the eco from FaZe finally. 5 USPs. Ali gets tagged through the doors, and this should be a time now for players like Karrigan with this SMG to farm some cash, but he gets caught. But the teammates do help him out with the flashbang there, so he does stay alive for now. And it's going to be a 5-on-2. Kiyoshima and Jacob just waiting on either side of the map as well. So Karrigan molotoving out Jacob. He's got no reason really to stay in the fire. Just has to fall to his death. And Kiyoshima now.
Kierby, I think, already spotted him. Yeah, so they check it. He spots him through the door. Most straightforward round we've had yet. Perhaps a moment to breathe. Karrigan, though, SMG gets 4 kills, which is big. I mean, you talked about the AWP, how they've been passing it around. We know Karrigan is willing to pick it up if he needs to. More so Device on the T side, but if anything, he builds up a bank where they can start to stabilize an economy. He could potentially buy an AWP out for Device, etc. So
it was the rifles of Device. So he said recently, well, maybe a month ago, saying, "Oh, my AK feels much better. I want to be doing this role and trying to get back into it." And Karrigan will be taking over the AWP. And you can see, obviously, the results haven't been great. Then you maybe need to go back to Device, who at his best can be a world-class AWP player for sure. But it's all about the confidence, I guess, with him.
And you kind of have to wonder right now. In my opinion, there's no real Danish opera that stands out. You have to wonder if maybe cajunB could have transferred into that with a full-time obligation, because he is starting to look more and more on form in Dignitas, and they switched it at a time when things were more successful than they are, before rules were clearly defined in this team, and maybe there's something there. You know, maybe that was the key to just try and get him in another position, but hey, obviously they felt differently. Jacob, meanwhile, he's out toward long. He's got support system in the form of Alu, and they set for, well, I'd say a bait and switch, but it's not really. They'll confront Jacob if Alu doesn't stay aggressive and peek out early. But in doing this, they give up Catwalk. Astralis elects to go this route. AZ's tagged down to 20 already, but it's Rain that's down below in CT spawn that has to try and cut this off. Smokes, flashes go down, smokes onto the site. None dropping just yet, so Rain stays passive, tries to use the vision from afar, but Karrigan already clearing out Goose. They'll go for the safe plant on the bomb. Smart, very simplistic, but smart Molotov onto the ramp. They double that up as well, so no one can pass over to catch them out as they retreat back to quad, and Xyp9x will just wait for anyone pushing up long. This is actually interesting that they'll bring Device to cover off that position as well.
Device in a perfect position here. You can see the CT struggling, no kids, have to start facing. They're going to be pincering from CT spawn and long, but Device, a lot of freedom to move. But Kiyoshima is starting to apply the pressure. Dupree, Xyp9x, finding kills, left, right, and center, and Dupree finishes it off with 3 of his own. And you can see their phase. I think at that point, when you're so far removed, you've got to come from CT spawn and long. You've got no nades, no kits. Maybe consider saving the weapons at that point. It was just easy pickings for Astralis. Device especially, he's just a turret on the site, the sentry gun, as they run into his crosshair. They didn't really have much to actually hold them off, and it will be a technical pause here as we are getting to round number 10. And Matt, maybe we need it, because it has been a pretty insane game so far, I have to say.
Yeah, this is one of the faster-paced online games we've seen in a while, and every single round, aside from the one anti-eco victory that we just had with Karrigan getting 4 kills, has been contested.
Yeah.
And down to either a 2-on-1 or a 1-on-1 situation. So money back and forth, as we saw, 4 spies coming out everywhere. And finally, Astralis are looking to take a stranglehold on that. They've got essentially a round in hand at this point, which in a game like this, that's big. That's a lot to rely on, in this sense that FaZe is going to be constantly grinding to get back into it now. We see them going again to pistols. We're back underway already. Device trying to fire in preemptively to the smoke at the doors. No one gets caught. It's only one player that's crossed. AZ, second man that might elect to do so, is going to go up Catwalk instead, and he actually does find one with a deagle. Takes him 3 bullets, but he gets away from it as well. 49 HP as he keeps his head down to retreat round the corner and back toward the A site.
Yeah, one of the young superstar Danes in the form of AZ, looking to have his breakout land, I'd say, in this year, but we know what kind of talent he does possess. Does kick things off a nice diggle headshot there. It's going to be a 5-on-4 and potentially another round where FaZe can find some sort of footing into this one. Let's try to slow things down for now, but JKM, he's actually kind of thinking about going into these long doors. I guess the idea for that setup is to bait Alu in if they do come towards that area. Molotov towards the close mid doors there. That's to flush out anyone who's behind the right-hand side, but Rain trying to protect themselves from the mid-split here, but it looks like a full-on B contact play, and that probably does make sense, but Kiyoshima Deagle on the platform, if he finds one and can stay alive, that gives his team enough movement to rotate in. It's not going to happen. That was probably the only opportunity they had to win this round.
So Kierby, who's been quieter as of late, hasn't really needed to do as much with all the heroics coming through his teammates, but he gets the opening kill onto that B site. The equalizer, but with guns and smokes, Molotovs, and the like, they're easily able to control the situation over toward B. It's dupreeh that'll watch the spiral staircase back toward the B tunnels, make sure no one's going to try and catch them off, pincer them in, and exit kills seem to be the name of the game right now as they set one at T-spawn as well. They can pick up one fast enough. An AK would be lovely to carry over. And a flashback, they may, oh, they almost get dupreeh down. And dupreeh's gonna have to make a decision quickly to go out through CT because they're running low on HP and they're gonna try and get caught from middle. The rotation comes back through the tunnels and AZ's been waiting over at A for this exact moment. They're so close. Bomb's gonna take down dupreeh regardless. Surely Kerrigan, 27, does he make it away? Just barely 13 HP as they get towards CT spawn.
Yeah, like I said, it was quite a nice read from Astralis there. AZ makes things interesting with that push off short, got the one deep towards middle. And Kiyoshima in a prime position, considering they're doing a contact play towards the B tunnels. We always talk about that choke point being super tight and difficult to enter. Had he got one kill there, that's all it took. If he got one kill, that really throws a spanner in the works. He can reposition, stay alive, and wait for the rotation for his teammates out. If he goes down without a kill, it's very difficult for the CTs to actually get into that situation. They'll be smoked down, Molotovs, and like I said, it's pretty much round over that point. But we go into the next one, fast, of course, as Alu is boosted up towards short, and he will be looking for those picks towards middle. The Astralis team, though, have got towards long. They've got control of that area, very valuable real estate on the map. Once you have that, you can leave your AWP player towards the pit area, go for a full-on A split. I think that's what they'll try and do here. You can see Device is towards that. He'll flash in, try and get to the pit here. And once he gets in, that's when you start repositioning yourself as a team. You're leaving him as the anchor. Leaves a lot of pressure towards the CTs on the A side. They have to start focusing towards short, pushing B tunnels. You're waiting for them to react and make a mistake at that point. So this is perfect for Astralis so far.
Device. WP primed and ready, focusing strictly onto that A platform. Alu, though, big missed shot. Now he's got to fall back. That gives up a little more ground on Catwalk as well, but an away boost catching off one. They get away from it, and Jacob's actually got Kerrigan as well. He was the man boosting, so that's reasonably well done.
Yeah.
In fact, very well done, all things considered, even though Rain goes to 3 HP.
Yeah, Jacob is actually playing that cheeky position behind the car with the flame just to get that one kill. Do you know that thing Kerrigan actually was famous for?
Yep, you're right.
The start of CSGO. It's not as effective as it was, but still chucked in every now and then. It does find a kill. But Device now locked in the pit, and his 5 CTs looking at him as well. This could be very detrimental for FaZe, but the grenade finishes him off. The fact he kept peeking there, and this is just crazy this round. This is absolutely nuts. dupreeh in a 2 versus 1 now. It's going to be Rain on low HP as well. He'll be towards the ramp area, but the bomb is down towards long. The CTs don't have the FaZe hitters. Wind down the clock and see whether they can actually hold him off and have 2 targets instead of 1. Rain is trying to stay alive at all costs.
Shot from dupreeh. Rain's unable to do so.
Wow,
I think he's going to have to. Yeah, bombs. I mean, it was 11 seconds. Even if he gets down long, he's got to kill in order to win the round. And if he goes down after that, if it's controlled, he could lose all his money. I guess that's his thoughts because he gives this round away and he gets an AWP to carry over.
Versus one, you know the CT has to face the bomb at some point. You've got the AWP. I would have taken that risk, I think. It's a shot. It's a 50-50, really. Obviously, he has the advantage. Maybe not that close, but there's definitely potential you could win that round. He has to face it at some point. And a safe bet, I guess, trying to keep the money as a strong point.
Well, keep the AWP because they can buy this round, but they wouldn't have had an op.
To be fair as well, like they know they've got the FaZe economy low. You can see 2 UMPs here. Them having the AWP is actually a great asset to them going forward. So I guess it's just more of a conservative bet. There definitely was grounds to go for that, but yeah, he didn't want to risk losing the weapon. It was difficult for him, but that's a lovely shot from Device. Blind and through smoke. Times it to perfection. Takes down Jacob and finds the man advantage once again. But Alu replies, this game has been pretty interesting so far. No love lost between these 2 teams. There's more aggression from Alu. Gets flashed off and does manage to avoid danger there as the terrorist has to retreat.
Flash. Back toward the doors, it's Kierby. Inside B tunnels, meanwhile, that's smoked off. Retreats. Groups with his team. Gets ready elsewhere. 4 versus 4, you think would favor the terrorist side, but it is Dust 2. You can split up. A becomes a little more vulnerable. It's more vast space to cover off, but B is always covered with 2 players, so it's still not quite as viable in that situation. It does potentially give up mid, which they can utilize.
Nice play from Carrigan there. Baiting towards A, blinds the AWP as well, gets himself in CT spawn. He's cleared that area for his team. So now he can go up towards B by the looks of things. They'll be splitting in. Zipex with the bomb and tunnels. Down to Kiyoshima. Needs to find at least one here. Does that successfully, but Kiabi's there to trade in return. And Stralis now have control of the B side. Kills is coming in all over the place, and Rain left in a difficult situation. That was actually a really nice play from the Stralis. No smokes available. Had to be a little bit more creative. Getting Carrigan and spawn and just holding Ali towards that A site. And he couldn't rotate easily as he knew a player would be waiting for him in return. So it was actually very well played from the Danes, and now just Rain saving the AWP.
And that flash was so well placed on A as well, because Alu, not only did he not spot him going down, had no idea he was down there, because you saw how easily he was caught in the rotation.
He couldn't really call numbers as well, because he even flashed off. He has to consider, do I reface here? He doesn't know they've gone CD spawn. There could be a player waiting for him on short to get the refrag as soon as he faces. So it's actually a very effective approach there from Astralis. And you can see Kiyoshima was aware the call was coming in, that it could be a B split, but he had so much going on. Flashes is coming over. He gets one, but as good teammates should do, as soon as your teammate goes down, you're getting the refrag straight away. You get that information, take him down, and the bomb is coming in from B tunnels as well. Completely pinced it, and it's going to be a nice round for Australia to pick up. That's a full reset for the CTs now. So they managed to bring an AWP into round number 13, but they can't really afford to buy around this. They could go for the force buy with 5-7s and Deagles and hope Rain could do something with the initial pick at the start, but I feel like going into the next round, they're going to need some cash for number 15. Let's see what they decide to do. As Rain presumably faces towards middle, flashes over, just has to go for it. Flash is successful, but Device completely blows his head off.
Yeah, good pick. Started off.
Well, you know they've saved an AWP as well. You're not going for gap shots at all. You're just locking him down, right? You're just going to go, right, it's not even worth the risk of me trying to do some damage just to try and stop any sort of aggression from the CTs at the start.
Dupree is going to be the next to challenge. It's Alu who does have the AWP to try and go for the bait and switch from the stairwell, but Alu, he stays alive in this, able to at least get one back for FaZe. But he now resides alone on the A site. Gonna have to call for a rotation back through CT. AZ there as well, but holding with the Eagle. Here's footsteps towards lower. Takes a quick peek. No one top mid. I'm surprised he doesn't actually try and take the gamble of chase, but thinks better of it. Stays alive as a result, but gives up B site in doing so. There's not much he can do to surprise this play. He's just going to have to rely on direct skill with that AWP. As double Molotov now out on window. Flash over. AZ able to dodge that successfully as they're just waiting, Astralis, for that bomb to get inside the B site. 2 shots fired, no shots landed. Kirby will slip off the boxes, and AZ commits to it, caught by Zipix, who's on the platform.
Yeah, at this point, Operation Save the AWP. There's no reason to go for this unwinnable round, and unfortunately for Alu, in no man's land, gets caught by Dupree and Kiyoshima now. He's going to try and pick that up, but I don't think they'll allow him to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Dupree just watches this position. They don't need to hunt. They just need to protect their weapons. They spot him up. 2 players peek, and everyone goes down. It's going to be Astralis now picking up 8th round, and FaZe still limited onto 5, so we're starting to get a bit of a stretch here, a bit of a lead for Astralis, but not done by any sense of imagination. This has been so back and forth. It's finally that the economy stabilized more than anything.
Yeah, Astralis now really coming to life. In the last, like, 5, I think it's like the last 8 rounds, they picked up all of them apart from 1, so it will be FaZe now full eco, P250s, a couple of Deagles, well, 1 Deagle in fact, no grenades, and they'll just be trying to stack towards long for the looks of things, hoping it's another fast play from Astralis, but they'll be in a default here. They know the money has been fully reset for this team. They can't buy into this round. There's no reason to fully commit at the start. Just go for some map control, try and hunt out these stacks and get 1 pick, then wait for the CTs to react, make another mistake, and that's where you should be playing it. When you know they're full eco, there's no real reason to just go into situations blind and hope for the best. It kills me to watch sometimes. It's one of the things I point out a lot. You just need to be a little bit more disciplined and play together. Make sure if anything does happen, with a flash retake from the CTs, you're ready there with the refrags and using your utility effectively.
And Rain now jumping, doesn't spot anyone, will rotate back over to cover off middle. Was a 4-1 split with only Kiyoshima inside of the B side holding with Deagle. Behind barrels, I would highly imagine at this point in time as well, trying to take advantage of that crosshair placement and the added armor that the barrels do provide, but the rest of the guns, the P250s, all toward the A site. Rain's gonna have to rotate back through that CT spawn as well. So far, Molotovs have not found them on the ramp. They've cleared out the platform itself, though. That'll be encouraging, but a headshot out. May have just caught Kerrigan through the box. I was sure I heard a dink. Regardless, it's Astralis coming up with all of the kills. No one finding anything just yet for FaZe, and that's how it'll end. Jacob can't get anything. 9-5. Again, stretching out that lead. Now 4 rounds, almost doubling up on the total of FaZe, and they may yet do as
Oh, okay, they bring guns out, but look what they've picked up in turn on the Astralis side. There's 2 auto snipers in play.
Okay.
And is there 3 or 2? I think it's 2.
I think it's 2 as well, and it'll be an AWP as well. So the idea of this, obviously, if you know 3, okay. Well, this does a ton of damage through the door. They haven't got a kill just yet, but there it is. Headshot. It's going to be Zipex picking it up, takes down Kiyoshima. And we know he's talked about this in overtimes and stuff like this. Could be a viable option, but that's a great start to go to that B side as well. It's up to AZ. He was tagged at the start as well. Alu trying to retake it. Hits a successful shot though. 4 versus 3. He knows he has to do a bit more work. He can't allow him to stay alive, and he does it. What an effective play from him. It was aggressive, it was audacious, but he comes out on top and manages to at least buy something in this round.
Top mid though, Device. Oh, backpack spotted of Rain. Can't fire at that alone. He's going to look for Jacob instead. Just sees him, watches him, catches him going through the door. The late lurk is going to give them the man advantage. And now they can't comfortably push directly into the B site because they have to consider Device's position back over toward it. Alu just missing the shot. That's the invitation potentially to start working in toward B though. Zipex goes alone. They do not want to bring the bomb entirely to that position. And Zipex, he wins the duel. That's all a distraction. They want to get the bomb back over to A. They know it's clear. Device has that information.
Yeah.
But more importantly, Zipex hasn't only kept them there, he gets the kill, Device gets one onto Rain. It starts off with the auto sniper by an Astralis. It's the economy that they took advantage of to get them in this position. 10-5 at half.
That has to be one of the most intense halves of CS we've had throughout Pro League, I would say, so far. You can see the stars so back and forth, all the force buys coming in, nothing really separating them. It was FaZe that took that early lead. They went up 4-1, then all of a sudden, Astralis starts applying the pressure, and they look like they're actually very formidable right now. Maybe the boot camp is working out for them. Can they keep it up, though? Can they win this first map? We'll find out. We'll have a quick break. I'm taking it anyway. It's just going to get better, I think.
FaZe and Astralis. For about 6-7 rounds, they went back-to-back, toe-to-toe, and the economy finally did stabilize, and when it did, Astralis did pull away. They managed to double up in the end over top of their counterpart. In this, it's 10-5, but by no means do I anticipate this action to slow down at all. I expect it'll just continue on.
I absolutely agree. I don't think this is a set match by any set stretch of the imagination. It seems like both teams are turning up today. The thing is, there's been so many close situations in terms of the 1v1s. It's difficult to say. Astralis, yeah, they've got the 10-5 lead, but that could easily gone either way. So many 1v1s, so many 2v1s that FaZe had an opportunity to actually pick up there. But the pistol going to be very influential, I feel like, going into this second half. It is Dust 2. Anything can happen. 5 sets of armor, same by FaZe had in the first half as well. So that means you have no kits, you have no smokes to the retake, no flashbangs. Normally means you have to go a little bit more aggressive. Boosting up towards short is the go-to strategy, but seems to be coming out of current meta. It seems like teams are focusing more towards long. That's exactly what Astralis will be doing here. 3 players towards that position, in fact. Seeing as that's quite a heavy commitment, they might want to fall back in that sort of stance, but we'll see what they bring to the table, as it looks like FaZe heading towards short for now. They've got the smoke and flashes as well. They could do the smoke in front of the catwalk and actually try and force their way up towards short and get that short plan down. It'll be very difficult with the CT to do anything about that. Okay, well, they've pushed away short. They've actually taken the vision from the CTs. The bombs in actually T-spawn outside Bs for now. So this will be some sort of B split coming in. Smoke and CT spawn flashes go through. And they've got the PT-50 in the hands of Kiyashima to give them a bit more long-range advantage here. But Kiabi, he's ready and gets the first head on Jacob as well.
And another one as well over top of the smoke from Zipex. Astralis seemingly hitting every shot on these pistol rounds. They didn't win the first one. It came back to FaZe on a retake. But this time, it's the CTs. Well, again, the CTs, but this time Astralis that pick it up as they walk back in quite quickly and find the final kill on Arain. Immediately, they go on to rifles as well. Not messing around on Dust 2. We know it's a longer map. Again, more vast space specifically on the A site. So the SMGs maybe not quite as viable. What's Zipix going to do in this? Okay, there's the M4 as well for him.
So there's the force buy from FaZe here. No front plan going in, so it's a natural stance to go into round number 2. It's going to be a scout in the hands of Rain. We knew how deadly he was for that in the CT half, but you can see Astralis. They're preparing themselves for this buy. They've actually got 5 rifles themselves. They've got 3 FAMASs, 2 M4s. Doesn't mean they're lacking in terms of the grenades to hold them off, but Jacob, he's kind of AFK in spawn. What's going on here? Has he got a technical issue?
Disconnected, apparently.
All right, so we'd actually probably replay this round, I would imagine.
Would you imagine? Imagine that.
I could imagine that. I could see that being a possibility.
Imagine all the people. Did you know that John Lennon's killer was denied parole for the 9th time?
We had a conversation with this with someone recently. Who was it?
It definitely wasn't me, because I was not part of this conversation.
I can't remember who it was. It was very recent.
36 years in prison.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So they'll restore this round and get back into it. Nothing had happened, so that's fair game. It's all tickety-boo.
That was it. I was speaking to Semler about it. He thought Jonathan drowned.
What? The cultured Semler with his pocket squares and everything.
We had to Google it to make sure. Like,
did you believe him?
No, he didn't believe me. I said, no, he was shot. It was very well documented.
How does someone not know that?
Don't know. It was quickly shut down, though. That's the beauty of Google these days. Are we still playing this?
I'm never going to a trivia night with him.
Well,
unless we're talking about pocket squares. In which case, I'm definitely going to a trivia night with him.
I guess we are playing this round.
No, they're restoring it. They have to.
Well, that looked pretty serious to me. They weren't like messing around there.
As far as what I was whispered in my ear by the producer, we're going to have to restore completely. So they probably just played it out cheekily. But
whenever they win, just go, actually, no, we don't want to.
No, well, it was already called. So from the information that I was fed,
like
it did look somewhat serious, but at the same time, the way that I was fed the information is that they're going to restore the rounding in its entirety. So.
All right, I'll believe you. Millions of us wouldn't, but
people are still very upset about the Swedish flag behind FaZe.
Yeah.
I think we should give them a Canadian one.
Yeah, could do that, or a European one. That make more sense.
Yeah, it would make more sense, but I don't care about that.
Okay. Yeah, it's true. They haven't got a single Swede on the team, so you know.
Might as well give them a Canadian one.
Yeah.
Can we get that done? Production?
We'll look into it. Maybe for next map.
They're asking me what I want. They don't even listen to me.
Don't listen to him.
Matt, if you could please put a Canadian flag behind the FaZe logo, that would be excellent. Thank you. It would be sexcellent.
Maybe Rush could draw them for us on the minimap.
Yeah, do you know how to draw the Canadian flag, Rushley? Is that something you know how to do?
Whites.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'll give them the yeah. There we go. Okay, no, that's
almost. That would do.
That's more Danish. Now we have 2 Danish teams.
Lovely stuff. Nailed it, I would say.
We have one of the most flamboyant flags in the world. Not so much color pattern wise, but like we have a leaf.
You do have a leaf.
We are so tough that we have a leaf. We're full of nature. The reason we have a leaf on the flag is because it's we live in the Arctic, the frozen tundra, and if we didn't put one on the flag, we'd forget what they look like because there's no actual living organisms in Canada. Just ice blocks.
And moose.
And yeah, moose, beavers. He's got it right, actually. He's getting it. Well, he's getting better.
Now, for the final piece, the cherry on top, the leaf in the middle. Well, if you are just joining us, wondering what the hell's going on, we are losing our minds, but at the same time, this is a hell of a game going on right now. It was a 10-5 first half in favor of Astralis. Could have gone either way. It was a real brawl, real fast CS. Just came down to those individual clutches and really intense moments as well. That's from Cologne 2015 against Fnatic and Envious, where the 4 AWPs came out on the T side of Dust2. I just did cast in that game. It was actually really incredible. What a moment, Matthew.
Yeah. It has been a moment. I do enjoy that.
That's in the grand final as well. There you go. A bit of trivia for you there.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Tell me more. So what happened again, Henry? Sorry, I missed that.
There was 4 AWPs for the terrorists. Fnatic.
Yeah.
And they gapped 2 people as they ran across.
That's right. So interestingly enough, that graffiti has color. Some of them don't. The simple one has like a red ring around it. It's more like minimalistic in its design. It's kind of actually the new ones. The one with Cold Zero. This is what I was going to say. The point I was going to make is 2 graffitis in the game have Fnatic references, and 2 of them have SK references. Although on one of them they were on the receiving end, obviously with Simple.
He's got the Fnatic.
Sorry, Liquid references. Sorry, they were on the receiving. Yeah, and then you've got this, and then you've got Liquid getting their heads blown off by Cold, and then Simple when he's playing for Liquid dropping in.
Yep.
The ones I was going to say, the Cold Zero ones. The other 3, with the exception of this one, I would say, if anyone's interested in that kind of design style, it reminds me very much of fullbleed.org, an artist, Rob Doobie. He has a very, very simple design.
I think I know who you're talking about.
A similar design strategy, you know what I mean, stylistically, it's very similar.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We get little reminders of epic moments in the game.
I think that's very cool. I actually think that's very cool that Valve took it upon themselves to do that, to sort of pay homage and commemorate it.
Yeah, it kind of immortalizes it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's really cool. Well, I think from what I've just heard, the changing server, so this could take a little while yet, but I guess this is our perfect chance, Matt. We've been practicing at this recently. We could probably get into a little bit of discussion, a little bit podcasty, see what's going on. It's been a lot of news.
We do one of those now, though.
I know, but we can give people like a sneak insight as to what they're missing out on if they don't already watch it, you know?
It's their loss. What can we talk about this week?
I'm going to bring up the topics of discussion.
This is actually one of my favorite things in Dust 2. Once you see this, I'm going to blow someone's mind. It's a face.
Yeah.
Can you take... Yeah, exactly. Once you see that, I think there's actually a T-shirt. You'll never unsee it. Every single time you look. And he's even got, I don't know if you want to call it a cigar or his tongue sticking out with the barrel there. It's like... It's pretty lovely.
Right. I've got a good one. So, Natu's here. We had Ents roster changes today.
Easy for Ents.
So... Obviously, Alu's left the team, and Zart's been removed as well. And they're bringing a couple of youngsters. They're bringing some young blood in to try out and see what they can do and try and bring them back to life. I think they played against Penta tonight, which was actually quite a very close game, 2-1, and didn't win it. But still, it was a team we closely followed at Assembly.
Which league was that for?
It was a
qualification stages.
I don't know.
I'm going to bring it up right now. Keep talking, though. Sorry.
But yeah, it was quite interesting. For obviously, we did that documentary on them, and they were kind of on the ascendant at that point. There was a lot of storylines around them, and we were focusing on the Nasu kind of aspect, and Alu being the pivotal part of the team. We answered the question. The big question was, if Alu left the team, we actually asked this in the interview, which is kind of interesting. If Alu left the team, will the team still survive? Will they function going forward? Losing their superstar player, the AWPer, the foundation, some would say, and Natu quite comfortably said yes. I don't think he's the kind of player that does win you tournaments or stuff like that. He's not the one who's going to be the pivotal factor in a team's success. But it would be interesting to see. What are the name of the 2 EU players? You got it there?
It's right here. It's they don't even have pictures yet. Arvid and this one Aleskib. I'm not sure.
Aleskib. All right. Well.
Alexib, I think, is something along those lines. Obviously,
I'd say this is like a kind of another foundation sort of team. They're going to have to build upon it and see what they can do with it. And hopefully, kind of, it's going to take a long time to actually grind it out. But it's kind of like the Fnatic project, right? You kind of
yeah. Well, I mean, on a much different scale.
On a much different scale.
You've got to start somewhere. I really did think that the Tier 2 landscape would have more of a stepping stone to it, but it's becoming as cluttered as the Tier 1. The problem is that it's less consistent than the Tier 1 in many senses. So if you're a Tier 1 team, yes, you have a cluttered schedule, but you're getting invited to a lot of these tournaments. You're already in the Pro League. You're either involved in the qualifications at the very least for the next major, or you're a legendary team. So you have a clear-cut schedule. Tier 2, it's not as easy to break through as I would have thought with the implementation of the minor system. More Tier 2 tournaments this year. DreamHack's kind of having 4 and then 4 qualification teams. I would have thought that
it would have just leveled out by now who was who and what was what. But there's still so much inconsistency in the qualification stages that there's like 10 teams that are all fighting and have a good tournament here, and then we don't see them again for 2 or 3 months. And ENCE has to fight through all of that. And the minors themselves as well are getting cluttered with top teams. I mean, you think of North America, you've Cloud9 going to a minor now. I know that's not ENCE's problem, but just goes to show you how the skill is and the talent pool is expanding.
One of the things I wanted to talk about today, Michael Eddie's back. He's a ninja.
Yeah. He's back on NIP. This is, if I was him, I'd just team flash and troll them the whole time.
So obviously, Disco Doppelin, it was kind of announced as saying, oh, you know, it's like we want to give him back to Epsilon. You kind of have to think that maybe it's not as clean cut as that. I feel like they probably wanted him back, and it wouldn't just be a simple kind of favor. Yeah, we'll give him back. I feel like they probably wanted to take him to Star Ladder. I think that was happening. And the fact that Michael Ailey, still, he knows the team. He probably can slot in there quite nicely. He can pick up the AWP if he has to and that sort of thing. But it's a shame. I think Disco Doppelman is starting to come into his own with that team. Like, it'll be perfect for him as a young player going forward, like learning and going to a big event with these guys and actually having that kind of experience, playing with some of the legendary names and playing on the big stage potentially as well, getting to like a semi-final or quarter-final with them. And that would have been really cool.
I would have loved to have seen it. I very much think Disco Doppelin is an incredible talent. I think Draken on the Epsilon team is as well. Hopefully they can start to form consistency as well and continue to rise up the ladders.
They just lost their in-game lead in Zelos. So where did they go from here? That's why it kind of seemed like that team was starting to fall apart.
Well, that was the first kind of sign, right? Okay, Disco Doppelin's playing with NIP, and during that stint where they said, okay, we're still going to play with him, we're still a team, they lose their in-game leader.
That's the thing as well. I
thought that was the first writing on the wall.
In my head, I was just like, okay, well, Michael Eddy, we know he's building a new team. Is he like taking Zelos and he's going to start building around him and Palf's available? We've got this kind of
that's true. Palf's there, yeah.
I thought maybe that kind of makes sense. And now Michael Eddy joined that NIP now, or standing in. That kind of blows that all out the water. I guess it makes sense. He probably is a free agent by now. His phase contract probably has expired. He left in April, right? So that's almost 6 months ago.
As far as I know, I thought I heard from someone that his contract basically got paid out for the final month, and that was it. So it's been 5 months. So I think he was paid out for April and maybe May, and then it was free. He was completely free. As far as I know, I could be wrong on that, though.
I was assuming. When I saw it today, I was like, that's insane. I assumed he'd be building his own team and focusing on that project. We tried to catch up with him in Sweden to try and get some info on that, but he wasn't available to talk, and I think I know why now. So probably didn't want to spill these sort of beans.
Interestingly enough, that's actually a really good point, because you guys tried to make a meeting with him, and he said, well, I happen to be in Stockholm this weekend. Now we know why he was there.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yep. So that's obviously part of the negotiation pattern. And you got to wonder as well why Disco's not being carried forward. Is it an Epsilon?
I assume it's something like that. Right?
Yeah, someone stepping in and basically.
Well, I guess like if you're going to start taking some of the lands and stuff like that, then all of a sudden you're taking their talent to an event and using him to win money, essentially, right? And then they're probably saying, well, why should we just give you that for free? You'd have to start paying for this at some point. It's a nice gesture. It's like letting him play in the Pro League and stuff. I guess it's an online league, and maybe he didn't have much going on. His team were inactive, but they're finding a new fifth. But you start taking to lands, I guess that's a different story altogether. And maybe the org stepped in and is like, you know what, you're gonna have to start
paying for it or something. Yeah,
start coughing up. You're gonna start winning big lands with him. And I guess makes sense. And so it's a business, right? You don't want to give away your talent for free. And maybe they couldn't come to any sort of agreement, but who knows? I have no idea.
Oddly enough, Michael Lele just sent me a smiley face on Facebook, so I think he's listening.
Hello, Michael.
Don't say anything more. The fly is on the wall. Someone get me the fly swatter.
Yeah. Okay.
Either way, I think it's very interesting, and if Epsilon did veto that, this is one of those things that, okay, I do want Epsilon to succeed. It was a temporary thing for Disco. We're going to get back into this. Remember, it is Medic, so we'll go back in where we were. I want to see proper treatment of the players, of a new team getting picked up, and we've talked about this on Drop the Bomb. A team that gets picked up and kind of grows and overexpands beyond what their worth was originally, and therefore they get more, I guess, value than what their organization sees them as. So if they did veto that, I better hope it's a fair contract. There's a fair buyout or there's good payment coming through Disco's way, because that's the only thing. Like if he's in a contract being such a new player where he rushed in to sign it and he's being taken advantage of in this situation, that would scare me. And again, I'm not saying that is how it is, but I get a little concerned when I hear about these, disagreements or disputes, if that's what it is. And
again, I really do think there has to be more accurate player representation toward orgs for new players, specifically new players like this that are coming in and not really knowing where they are. To be fair, I imagine Epsilon didn't throw up a huge contract that was probably reasonable about it because they're trying to get back into the space, having lost their team as well. And they've played around with a few rosters, but haven't had consistency since their whole iBuyPower ordeal, their throwing ordeal. So I imagine it's kind of fair in that sense. But again, if they continue to grow, it better grow with them.
Yeah, well, I think we covered everything there. We don't want to get too deep. Save some for the show, Matt. Save the gold. Don't dump it too quickly, you know. Yeah, so we are having a technical pause here. It was, like, I think it was, what, 12-5 in favor of Astralis. They were on the CT side. They won the pistol. And we'll see whether we're back into this one. We're just staring at a blank server right now. But this was a technical issue, maybe a ping thing, or someone got DDoS. They couldn't connect to the server again. I have no idea. But hopefully we'll get back into it very quickly. It was a really explosive game. The problem is when you have this really exciting early moment and you have a pause like this, it kind of does kill the hype a little bit because it was such an exciting back and forth affair. Hopefully they can get back into the swing of things. We have got another map after this as well, which I believe is Mirage as well. So it's a map both these teams are very familiar with, and we'll hopefully see some lights out CS going forward. But 12-5 will be the scoreline for now. Astralis looking like they've got I think it was another eco for the terrorists. So maybe that would be I think it was 11-5, and then that round was the 12-5, if I remember. But we're just trying to program the server right now, work it all out.
So it's going to be reset right now. Basically, when you switch servers, you restart an ebot file, but ebot has a cool thing where it exports its previous file and you can drop it into the current config. So that's basically, I imagine, what they're waiting on. It's just the completion of ebot. He likes to be pampered. Who is D4E and Deagle? Is this one of the coaches, or is this an ESL admin?
Yeah, I think it's ESL. I'd assume. I have no idea.
Just trying to keep up to date with everyone in the scene. And remember, they did buy, if it's anything to go off of, they did have a scout bought up in that 5th round, trying to force it out on the terrorist side against Astralis. So we'll see if that's something they go back to. They've got a chance to switch that up. I'm not going to call foul play on that. It's been so long at this point in time anyway. And quite frankly, the round ended immediately. So it's not like there was anything given away by that.
But we did have
potentially to look
a bit of a blockbuster series in the first couple of games, didn't we? With
I'm impressed with
HellRaisers getting both maps to overtime. Pretty insane. They actually managed to pick up a map as well in the second. So Fnatic still lots to learn. Obviously, we talk about them only really having 3 maps in the map. I think that's Dust 2, Cash, and a little bit of Mirage and Cobble. You can see the CT side. I think that a lot of teams can pick that up and play against it. And as long as you've got good individuals who are trading effectively and working the basics, you can pick up rounds. It's a T side is the problem for them. After getting a huge lead in the first half, couldn't bring things back. And they go to overtime, just about clinched it, but Cash did slip away from them. Will be Dust 2 here in the first map between FaZe and Astralis. Matt, I think we need to keep going. I can feel it. I can feel it might be a little bit of a long one. Right, I will bring the next bit of news.
Yeah, please. Drop the bomb, Henry.
When is that coming back, by the way?
It's an interesting one this week. We've got a very busy schedule. There's stuff happening next week that's going to make things even busier for us. You've got to go back to London. You actually live reasonably close and can do that. I envy you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Thursday night?
Thursday night will be
here,
but we're going to make it work. I think what we're going to do is, it's going to be obvious anyway, so you might as well tell everyone.
Yeah, I think we're going to pre-record.
We're going to pre-record that day. We're going to pre-record it in the afternoon, just before we come here, and we'll cut it all together, get it all slick. And we've got a documentary, a really cool one coming as well.
Yeah, new feature.
So yeah, we've got a documentary we just filmed in Sweden. I'm not going to ruin it just yet, but that's going to be really cool. Like the production value, you
guys went
really
to
good.
Sweden. And I went to the Spa Grand Prix. Oh, no, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Yeah, we got 3 documentaries done there. So Thursday, 8 p.m, I think we'll do it. And I'll be back. Make sure you kind of support us, guys. We desperately need it. Help us. It's going to be good. It's going to be real good.
Help us.
It's going to be real good. I promise.
Well, I've enjoyed making that so far. I think Tom's done an excellent job as well.
Yeah. Well,
This is taking far longer than I would have expected.
The crazy thing with that is we've only done, he pointed out to me today, we've only done like 2 episodes, right? We've done the pilot and 1. It feels like we've been working this for so long now. Like
it's a big process.
It's not even halfway through at the moment. So it's like, it's still plenty of time to nail everything, I think.
In the words of 50 Cent, progress is a steady process.
That's true. Very wise words. Okay, here's another one. Renegades rebrand to Detroit Renegades.
Yeah,
so
and bought up by a Boston Celtics player who's from Detroit originally, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he's Swedish, I read.
Oh, he is Swedish. You're right. Yeah, that's right. But he played in the Pistons.
Right, but he's Swedish, so he's bought it out. I guess he's based in America, obviously. That would make sense. And so he's rebranded Los Angeles Renegades to Detroit Renegades. So it's still the same players. I think they picked up a COD team as well. So they've got a different owner, different backing, different ideas. Going forward, same Aussie lineup though in the CSGO scene.
Of the traditional sports, the NBA personnel seem to be the ones supporting esports the most. Drop the bomb, I like it. I like what you did there, Rushley. They seem to be the ones supporting. Obviously, we have Shaq come in. There's been a few other guys in the NBA that have expressed interest. Mark Cuban, who owns a couple different teams, has also gotten involved in gaming. Apparently, he's doing some stuff with VR. That's what I've been hearing, but I don't know how much of that's true. I think it's fairly obvious he has. I think he stated that on the record. I don't know if that's esports intended or just gaming in general. But it's interesting that the NBA is the one getting involved in it. And it's a lot of the owners, I think, their marketing scheme kind of took a turn for the worse over the last 10 years or so, and they're starting to bounce back, which I think is actually a positive thing in that sense because they understand what they need to do to stay relevant in the modern, I guess, generation and demographics. So very cool. Hopefully they can bring some more to esports. I'd like to see more teams in Europe, potentially from the football and Premiership or whatever, come involved. I know they've gotten involved with FIFA players. Certain teams have brought in FIFA players at this point in time.
They have. That's actually kind of an interesting point of the future, right? They're just concentrating on their own sport for now, but they're going to realize that esports not exactly huge, right? So now they're starting to realize that video games are the future, and maybe we'll see someone like Manchester United, stuff like that, actually start branching into more traditional esports as well.
Well, and I heard rumors that Arsenal was looking, Juventus was looking, Bayern Munich, not necessarily looking to get into CS, but looking at the possibility of esports in general beyond FIFA. And when I say looking, I very much mean the vanilla phases, so don't read too much into that. But it would be very interesting, and because then we get backing and people who understand it. Look, I don't care what your opinion is on whether esports is a sport, but it is entertainment in a similar fashion to what sports are in the sense of marketability, sponsorship, endorsements, player agreements, etc. So bringing in that level of experience is actually going to strengthen and really clean up a lot of the issues that we have. I know that there are a lot of issues that a lot of them look at and see just this cluttered mess of tournaments and teams and organizations and don't understand, as a franchise organizer or owner in a regular sport, you own the team name and the players and you are sort of an agreement in esports. So it's interesting, but I'm all for it, and I really do hope it continues to
flourish,
to go that way and flourish. Yeah, I'd like to see more sports come in, more diversity in that sense.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely an interesting time going forward. Obviously, that's everyone's slicing the pie right now, and want to get the hand on the action. I have no idea. It's gonna be a really interesting year for esports. It's kind of nuts how it's exploded. This in the last 2 years, especially, and I'm sure it's going to be a very bright future for us going forward. But I think I just got the message in my ear. I think we got, was that 1 minute? Maybe not. I heard 1, maybe not 1 hour. Maybe it's 1 minute.
I heard 1 minute, so it should, yeah.
Right.
That's probably GoTV just kicking itself back up and registering in the data again.
Right then. Right, Matt. Do we think that FaZe can bounce back from this after losing the pistol?
They've definitely, the problem is, in skill right now, I think this game has been 50-50. I think each team is firing extremely well. They've both shown skill throughout, but it's the economy that's really haunted FaZe. As soon as they lost it in the first half, they fell behind, and they've already gotten behind by losing the pistol in this second one. So they're going to have to basically be very efficient in these next 2 or 3 rounds. I'd say the next 2 after this one that we're going to reset, because again, they don't have guns when we go into this reset. They're still after essentially the 3-round spread of losing early on. And no bomb plants for them either.
It's true. And losing the pistol certainly is going to be pretty devastating going forward. But, it's T-side, Dust 2, anything really can happen. And will happen, as we've seen. This is a long minute, I have to say, but I'm believing. He's going to kick in any second. You can see Robban there, obviously affected by the coaching kind of situation recently with Val. We discussed this heavily last week. It's going to be him. He was brought into the team to bring them some structure and actually give them an in-game leader who was before in the hands of Rain, and you could see it was affecting his play heavily. He wasn't the same player we were expecting of him, and Robban was brought in, and it'll be interesting to see how he actually pick up calling again. I guess it will be Rain once more. But
I think it's going to have to be, yeah.
I'm not sure who else is capable of that. You've obviously got Alu doesn't really seem the calling type. Kiyashima, probably same sentiment. Jacob, I'm not too sure. Maybe he could. He seems like a confident guy. I've never known him to be an in-game leader, though.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm curious to see. ESL 1 New York is going to be the first time we see that rule set in place at Atlanta. I'm curious to see how it actually plays out.
What was great for, I have to say, Carrigan in this scenario, he was kind of one of the players rumoured to be potentially leaving Astralis at one point, but then this comes in and his value goes up tenfold, right? Considering they need an in-game leader who's in the game and actually can control the team and actually realize, okay, well, I actually need this guy to stay.
Well, interestingly enough, Zeus also just left Na'Vi, although, look, I think there was some other issues with him leading that team anyway. I think he was quite frustrated and vice versa in that situation. But you look at the Fnatic swap. Pronax, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the chess pieces. I'm just going to continue to play the game, and Fnatic is clueless in this one. I'm not going to say they are, but on paper, at least, that's how it appears.
No, I think, like, okay, I don't want to spill the beans too much what we did in Sweden, but those guys, we did catch up with them, and they seem quietly confident. They're not going in saying, oh, we've got it all worked out, you know. But they're saying that they're confident with the structure they have right now and the foundations they have going forward. I feel like I would say, objectively, they definitely came out worse than Godsend have, but they're confident in the skills that they have. They have got the experience there, and players like Wenton know it's going to be a difficult challenge to rise to the occasion of being an in-game leader, but I'm sure that he's got the full backing of his team to actually try and make that happen.
Yeah, and like I say, and apparently live for real in 1 minute this time. So last time was for pretend.
Yeah.
I think that, like I say, it was on paper, I would say that I agree the Pronax and Godsend came out better, but I think you're kind of right. I think Fnatic's onto something. They've got a dynamic duo. They've got Twist on the AWP, finally into a situation and perhaps where he can flourish a little bit on a top team finally as well. We know he's kind of avoided those for friendships, but he is kind of friends with Dennis and Olaf from LGB days as well. So I think that they can develop quite quickly. And as I mentioned on the desk earlier, one of the players that I kind of focus on in that aspect is Lekro. I think he can really be the sort of the hidden gem or the diamond among the rough, whatever you want to call it, in that trade. And you kind of like, if you look at sports, you always look at, you know, trades that happen. You look at Joe Thornton going to San Jose in the NHL. I know this is very loose for some people as we get back into this, but you look at who solidifies that. So it was a 3-for-1. Scott Thornton and Brad Stewart and somebody else were involved in it. I can't remember, Marco Sturm maybe. And Brad Stewart for me was like, everyone was like, oh, that's such a one-sided deal. But Brad Stewart was like a very cornerstone defenseman that helped solidify what they needed. And I think Lekro brings something of what they need to Fnatic in a young player that can kind of develop into a loose role and more of an entry role as well.
We're back. We're going into it. Are we though? It says 0-0. I'm going to be fine with it. I'm just going to say
it may do the EBOT update where post-round that actually fixes the score. So I think this is definitely live with the smokes out.
Well, it's a slightly different buy from Stratus. They had 5 rifles before, then they got a little P90 chucked in there. It's going to be Carrigan wielding that weapon for now, but it's going to be the same buy for FaZe. They have force bought into this. Alu not going to be getting the armor. Of course, it's the all-place to be down to Rain, who had an incredible scout performance on the CT side, looking to get that first pick as he edges up towards short. No one actually going to be waiting for him. It's a much more defensive setup here from the CT's device. He's got the M4. This is the off angle towards Carl, looking to get one kill before his teammates can back him up. Zipex in CT as well, but Rain gets an opportunity to find that first shot there.
Rain's going to shuffle over as well, tries to find the shot on the ramp. Can't do it with the scout. It'll allow AZ to get forward instead as he's got the Tech 9 to try and do the damage. And damage he'll do. Device down to 6 HP. Tries to go for the repeat behind the box. He's got to sit complacently, wait for his teammates to rotate. If he goes down early enough, it's an M4 grabbed and a man advantage in the post plant for FaZe. They've got that man advantage regardless. They may not have grabbed the M4, but they found the 2 rotating players in Dupree and Kerrigan. And Device with 6. Has to try and clutch this back. Can't do it. So FaZe will pick up a round. You asked if they could get back into this, if they could get momentum. That's one way. They just steal it directly away from Astralis.
Yeah, Astralis, very defensive setup there. It was actually giving opportunity for FaZe to get up towards short, and they started hitting those shots with the Tech 9s and Device. He could have been the last boss there, but unfortunately for him, he gets taken down to 5 HP. Has to wait for rotations, gets 1 kill, but it wasn't enough. He had to keep hiding. He had to be so passive, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Doesn't work out, and you're absolutely right. FaZe get right back into this game. It will be 5 deagles, though, for Astralis in round number 2, I think, but it doesn't matter either way. It's going to be Alu picking up the first kill for the Terrorists. Zipex does find a headshot in return as well, so still a 4-on-4, but no weapons obtained for the Danes just yet. As it will be a defensive setup for FaZe. I guess at that point, they just had one player of a decent spawn towards long one to go work out whether there was any attention toward the area, maybe a stack coming in. The 1-for-1, obviously, with the firepower as well. FaZe in a great position going forward. Really focusing towards middle. Zipex spots him, but can't land the shot.
Alu and Keo working together to take over Catwalk, and I mentioned them. There's two other names you could throw into that. Rain and AZ on that party as well. Device Deagle, this time, trying to hold from the same position he did, or rather failed to do so with the M4 from. He's going to try and catch them off at quad. He's already missed the opportunity to catch them as soon as they walked out. Flashes prevented him from doing so, and Rain's got the kill onto him just through the edge of the little lip on the platform. And another bomb plant goes in place for FaZe. It's going to be Dupree and Zipix. They'll sit back with the Deagles and just try and find some exits, potentially pick up whatever rifles they can get. AK or M4 are the options available to them, but it's going to be another round for FaZe. We mentioned skill as well. It's been on par, I think, or equal to that of Astralis, despite the money not being so. So this could equalize this half. I think they could really dig themselves back out of this hole yet. There's still a long ways to go for Astralis on the CT side.
Absolutely. And they're going to be fully eco next round for sure. And FaZe keeping 4 players alive, starting to swell their bank accounts as well. Bomb goes down. Simple round for them going forward. Everyone going to be staying alive as they fall back towards the long pit. CT save a couple of Deagles, but there's no real reason for the FaZe to even actually start hunting there. It's not really justified. If they lose a rifle, that's a reinvestment they need. It's going to cost them upwards of $4,000. And just keeping their rifles a lot more valuable. Astralis can't do much for 2 Deagles. The rest of their players will be on PT50s or maybe even default pistols as well. Be interesting to see, Matt. This is what I want to see on the Astralis CT side. We know they're at a boot camp right now. They're adjusting everything. They're probably addressing the roles again, which seems to be the story of every single event they go to. But I want to see who's walking on the CT side. You kind of speculated that sometimes it's maybe Karrigan, and that could be the case going forward. I kind of think that Device probably has been thrown back onto that role.
To be fair, I mentioned Karrigan can do it and has done it in the past. Traditionally, when it was the 3-cord op, and I do kind of sounds weird to say 3-cord, Caribby tries to sneak up and catch them off, can't land the shots, and against the armor, the USP is not really effective. Doesn't hit a headshot either, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. Does get him down to 36, but Karrigan and Cajun B were the CT-sided oppers. They'd pick depending on map and positioning, spawn point, etc. on CT side, and Device was T side. So you are right, Device is primarily the T-sided op for them.
5-on-3 FaZe not giving anything away. Definitely one of the teams that can be known to make questionable decisions when they have got huge advantages. I think they're trying to sort that out as they go forward. Robin probably pretty frustrated in some of the games he's watched. They've actually had a great Pro League season so far, but definitely some very scary rounds and opportune moments where they've thrown away big advantages. But we'll see whether they can keep 5 alive here. It's going to be the retake from Astralis with 2 upgraded pistols in the form of the Deagle and the PT-50 Device, just that USP. So I'm assuming that FaZe will keep 5 alive, just spontaneously using flashbangs, just making sure they hold the CTs at bay for now. At this point, Astralis probably run in towards the end of the bomb, try and take someone down with them. That's pretty much all they can hope for here. Just try and bait into someone going down with the explosion, but Karrigan, here he comes. And the players will be surviving as well. So very clean round there for FaZe, and we can see the money starting to come in for Astralis now. Device picks up the AWP, so it looks like he will be taking that full-time role. And for anyone who doesn't follow all these storylines, that's kind of interesting just because it changes so many different events and different times. And it was Karrigan doing it for a couple of events, actually, maybe 2 or 3. The Device is back by this looks like.
End of the TSM days as well, when they swapped over to Astralis, they did try and run Device as the primary opper, full-time, every map, every position. And it wasn't really effective. They started to fade away from it. One of the maps that we get the first indication of that was this exact one, where Cajun B was so effective toward the car. Device could never really find his comfort level in that position. So it'll be interesting to see if, now that he's forced more into that role, they go toward it or they try and shuffle it up and get it toward mid a little more dynamic.
A counterpit, that was a similar storyline, but regardless, that's irrelevant right now. It's going to be Device with his first test here. Misses the first shot, getting a lot of pressure as well. It's a fast tactic from FaZe to kick things off in the first gun round. Devices can't hit anything just yet. So much pressure, has to fall back. Karrigan backing him up, and Zipex as well. They're doing great work here, 5-on-3. As the retake's looking very successful for the Danes. Just Alu, who's holding towards the bomb here. It is a short plant, can possibly do something with this, but it's just too many CTs coming towards him.
And very efficient play from Astralis. 2 players left, one of them's Alu. He's locked at quad. He'll do well to get himself out of here with the gun. He's obviously not going to pick up the round at this point. They would have had to have a miracle crossfire double kill setup to do so, but they'll get the defuse, and they'll lose the AK in the process with everyone there so quickly from Astralis. And yeah, I mean, just back to that point, I'd be curious to see if Device doesn't try and just take matters into his own hands and get a little bit more dynamic in that sense, or if they just try and run that same. Obviously, that round we saw him on the ramp, they did try and do the same thing. So
Yeah, well, that was the first round from FaZe. The first gun round on the terrorist side, you can afford to be a little bit looser. You know the CT's out to force buy in the second. They're not necessarily going to have the incendiaries to hold you off, the amount of flashbangs they need to have an efficient round. They won't have a double AWP at least. So it's an interesting setup. And this could be at the face from Device here. You said he could get aggressive here, but it'd just be kind of looking towards the top of middle, seeing if anyone will run into his crosshair. Kiyoshima is sniffing out towards B as well. Doesn't find anything just yet. It's the full passive default from FaZe. Don't want to be committing too much here. Kiyoshima will be holding that area, and actually, Ali, there it is. He wins your battle. So a couple of missed shots from Device in the first round, and now he gets taken down by Ali to kick things off in the second gun round. So that will affect his confidence going forward. We'll see whether his teammates can pick it up for him. 12-8. Astralis do have the lead here, but in this round, he's definitely got the huge advantage.
Kerrigan just using whatever slight bit of vision inside of those mid doors he can while trying to stay safe and not overcommitting to it. So CT side bias looks through toward the tunnels, doesn't spot anyone in a timely fashion, and elects to rotate back over toward the A side and support Xyp9x instead, but in doing so, he's going to arrive and be alone again. A nice shot from Kiyoshima as well, as Rain and Kyo each find headshots from the AK-47s. Down long they'll go. Smoke out towards CT, flash to follow it up, and anyone peeking, temporarily blind to allow the cross of the bomb in the hands of Kiyoshima. Play it for long. They've already established that presence with an AWP. Although Alu, I will say, is toward Catwalk, to be fair, with that AWP. So either way, they've got the map controlled, covered off. And Astralis, as you mentioned, they bought one. They've got to sit back and hold these guns for the next because they're about to be reset.
Absolutely. It's a big round for FaZe to pick up. That's the default, waiting for someone to face at the start of the round. It was Device. He got taken down by Alu holding top of mid there. And there's going to be 5 players staying alive for FaZe as well. This is difficult times for Astralis going forward. This is going to be dangerous territory for them, especially if they die like that as well. This is going to be in a double. Actually, it's not too bad. The money was actually a pretty successful round, I guess. It was 5 players staying alive in that round they won before. So it's not a double eco. I'd say they don't need to force this round for sure. They can just actually take the partial buy going forward. It's not as detrimental as it could have been with that full reset. But PT50s this round, at least 1 eco for Astralis, and FaZe will be getting the double figures if all goes to plan. They've actually been very disciplined. It seems like FaZe are starting to learn every time you see them, getting better and better at these just fundamentals of the game and things that guarantee you rounds instead of taking risks.
Jacob and Keo this time will set cross inside of the tunnels. Xyp9x, slight smoke forward, will give him a spot to try and spot middle, to peek middle rather. But AZ takes his head off in reverse. Device on top of the box, jumps across, fire positioning, no boost to get there. Not sure he made it though. He's tried again the second time and not been successful then either. So out toward mid, he'll play off each other, and Kerrigan, or rather, excuse me, Kjerby going down. That's going to catch me off for a while further yet, but he's left alone. And I'm afraid this round's writing on the wall, bomb down. Device may chase down AZ. He's low on HP, but he presumes them to be closer on his heels inside of middle. Will go back and try and catch one off there instead, and is unsuccessful in his efforts. They'll leave all 5 left alive on the FaZe side. So again, they'll build up the money. 10K for Rain, but guns will come back up this time for Astralis.
They will indeed. Dupree, though, I'm sure he's been dropped a weapon. What's he got? There it is. It's on the floor. It's got M4 waiting for him. It's a reasonable buy for Astralis going forward. Device on the AWP once again to have any real impact here on the second half. But this time we'll be focusing towards long, hoping he can get that first long spawn potential from FaZe lockdown. They're actually just going towards middle. Actually, all 5 players as well, sticking as a unit and potentially going to go hunting for information towards middle. But it looks like they'll be doing their default out towards short. It's actually quite a fast play for them. No map presence at the start of the round, and Xyp9x waiting for them as well. Takes the first shot, but he has to fall back. It's a good HE grenade. That'll do a lot of damage. Not inflicting specific damage, but across the board, that actually enables the M4s to have 1-shot potential, so that's actually pretty important. As we do see now, Xyp9x once again just trying to find one, take a shot, fall back, and then comes a smoke play from Astralis. This could be a fake though. From FaZe, sorry.
Device, momentary flash, not caught the full duration. He's still here, he's still alive. Xyp9x 1-for-1, that's decent in that position considering he's limited to the boxes, and it enables Device to follow up onto Jacob. Molotov to go down toward the ramp, covers off the rotation, but Dupree catching the late lurk on Rain. It's going to be a bomb plant, but only 2 to hold off the 4 of Astralis. And Alu, he may get 1, he does. Kjerby's head taken off an Xbox. Gives them a chance. His catwalk secured a little bit longer. Wow. And Kiyoshima with the shot on Kerrigan. It's now a 2 versus 2, and the advantage is firmly in the hands of FaZe. Kyo's got the shot on Device. Dupree may have won the battle versus Alu, but he's not won the war because Kiyoshima, he'll sit there like a god and hold off the site. It's down to a 1-round difference.
Those 1-taps and Kyo, that was absolutely sick. holds on to the round for FaZe and just completely lights them up as they come back to the A side. There's 2 shots all it took, and you have to say Alu, pretty godlike shot from him as well towards short. That's an incredibly hard angle to take. Even with an AK, you struggle to hit the CTs jumping up on that one. And he just nails it with the AWP as well. And Astralis, another eco here. FaZe closing the gap, 12-11 now. It will be another eco for Astralis. Fast play from Alu as he goes up towards long. Using the Mac 10 at range. Takes down Carrigan. Kiyashima backing him up as well. This should be round over as Alu finds his second. 5-on-2 now. Dupree and Kiabi waiting towards CT spawn. Going to be absolutely lit up here as it's the final player to get Kiabi. Does find 1 kill with the PT50, but that's about it. 12-12. We're asking ourselves at the end of the first half, would it continue to be the impressive game it was in the first? And the answer is yes. It certainly is. Round number 9. Still anyone's game here, and Astralis will be buying into this round, but they haven't got the AWP in the hands of Device this time. 5 rifles. They have got the utility to work with, not as much as I'd like them. Incendiaries can be a bit of a problem on the retakes, but they have got kits. But Alu through the door. Was that actually a full-on gap shot? That wasn't...
Just straight up.
There wasn't
no
even
wall,
through.
nothing.
No wall bang, nothing. That was can be done. It takes insane reactions and a bit of luck, and Ali managed to get that first kill. Contact play towards B. Kiabi, what are you made of? As they do start to come towards the side.
Well, if he's made of anything, it's got to be heroism, because it's down already. Kierby and Zipix tries to get Rain, does successfully catch him before he can get it behind the cover of the box and the platform. But look at AZ, late lurk out middle, no one dropping down from CT, and that's a gift. Thank you very much, Zipix.
To save now, boys. As Carrigan and Device have no footing into this round whatsoever. They have to hold back, and you see one towards long doors, one on the A site, and just comes down to a simple play. That's the mid-round call. As soon as you get that first pick, you know the CTs are weak on money anyway. They were forced, they'd lost bonus, they kind of forced up around before, so get towards, as soon as Ali gets that pick for the doors, let's just walk in. They're not going to have the rope to hold us off, that's for sure. If you get that kill, even if we trade 1 for 1, he spotted how many crossed, that's round over. He doesn't even get one. And AZ with the late flank, as you said, coming out towards the mid doors, it secures the round. Zipek's the only one to find a kill here, and Device and Carrigan holding on for dear life here. They know how important this round is, but just to save weapons, there will be a maximum loss bonus next round. So if he can save 2, there's potential to buy, but now it's just going to be Carrigan as AZ rips the head off Device. Carrigan will be living to see another day, but there it is. The max loss bonus has been attained now, $3,400. And FaZe getting in touching distance here. I've taken the first one. Here's the shot. Let's see how it went down. Okay, so it wasn't really a gap shot.
It was luck. You said it. It takes a little bit of luck. Well, that's
so
luck there.
It's certainly possible to do it through the gap. We've seen Guardian do that many times, but if you can't even see him, that's just him. That's luck, right?
Yeah.
Just a bit of like a good timing, knowing the timings of the game, right? But still, it's not really a skill thing.
So, as we mentioned, Astralis and FaZe have been a heads-up brawl, I would say, dead level in terms of skill so far in this game. Maybe Kiyoshima going a little bit beyond that in that 1 versus 3, or I guess 2 versus 4, if you will, with Ali being kind of loosely involved in it. The thing now is that the economy was what got them behind. It's now boot on the other foot. Astralis, down by a round, has had nothing going for them on the CT side, as Rushley points out. A single round win and an instant reset. They've built up that money bonus. They face the same problem. If they pick up a 13th round and then lose it right after, it's game over. It's done. At that point, they pretty much have to win 2 or 3 in a row to make a contest out of this at this point.
Well, they will be going for a partial buy here. It's round number 10. FaZe looking to get number 14 on the board. They know they're up against an eco here. I think they could probably 1 M4 save $3,400 on a CT side. It's not going to happen. He'd be throwing the game away at that point. It's not like FaZe are getting to match point next round. It'd be crazy for the force bet to come in. So a bit of a partial buy. So there's some upgraded pistols. Carrigan with that M4A4. Let's see what he can do here. We're going towards long at the start. He's got some smokes and there's damage through the doors once again. Debris. He's the one feeling the brunt of it this time. He goes down to 32.
I don't think he's on body levels yet, but he's getting there.
No, not quite. That was a rough day in the office. Full body, I have to say.
All sorts of noises. Kerrigan covering off behind the doorway. Zipix almost gets caught out this time by Ali dropping down the stairwell as tries to get himself in an aggressive position on catwalk to catch them off. I really want to see a cat boost meta come back in play with an aggressive double cat. It's been a long time since we've seen that.
Well, it's up to Carrigan. If Astralis can find anything in this round, he's a player that has to do it. The only one with a rifle here. And once again, FaZe getting that short control. They seem very deadly when they get to these positions.
He's got the flash as well. I was looking to see if Zipix has one because he's the man behind Kerrigan's position. He could have potentially tried to flash him through the doorway, but he doesn't. So Kerrigan has to do it himself, whatever he chooses to do with that flash. And all he's going to do is try and delay them slightly.
So now they see one flash go toward them. It's a bit of utility. Do they have more? That's the question. FaZe won't know that yet, so in turn, they'll try and clear things out and make it as safe as possible on the way in. As well, they've got to find this M4. Discover that it's on the map. He's spotted, though, and I'm pretty sure the animation would give away the fact that he's holding some form of rifle at this point in time.
Okay.
Won't even matter, will it?
Kishima just through the smoke. I guess you can see the gap towards Crossover as he do stand at the right angle there. But it will be a complete bloodbath here towards the B siters. Device, he'll be the last player remaining. Murdered Eagle, probably trying to pick up that rifle from Carrigan if he possibly can. I don't think the terrorists are going to allow at this stage. But let's see if he can sneak all the way towards the A site and let's press E on it. They'll see it picked up though. I'm just going to check where that is. Yeah, it's in vision. But the terrorists aren't actually watching it for now, so maybe he can get away with picking it up, as he does sheepishly pick it up. There it is. So he has managed to get something out of this round. If he does manage to drop that to a teammate, that certainly boosts their chances going to the next round. And he'll be able to get an opportunity where he has been spotted at this point. So Astralis will not be taking that gun to the next round. That's almost certain at this point. But Device does find a headshot towards Rain. Still going to have players coming towards it from all different angles. There it is. Ace gets the headshots. And we get a 14th round achieved by FaZe here. All in now for Astralis. They haven't run the double AWP setup at all on the CT side. It's all been that Device, and it's been pretty quiet here in the second half, I have to say. Just a couple of kills here and there, and we've actually...
I mean, to be fair, hasn't had the money to bring it out very often.
Well, he has. He did in the first gun round, missed those first two shots. It was Zipex that found the kills, and he got bailed out.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was the best round they've had.
Yeah.
A nade through. Kiyoshima won't get close enough to take damage, and takes that as a cue to move away as well, as Zipex will cover off the gap at mid. Anyone crossing toward tunnels and vice versa back toward the catwalk. Jacob, he may do the latter. Flash over will certainly discourage Zipex from trying to stay in that same position again. He's the one swinging on Dust 2. In my opinion, he has the most important position for Astralis. He always has. Even when Cajun was here, we talked about how impressive and impetuous that setup was with him on the CT side at op. A lot of that had to do with the support play that Zipex provides from that position inside of CT. Reads it very well. This time he's gone more passive over toward A though. Slowly creeping back in CT. And as he does FaZe, that's where they want to go. Smoke's already dissipated, they'll redress that. Second one comes out, Zipex. Oh, that's thrown very, very far with that bounce, but there's no gap, not enough of it. He's going through anyway, he's taking advantage, and there it is. Zipex reads it as always. He's gotten two, Kierby finds one. Can he double up inside of the site? Well, he's got it, but it's Dupree that finds the third, denies the hat trick. Doesn't matter, they just want the round 13 to 14. But as mentioned, it's the reset potential. So good, efficient round will give them a bit to work off of, but they need to double it up here and add another one to the board right away.
Yeah, the money's not in a horrible situation, but you're right. It will be horrible. Oh, it'll be pretty difficult to come back in the second if they were to lose this one. It'll be FaZe on match points as well. A lot of pressure and so much money available for FaZe going forward as well. Even after the rebuys, after 5 players dropping, they've still got 11k on 2 players. So another default here. Looks like they're actually focusing towards long this time. Was the B split where Zipex stepped up tremendously in the previous round. The flashbang will come in towards the long doors now. There is one player waiting for them. That's going to be Carrigan, though. No backup from his teammates. He has to delay them as long as possible here. If he gets one, that's probably a good situation. He's trying to stay alive as he drops the smoke as well. He's actually done a very good job here as Zipex finally arrives and bails him out, but he goes down to the hands of Rain.
He does indeed. Carrigan will fall. Tries to peek in late and catch them off at long. But they were waiting for him to walk back out of that pit. Kierby, that is a big missed spray. Flash was almost perfect and almost too easy for him to spray them down. He misses it. Allo getting man advantage for FaZe. And again, it's got to be done from Astralis. Device, he's relocated himself on top of the platform. But look at Dupree's timing. Shots fired will give it away, but did Keo hear it or not? That's the better question because they may have found the kill on the site. Now they turn back. He's able to still pick up one on Jacob. And it's a close proximity play to find Kiyoshima. He's just gotten around the corner towards CT with Bomb. And Dupree has to be weary of that. He has to be fully attentive of the fact that Bomb's not spotted, it hasn't shown itself, and he's going to rotate away, but in doing so, he gives Kiyoshima the plant.
So, Keo was trying to... Oh, God, Dupree brings his B. So he's not 100% sure. The timing, I thought, was obvious that he was still towards A. He couldn't have got to B in that time, I don't think. But Dupree, he's almost certain of it still.
This is
there it is.
So problematic.
Yeah, but now he has no idea what kind of plant it is. He has no information as to where Keo is. It's a platform plant. That's exactly where he is as well. Dupree has no grenades and so much to actually check out here and work out what's going on. He can see what kind of plans. He jumps up here. There's just no chance at all.
That's
really
just a
smart play from
huge-
Keo there. The fact he was kind of hoping that Dupree was going for the smart play there and edging up towards long, but he actually rotated back round, and very intelligent stuff from Kiyoshima, I have to say. And like he said, that was the reset, but there's still money available. It's not the best buy, that's for sure. Device, though, he has an AWP. But Kiyoshima, look, he's got that long spawn gifted to him, and he's actually got an AWP himself. There's 3 AWPs coming out for the terrorists here. Keo to open things up towards long potentially, as it will be Carrigan crossing any second now. Doesn't run the shot,
But Device is going aggressive on Catwalk as well. Jacob, he may show. Device needs to keep his head down in this. Crouches, Jacob won't spot him. The invitation's passed for Astralis to find the opening pick, to take the early advantage. Smoke out now, he'll take the initiative on this to try and find a better angle. Alu getting closer to the corner, he'll go down. Bomb drop temporarily as well. Device, he knows they've got to go toward it, so does he try and take advantage and catch someone off on the second peak? AZ's already crossed though with those 2 flashes. Bomb picked up, he doesn't see it on radar, continues looking and spots AZ. 2 kills now, great job with an aggressive AWP.
That's enough now for Device. He's done the work, he's got the 5 on 3. He wanted to go for more, you could see it in his playstyle. He actually wanted to go and find that 3rd frag, but he doesn't really need to. It's too much of a high-risk move at this stage. 1 round separates FaZe from this first map victory. It will be the B play coming in from them in Simon. Kiyoshima, he's been in great form so far, but not good enough as Dupree takes him down. 5 on 2, surely going to be around for Astralis here. There's so much money available for FaZe, they might as well try and take some frags down with them. Not going to be the case here. Another clean sweep for Astralis, and we could be seeing the 3rd overtime of the night here, Matt. Could be happening.
It could very well be happening. Great round from Astralis. I have to go back just, I want to question you a little bit while we've got a second. The lack of confidence from Dupree, perhaps. He's got 40 HP and he fades away from the one-on-one in a fashion that even if he pushes long, he knows for sure he's not an A he's going to be, or he takes the fight.
It's such a, it's such a disadvantage there. There's so many options for Kiyoshima, like you said. It was 50-50 play really when in that kind of scenario. It's either he goes towards B or he sticks it at A. And the fact that Kiyoshima has to face it towards long, he has no information what Dupree's doing as well. He took a risk actually walking out towards long A at that point. So it's difficult for him to kind of read that situation. Dupree's using his best judgment, thinking, okay, if he knows I'm here, he's surely not going to face and go towards A. He'll run towards B. He knows I'm in this position. And it could have gone either way. It depends on the player and who you're up against. But Kiyoshima, like I said, he actually took the risk and played it very well indeed. But round number 15 has arrived. FaZe need this one to pick it up, and Astralis needed to take us to overtime. Single AWP set up once again. It's going to be Device, who has been hitting some shots in the last few rounds, finally arriving here on Dust 2. Playing in that infamous car position, now looking towards the long Dust 2 doors.
Keep in mind, FaZe at 7-3. We mentioned the good start that they've had to this season. A win over Astralis, who's been struggling to pick them up. It's massive. Because it's one of the top teams that would have been in contention on anyone's radar for LAN. Anyone's predictions table. So it's almost a double victory in that sense, just picking up 1 map off them and stealing it away. But it's not done just yet. Not only that, Kerrigan, good awareness, pushing through long. He's going to catch them off. And it means Device can just focus on this catwalk position. He's gone down, but he's picked up 2 kills in the process. Alu's pulled it back. Great shot on it. Zipix, and suddenly the bomb in his hand. 1 versus 3. He's going to have to ace this out, though, to win it. 15 seconds when the bomb does go down. They know it's on to A, and they'll start to form a plan on trying to take it back from him, this position. As he smokes out a catwalk, though, it'll buy him some space, flash through, and he's caught immediately. Kerrigan's the one to get the kill, and it's overtime again. 3 straight overtime games tonight.
Absolutely it is. What a night CS has been, and we're going to be gifted another one. So, Alu definitely had the chance to win that round. Got himself a position to actually smoke out towards Choi. Obviously has no idea they're coming from long and CT spawn, so he's trying to look every single angle. Hopefully one of them walks into his crosshair at that point. Does not happen. And I had a feeling he was going to do it, but it's Carrigan who finally finds a shot with that 1 flashbang. Takes him out the round for a second. It will be 15-15, so it was a struggle for Astralis, but they brought it out towards the end there and managed to get some rounds. It was Device and Zipex especially as well. He's stepping up on those mid-splits, pushing through smokes and backing up his teammates as well when they desperately needed it. Kiabi seemed missing in certain points of the map. Huge misses and influential rounds as well. Device pretty cold at the AWP, but towards the end he was stepping up, so here we go then.
So MR3 10K, for anyone who doesn't know the overtime format, well, you probably should by now if you've been watching it all this evening. 3 rounds, swap it over, 10K to start, chance to potentially, specifically on the CT side, have to force out and dire straits on the 3rd round if you lose the first 2.
Basically, first to 19, right? So
that's the magic number, or 18-18, we do it again.
That's true as well. Device aggressive, of course, towards short. Look at his first pick, and it looks like he'll probably get it as well as he spots Rain. There it is, nice stuff as he falls back. AZ gets the headshot in return.
This is what I want to see more of from teams, because everyone's gone so passive with this car setup that just doing that 1 or 2 rounds, you start to get in the head of the terrorists. They have to use utility just to get to catwalk, which means they've got less to take the A site. Device finding AZ, Kirby onto Jacob. Everything going to plan so far for Astralis. Alu can't find the shot towards the platform, but it does open up a window of opportunity for Kiyoshima, but blinded up. It's going away. He does spot the gun barrel 8. Device can't echolocate exactly where he's gone, and how is this turned? How, in God's name, has FaZe pulled this back on that alone? Alu's able to distract, and Kiyoshima somehow slips through. Astralis get confused, and they trip over themselves. It's gonna have to be a clutch from Dupree. Takes damage, starting this off down to 46. AWP and Alu with the peak. Guess what? It's 16 for FaZe, and that, by all accounts, should have been Astralis' round.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff from FaZe. They're working together to grinding the kills, and Ali finding 3 especially. It looked like they had no footing in that whatsoever. Look, it's a 4-on-2 at this point, and it's going to be Kiyoshima just wildly spraying there. He's just taking all the aggro away from the CTs, and there's this Ali backing him up from short as well, nailing every shot. It looked a little bit sloppy from Astralis, I have to say, but round 2 comes in. This is where money starts to become a problem. It's not so much of an issue going into this one because Astralis are not running a double orb setup, which could be a problem. That's what 90% of teams on the CT side of Dust 2 will be doing. It's quite unorthodox to actually not see that come in when you have the option. I guess this is the new formation for them. Device changing his position this round. Not on short this time, aggressive towards the long doors. Text and Alu. Man advantage once again. Device did take a lot of damage in return, but still a valuable pick at the start. Does give them a little bit more to work with here. And the point you were making before is absolutely right. It's good to go for those aggressive picks. A lot of teams now on the terrorist side go for short control, especially teams like G2, Fnatic. They're all running the same set piece towards a bomb site himself. 2 smokes on the crossover, smoke on the actual site itself, flashing over. The AWP has no chance. So if you're going for those aggressive picks, making them use utility definitely is a huge asset for your team going forward.
Here we go again. B site, choice of destination from FaZe. Jacob's got the opening. They've got to fight back into their territory. Now lost. They've been evicted. Kirby, he didn't even have time to pick up his baggage before he was out the door, and now he's got to wait for his teammates to join him on this retake. Molotov out, smoke off. Standard play so far from FaZe. And the nade doing slight damage onto Xyp9x. It's better still from Rain as he'll take down Kerrigan. It's all falling apart. Kirby's going to have to come up large inside of the tunnels. He falls as well. Once more, FaZe just waltz into his site, and here we go. Yep. This is exactly what we talked about. It's the save coming out from the CTs in overtime because they need that residual weaponry, I guess. I was going to say cash, but they don't even have cash carried over on those 2 to drop, potentially.
Yeah, this is actually going to be pretty dire for the last round. You get $1,900, so it's not going to be great. They saved the AWP, they can save the M4 as well. There's no reason why FaZe could not go hunting it. They know how valuable these kills will be. It doesn't look like they'll be doing that, though. Sticking together, using the power and numbers, making sure the round's won at first point. And you can see they're kind of sniffing out the map now, but it looks like Device will save the AWP. He's on 22 HP. Xyp9x towards the long doors as well, just protecting him, his guardian angel. As the terrorists do start to swarm in towards the long A area. It's another successful round. There's bullying their way in towards the B side there. Rain finds the first 2 kills, and Jacob finishes things off as well. 17-15. We did say the magic number was 19. You can see how detrimental it's been for Astralis. If we go into this final round over the CT half, they're 2-0 down right now. They're going to have 2 UMPs, a Famous, and Xyp9x. I think he's got an M4 on the ground as well. So let's see whether they can hold on here. It's not much to work with, but something. And also snipers come out. It's going to be the same sort of affair, but no headshots found this time. And there's Dupree. Is anyone taking some damage there? So Device. Oh, hello, that's effective. Perfect.
Dupree's got a degree in construction with that new nail gun. I don't really think you get a degree in construction. That sounds more like a diploma, to be fair. Certificate, maybe, even. But whatever it is, he's certified. I think has a great kill to get with that UMP. They've avoided all that damage from the auto sniper. However, Kirby overextending slightly. Or rather, Dupree overextending, Kirby getting the trade, and now it's going to be Device rotating over in a timely fashion. He's able to find a quick kill out of the B site. They're down members again. They were in a 2 versus 4 to start off the first round of overtime, though, we're FaZe, and they've got to try and do it again here. They almost line it up at Rain. He's got the shot. Kirby goes aggressive early on, and they'll be able to split up and take back the tunnels potentially for FaZe, but watch the play coming in from CT. It's going to be caught potentially. Rain, no. Kerrigan's got it, so back toward the site he'll go. And it's going to leave Jacob to cover off 3 potential choke points back in behind the boxes. He can limit out the angle, spots 1, but timely fashion from Xyp9x through the window, and he's got the kill back.
That round was still either way there. Kiabi's having a bit of a nightmare here on Dust 2. Like, he just runs into the side by himself. His teammates aren't ready for the retake. He had someone coming from T-spawn as well. He could have just waited. There was plenty of time to work with. Lucky for him, his teammates step in the B tunnels, but that could have been very scary for them. They pick up that last round with very limited economy as well. They actually do rely on the AWP of Device this time. It actually works out for them. 2-1. Like we said, 19. The FaZe have the advantage going to the second half. I'm sure with this kind of money, we can see the double AWP from FaZe. Like I said, most teams will have a secondary AWP. It seems like Astralis are avoiding that, especially, well, from Dust 2, from what we can work out right now. The double AWP setup for FaZe is normally going to be Alu and AZ if they want to, but in overtime, like I said, we've seen how the money can be affected. We'll see what the cities bring to the table. Obviously, not buying any head armor. You want to make sure you're keeping every bit of cash available. So another $350 you can save. No one's going to have an SMG in the first round of overtime, so it does make sense. It all works out.
Device, oh, he's trying, does actually take up Alu that time. So Alu gets hit. He was the third one to cross. He goes down to 51. Hey, any damage is good damage. Take it. In overtime, you might just need it, especially with FaZe a one-round lead on the CT side now as we've swapped it over. But it is 51 HP on an AWP player, so he still has the potential to be lethal. He'll re-peek out toward the catwalk position. Astralis not yet advancing, so bomb's way back down toward T-spawn as well. They're going to have to go back for that at some point. Very clear indication that this is going to be a long, drawn-out affair of playing picks. 3 players flashed out in mid, I think only one of which was spotted. That's Kerrigan, but Alu's not going to risk going for the re-peek, knowing that they now have the ground to stand on, and Device exactly that. He's got the angle covered off. He just walks in, and Alu gives himself up.
Advantage for Astralis, and it looks like they'll be opting towards the A side as well. Molotovs and smoke still in hand. Device watching towards Goose, hoping someone will dare face him. The AWP has gone now for FaZe. That's Alu dropping, so the Molotovs come in. It's up to Rain holding towards City Spawn, and hopefully can do something with this. But it's Jake getting to find 2 of the silence them 4. Lovely stuff from him, and all of a sudden FaZe come back to life. And it's an equal exchange for now, though. 3 versus 3. Time ticking away as we do get to the final move here for Astralis. Going towards B. Looks like a split potentially, as we have got 1 player towards mid.
29 kills for Xyp9x and Device. They've got Kirby with them. Xyp9x is already gone, though, as too is Kirby. Kiyoshima dropping bomb down in the tunnels, and Device, he's got an AWP, a Glock. Well, all right, 1 kill onto Jacob, finding him towards CT. I was going to say, but a crossfire to deal with. Rain went a little bit beyond that. He went toward the site. That gave the opening, but 12 seconds, round over. It's going to be map point for FaZe.
What a comeback that was. Astralis got the first pick. It seemed like the AWP was down. Everything was lining up for them, but it's Jacob this time. Fantastic work with the Silence M4. I'd love to see that from his POV to see how crisp those shots were. They sounded absolutely electrifying. It was Rain taking all the aggro and CD spawn as well, then Jacob is facing at the absolute opportune moments. And like he said, match point for FaZe. Astralis now need the final 2 remaining rounds to take us to overtime. We'll see whether it can be done. It's back on the AWP, no damage inflicted at the start. It's going to be 3 players head towards B tunnels for now, but Xyp9x showing presence towards long, and it's an aggressive play from AZ. He wants to end this right here, right now. He does get spotted, and Kiabi takes him down. Molotovs come in to stop the push from the terrorist straight away, but you have to say AZ. I like the confidence at least. That's how they boost it up towards short. Gets the kill in return.
Hey, it's very confident, but is it warranted at this point in time? I guess they've got a round in hand on this map point, but in the same time, yeah, exactly. Kirby just walks into the tightest choke point.
No one with him.
In CS.
No grenades.
And Kiyoshima's going to get Kerrigan now. They've taken back the lead. And not only that, Kiyoshima's got full HP still after these 2 kills and good positioning to try and shut them down further. Device, AWP, focus his direction, tries to allow Xyp9x in, does get there eventually, and it's traded back. As Kiyoshima finds Xyp9x, he has to wide peek to do so, and Device, well, he's now got a 1 versus 2 to save the map. I have to say, Kirby, too many times I've seen him get overextended this evening.
Yep, and missing big shots as well in huge rounds, but still, there is a chance of the Device. Bomb will be planted. He has got smoke to cover him, but Rain, he can sense it. They've got to wait for the plant to go in and work together here.
The railing plant's quite clever because they won't hear him jump back up. He's gotten further away than they would have expected. That's going to allow him to catch out Rain. Flash over. Rain, he's already inside of the site, though. Or rather, excuse me, Alu. But the shot comes through and Alu holds it. They're going to pick up the map. That was actually a very clever plant in that sense because it does allow him to slip away a lot faster, but it's not fast enough to get away from both players. And FaZe take this map. They go 8-3 now. on the season. Very impressive.
Yeah, what a game that was. We get overtime once again, the third time this evening, and it was FaZe to pick it up. You have to say, though, there are some real key players from Astralis missing in the earlier stations, the earlier sectors of this game, especially in the second half as well. Towards the end, Device started finding frags, and Zipex was stepping up tremendously, but Kiabi, for me, that's one of the sloppiest performances I've seen from him in a while. It wasn't just 1 or 2 rounds, it seemed consistently he's walking into positions, missing shots, and getting frustrated, and it's like the last round was evident of that. What was that play?
Yeah, and I'm actually slightly disappointed. I'd have to go back and find his Dignitas demos. I think there was games he was getting away with that against tier 2 teams, but anytime he played at tier 1, he always played more passive. I'd have to confirm that it was that consistent in terms of the trend. But that was a shocking game. He gave himself up way too many times, and not only that, wasn't even giving trade potential to his teammates in doing so. So, with that said, we'll go back to the desk. That's only one of the 2 maps these 2 teams are going to play, and that one was, although with the delay, it kind of seemed like a drawn-out affair. That was a barn burner. We'll see if the next one is as well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Quite a close affair by the end of it, guys. What happened to Astralis up 10-5 at half-time, and it all went south from there?
I think that technical pause that long doesn't benefit anyone. I mean, even the losing team, right? They have time to maybe calm themselves down a little bit and everything, but at some point you just want to play the game again, right? But it seemed like Astralis couldn't really find their footing in the second half. Most of the times they would struggle. Their money system got reset early on. They lost the second round after they won pistols, so they were in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it felt to me like they were zoned out a little bit in that after the long pause there was, and FaZe winning that well, forced by essentially quite handily. And then actually it seemed at points that Astralis they had their communication spot on, really nice retakes and stuff, but then again losing the wrong rounds and having a lot of troubles with the economy, and FaZe just running away with it.
It was obviously the CT rounds that were the big problem for Astralis as the rounds started to stack up here as well. We saw a lot of time A site was the location of hit coming on towards short there as well. It seems that Astralis were struggling to sort of retake from that position, or at least even hold off there.
But then there was a lot of individual plays from like Hiroshima, Alu. They won like a 2-on-4 situation, you know, quite unwinnable at that point. But just, you know, another testament to how much individual skill is on this lineup.
Is that always the case with FaZe? I mean, in situations like this, is it always sufficient to say that, well, a lot of these rounds are purely based on the individual skill factor alone? Because they themselves have said, we're not really super tactical. We like to play like a free-flowing game style. And then some people have said, well, that's actually not true, or whatever. Do you think that's the case here?
So, I mean, you can't really get away with just relying on that, but it like kind of gives you that extra edge, like every now and again, where you can get away with rounds that are not maybe tactically going your way, and you end up in a situation where you're only at 2-4, but you just have so much skill to play by that you will win those kind of rounds that you were never supposed to.
I mean, for them, pretty much the name of the game is get into the bomb site however we can and plant the bomb. And then even if they're at a disadvantage in the post-plant situation, you saw how Kiyoshima, with those 2 kills towards long, the 1-taps, you know, they can go for those aggressive plays, and it pays off for them more often than not because of how much skill they possess. We saw the first round of overtime, 2v4, out of nowhere, they managed to bring it back as well. Of course, you can always put some blame towards Astralis. Maybe could have played it a bit better, but you can't really do much when our players are on point and when they hit their shots like Kiyoshima did.
Well, they went close at the end, and it was an overtime. We thought we might be seeing 2 of them, but no. Just the one overtime to finish things off there. As always, say technical pauses.
What a shame.
Take their toll on players, but casters as well sometimes. We were watching that game as well, and sometimes it seemed like all the rounds just melded together with that big break in the middle. But hopefully the next map will be nice and smooth. Guys, if you're wondering how that map actually played out or how we got to where we were after that halftime, maybe you went and got a cup of tea while you're waiting for the pause to finish, you can check it out on the Score Esports app. That's right, I'm sticking it right in there, ladies and gentlemen. You can get the app, of course, both on iPhone and Android devices at your respective app stores. And if you do want to check out the other content for other games, you can do so as well. There are also plenty of articles to get your teeth around. We're looking to sink our teeth into the map of Mirage, which is coming up next to be our last game of the night, or the morning as it may be. But stick around for that one. It should be another hot one.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
The Season Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your extended edition of the ESL Pro League. I'm here, of course, with Yanko and, of course, Natu. Longer night tonight for us guys here, but Mirage is on the horizon. Whether it's real or not, we only find out when we get there. This is obviously a really good map for both of these two teams. Astralis and FaZe boast good records on this particular map here as well. I mean, a little bit disappointing stuff from Astralis earlier on. They thought they found themselves before Powerland. They obviously didn't. They're back on boot camp. I mean, what can we say about them in that last map now transitioning to this one, just performance-wise?
I think they will be super disappointed by the fact that they couldn't close it out in the end, pretty much, because they were off to a really bad start in Pro League, losing 2 games to Heroic as well, then losing to them again at Power One. Yeah, at this point, they have 6 losses already with that Dust 2 game, right? And seeing how in the previous seasons of Pro League, the end of the table, how it looked like, they really can't afford to lose that many games, pretty much, you know. They still have a lot of games in front of them, so they really need to gather themselves and try to win Mirage at least.
Yeah, and as of recently, I mean, Astralis has struggled on Mirage on Pro League especially. They lost it twice, and on the contrary, again, the FaZe has actually looked pretty good on Mirage, so this is interesting. Astralis, then again, it's been traditionally a good map for them. So, like you said, I mean, you've already almost capped out the losses you can even have throughout a season if you want to make it to the finals.
I feel like when we see FaZe play this map, I think they really highlighted it well, sort of prior to Cologne and when they could at Cologne. They're a team that loves to take mid as a CT-sided team and get aggressive up that one as well. Even put players on short and go at the enemy team here. It worked really well against Dignitas when they played against them as well, a team who were notorious for being quite strong in this map. Does that work against a team like Astralis, or will they push back on you?
I think it works against everyone. If you're good at holding mid on CT, it does make it so hard on T side to really get into any position to do anything.
And also on their T side, they really put a lot of emphasis on mid, on Mirage, which is probably the most crucial part of the map, pretty much, right? But they do it almost every single round. So if Astralis is paying a little bit of attention to how FaZe likes to play in their previous games, it's something you can work around. I would expect them then to go maybe for some aggression towards A Slope or A Palace, maybe even towards B apps, get some more map control on that area of the map. That way, even if they lose mid control, they still have good positions on the other side of the map.
So you can always forge ahead for some extra information early on in the piece as well, like you can on a map like Cash. But let's draw a parallel between mid-control teams on Cash and on Mirage. Obviously, you talked about Cash earlier on tonight. We saw teams that were taking mid-control as well, trying to pressure that one. Still, it's not the be-all and end-all in terms of winning out around here. What's the difference, I guess, between teams that, on the T side at least, can establish that mid-control on Mirage as opposed to Cash? I mean, do you have more options on Mirage? Where to go from there? Is it more advantageous?
Still two bomb sites you can go to. Both maps. But I think the same fundamentals actually work in a way for both maps, in my opinion. If you lose control of middle, then you kind of have to establish some control on other parts of the map, be it Palace, be it A Slope, pushing B apps. So definitely, I mean, if you stay static after losing middle on Mirage as a CT, you're going to be in a world of trouble without having a lot of information to go by. So you're probably going to end up being outnumbered.
I think it's much more common as well on the T side on Mirage for people to go for mid control, and they have most of the teams have a pretty good idea what they're going to do after they get that control. While on Cash, you have a decent chance, even if you don't go mid at all, you have a decent chance of going for an execute with smokes, maybe towards A or towards B. You have a higher chance of success than you have on Mirage because the sites are so open, especially the A bomb site, which is the more common one to go to with that kind of an execute. So it's really hard to hold it if you don't push either towards connector or CT after the smokes. It's pretty easy for the CTs to retake it if they have the nades.
So you said you'd like to see, at least from Astralis on the CT side, them pushing forward for that information, just taking the map away, essentially, from FaZe. What do you want to see on their T side? Because this was their T side was far better on Dust 2, generally speaking. You saw some fairly clean executes here as well. I mean, what do you want to see on the T side from Astralis here as well, if they're going to get their keys to victory locked down?
I think just the usual. When they were one of the strongest team on Mirage, they were really good at taking map control and then, you know, having good exit strategies after that, where you limit the positions where the CTs can play from, pretty much. So yeah, just playing their old style, pretty much.
Right, well, let's move on into this one here, guys, as it is getting a little bit late in the piece, but still one match to go. It's going to be Mirage. Will Astralis manage to recover, or FaZe continue to screw the thumbnails in? One way to find out. Let's go back to the desk, of course. It's going to be Sadikist and Henry G to take us home. Not literally, hopefully.
Wow.
You never know, Mitch.
Henry would certainly wish that in many ways. Look, I think that this is a must-win for Astralis. It's very early to say that in the season, but it's FaZe that's getting the maps against them. FaZe is going to be direct competition for LAN, and Astralis has already had a slow start to the season. It is a battle the whole way through, and I really think they do need this map. So Mirage, a map formerly they were very good on, as was Dust 2 for that matter. They've got to step up, and I'm putting more emphasis on Kirby again, because that was not the greatest showing by him last map.
Just to go to Dust 2 as well, that was Astralis. At one point, that was their very best map. They were defining how the CT side should be played, and they looked weak there in the second half. They didn't manage to bring it to overtime, but just couldn't close things out. Mirage, like another example of a map they're very, very good at. You're absolutely right there. But FaZe, no slouches at it either. We'll be getting straight into this one. FaZe on the T side here, 4 sets of armor, just 1 smoke, which is suggests, I guess, they could go towards A and smoke off towards jungle and just go a very fast strategy towards the side with those couple of flashbangs they've got. Or I'll have a look at this one. That's towards window for now. So the bomb going towards the A ramps. This would be an A split, I'm guessing. You have 2 players towards the underpass. You smoke off towards the window area, take that vision away from the CTs, flash over towards A. We can see the aggression coming from the CTs. They have been spotted in that underpass area. Bomb, A ramp, rain in towards Palace.
Kerrigan, though, playing in connector instead, has already spotted those 2 players walking in from the underpass position, anticipates a boost, tries to fire in ahead of time. Perhaps I think maybe X-Ray misleading on our behalf. May have spotted the gun just slightly obscured by the smoke. Regardless, he's got a second player beside him watching off the top of the connector. That's Kirby. And it's going to be Rain, though, that just takes him out. No one watching. So this is the thing. Kirby not electing to peek, trying to bait them in that situation, not watching Palace as a result, ends up giving up Kerrigan, and then he doesn't make up for it. It's Kiyoshima to take down Zipix. This is just all falling apart. As I say that, though, never rule out Device and Dupree when they are alive together. They've got a kit as well, so bomb goes down. Device gonna get aggressive. He's the one with the kit, no armor, and this is all too easy. AZ, he'll wait as the distraction comes in from Kiyoshima, and Device gone, kit far away. Dupree has to pull this back 1 versus 3. Quick tap on the bomb, no one facing, long distance, sure, but when he goes to stick that plant, or rather the defuse, they'll be able to tap away on him endlessly, and he's already gonna try and fade away from this.
I thought he was going to save his armor there.
That's actually smart.
Okay. Yeah, this makes things interesting at least. Gets a kill. I thought he was going to save the armor, like I said, but he gets the extra $300. Gets 2 kills in the end, and what seemed like a round that Astralis had no footing whatsoever. He does manage to bring it down to 2 players remaining, but still FaZe comfortably winning the pistol there. There was no chance of them losing it, considering the situation in the 3 versus 1. Quite a fast strategy coming in from them. Smoke towards the windows, as I said, take that vision away from the CTs. And just finding the shots, popping heads from Palace. That was range opening things up towards jungle. And now it will be not a force buy necessarily from Astralis. You can see 2 players still going to be quite passive in their buy. But there is a scout and Eagles coming out in return. 3 UMPs for FaZe. 1 AK as well. So that's going to be an interesting situation. One of these Eagle shots does connect. They'll be just spraying wildly, and as he picks open things up, he is one of the greater B players in the CSGO scene. He actually finds a jumping scout kill. You have to say, Jacob, that's a little bit sloppy for him. Does not even anticipate that being an option for them. But the man advantage has been gathered for the Danes.
Device just waiting. Danes versus the Swedes still, by the way.
Of course.
A Device just waiting in behind this smoke at window.
Dupree is going to give him information as they walk up toward Catwalk. Kierby also there to catch them off, but it's the ladder room that's a problem. Alu's there. Kierby waits for the opportunity to present, and this time it does, finally. He'll get gifted for not taking assertion on the play. Device has a gap as well. Shot toward Kyoshima, can't land it. Can't find the headshot. In fact, no damage at all. But Kerrigan, he's wrapped all the way around. He's got a UMP, and he's got the bomb toward top of middle. They've lost one member. Finally, Xyp9x will go down, which may still reap rewards on the side of FaZe as they've got these 2 UMPs, but Kerrigan's gone for the AK immediately, and he'll catch them off. Rain, reverse flank coming back from A, but Kerrigan hears it coming, does end up falling down. I think that was mid-air, believe it or not, from Rain as he just stumbled up the ramp, but either way, he's got a large problem as Kierby sneaks out from behind.
Well then, FaZe, I've been kind of applauding their anti-eco setup and seeing they look very disciplined on Dust 2. That definitely wasn't one of those rounds. Everyone was spread out, not backing each other up, holding the default, but holding aggressively as well. Allowed that scout first headshot to come in as well. Xyp9x opening things up. Pretty standard affair for him. And unfortunately, FaZe having 4 SMGs, as soon as they lost that first player, you could tell they were feeling the pressure a little bit more there. Didn't have that long-range potential of the AKs to actually find those kills in return. Had to get close range, had to work a little bit harder than the Deagles. Just actually mowing them down. So it's going to be 1-1, a good reply from Astralis here. But a force buy from FaZe in return. This is exactly what happened on Dust 2. Just back-to-back force buys working out for either team. And there will be 1 smoke available. Rain has chucked it now. Interested to see where he threw it. I guess it's towards potentially CT spawn at this stage. Actually goes towards the connector area. So his teammates sending out towards the middle. They're going to possibly flash through and try and bully their way into the A side through connector. But you can see the CTs. They're ready for this. The Device is the footstep. It's going to be Alu surely going down here.
Well, not be sure yet. Device, or rather, Alu hears him, so Device falls back, as it's going to be a Molotov out. That will prevent the peak from happening again for a moment, at least. Again, Kierby just waiting for anyone to walk in, present itself. Kerrigan's going to come over to watch top of connector instead. He can now focus from Shadow on Tetris in the top of A main. Coverage provided toward Palace from Dupree above him, but flash comes through, nearly catches Kerrigan, does turn it back. He's gone low, and he's gone down. Alu coming in through the window. And the setup, the crossfire they had at Shadow and Balcony, immediately taken down by the Pistols. FaZe do an excellent job walking into the site. They picked up 2 rifles. Xyp9x, that's bold. What? What is that? That is so goddamn bold, sliding through that vent. And not only does he find the first on a well-timed flash, the no-scope headshot on the second, and it's boot on the other foot. They can turn this around. Device, he's going to go directly forward in the site, try and bait this out, but bomb, it's planted for A main. Low HP on the 2 remaining players. Again, dodges the flash, but that's a lovely shot. That could be enough. Every shot in this round. All he has to do is hold down the trigger. There's 2 low players, and the Deagle smokes him, and Device has to walk away from this and give it up.
AZ with 2 HP. He just rolls on the corner, and it's completely wrecks the remaining CT. And it was Xyp9x hadn't done enough there. It was a 2 versus 2. The advantage all of a sudden came towards the CTs there, but that Deagle shot separated it. What a play, and FaZe, the force buy works in their favor this time, and they managed to pick up round number 3. This is the play from Xyp9x. So what is this? How does it work out? Does the planets align for Xyp9x here? This is the shot that's nuts. Quick scope towards Jacob. And I thought that was it. I thought that'd be enough to get him into. Look at the HP of the remaining teams in that situation as well, but not meant to be. A force buy comes in return for the CTs, and I think this could be another epic matchup on here, Mirage. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how this round goes down. A scout back in the hands of Xyp9x, and Kierby aggressive towards middle, does spot 1, but has to fade back as doesn't land the first shot.
I mean, after hitting those shots, you almost want him to win the round. It's almost heartbreaking that he doesn't, but AZ, it's a lovely one in return on the low HP, but this time back and forth again. It's Alu, takes down Dupree via the nade. However, they lost a member beforehand at the hands of Device, who sits on 10 HP now. Jacob, though, not much better off, really, when you want to consider equals here and weigh the scales, because Jacob's on 18, but AZ again, good headshot, finding Kerrigan. Kierby flashed off twice. Top of the stairs, he's going to try and make a play toward A. He's got to give a little bit more time to Xyp9x, who once more wields the scout towards CT spawn, and Kierby fading backwards, tries to fire through smoke, flash in. That gives Rain the advantage. He'll take advantage of it perfectly as he hits the headshot. He may catch Xyp9x fading. I won't. He's already gone at this point in time. No need to chase them down. Keep the AK, build up the economy forward.
Finally, a couple of rounds coming in for FaZe here, bring things to 3-1. Astralis saving the force weapons. They're a scout and an M4. Device on 10 HP though. He's towards underpass, hoping that no one comes in that direction. Doesn't look like they will, so he'll better save that weapon for sure. And still though, the CTs don't have enough to force into this next round. Device could drop a FAMAS, even an M4 if he wanted to. This could be an interesting round if they decided to do it. I don't think that's recommended they do. Device needs that AWP going forward into those big rounds, so he probably wants to keep his money strong for sure as we go into number 5 here. So surely some time now for FaZe to breathe and get to the 4-1 mark. Xyp9x though with the scout. We've seen what he can do with that weapon so far. Smoke towards middle, where it looks like an A-side attack coming in from FaZe just to take away the vision. That smoke lands towards the top of mid, as you see on the screen right now. And that's going to be a contact play just from FaZe at the start of things as Jacob is ready on the A ramp with the UMP.
Jacob's just going to wait this out. Invitation go as the flash pops toward jungle. They go collectively. Kiyoshima around the corner does get Dupree lurking in the shadows. Trying to be a creep and get a kill. Doesn't work out. Bomb planted again. FaZe looking to extend this lead. Xyp9x once more has the scout. Although the magic this time is apparently not left in the wand as he'll fall, and next time they'll be able to bring out bigger weaponry.
A lot of damage inflicted to FaZe. I think about 3 or 4 scout shots actually hit there, but no kills for the efforts. Just Device, Sad and T-Spawn. I think his days are numbered here. Does do more damage here. The terrorists, considering they probably don't want to go for this. They know it could be an easy spray down for him, and he could well save that weapon and get residual cash as well. So they could actually leave him alone. One player coming towards T-Spawn. Seems like he will be okay. Got a smoke to protect him as well. There are shots fired through. They do want this by the looks of things. They don't find him in the end. So we go to round number 6. It's 4-1 in favor of FaZe. And the money's not going to be amazing for Astralis here. That's the AWP purchase. I know Device definitely had enough. There it is. So Karrigan will be opening this map, Matthew. So it seems like Dust 2. It was Device both halves, CT and T. Karrigan, though, this is the map when they had those separate roles throughout their map pool. Karrigan was very good AWPing in Mirage. That was one of the things he was famed for. So that kind of makes sense. So going back to the roots potentially, yeah.
Karrigan AWP missing the shot, though. Back to their roots, but the roots don't get fertility. There's no water or sunlight on this plant. It's not growing anywhere. But it is Device to at least take down Rain, and now he's got a chance. Takes Kiyoshima toward the bench, but watch for Jacob getting the trade kill. But will they get any more at all? Alu, 19 HP. And finally, Astralis shut them down. The first attempt toward the B site. Thwarted, stopped, nullified, and now does that discourage FaZe from doing so again?
It was one of those first gun rounds. I discussed this mentality on Dust 2 as well. You can go for something a little bit faster, try and catch a weaker CT board team, and they actually went towards a fast B, right? So Karrigan missing that first shot as well. The flashes come over. That could have been interesting, but Device from short giving really nice backup there. But the thing is, FaZe have tons of cash. They're just looking for that reset. They're hoping that round gives them enough, even if they don't win it, they get enough bodies down to actually have themselves a very effective number 7. And this will be an A-side attack, but it looks like a set piece off the bat. Mirage definitely has that option. Not necessarily recommended until you have the map control and you know what the CTs are doing. You can see they're actually aggressive towards middle. And here come the smokes, and Kiabi starts to read it and he rotates in. This FaZe attacking aggressively towards the A site, and Dupree is spraying wildly as Kiabi does open things up.
Yeah, wildly indeed. Needed to find something. Jacob, he'll take a little bit of damage, I think mostly from his teammates, to be completely honest, on the way through to the side as they try and suppress Dupree's position beyond the smoke. They might get aggressive and try and push through, but Karrigan's going to be the one to find Jacob in doing so. Another bomb plant, though, from FaZe off of this. That's going to still, though, reside in numbers for Astralis, but the numbers equal strength. Apparently so for Xyp9x and Alu. He gets one, the rest fall. They'll get the defuse and bring this game to within 1.
Yeah, you can see exactly what FaZe we're doing this other round. Like I said, set piece off the bat. It's definitely an orthodox these days. You see the top level teams do that. They're going to a default first, then fall back. But I guess they wanted to see what was available for them. To be fair, they got to the bomb site, lost one player to the hands of Kiabi. The bomb was planted at a 5-on-4. Still very viable for the terrorists to win that situation. But Astralis is working the body, not overcommitting, and finding the picks one by one and working as a unit there. So they managed to pick up round number 7. It's going to be 4-3 now. Still money available for FaZe, but it's starting to dwindle now. Another AWP comes out for Alu. No double AWP setup for the CTs as of yet. Seems like they just want to be rolling the single AWP setup. Still going to be in the hands of Karrigan as Ali works the pick towards mid. But it's Kiabi. He's with the AWP, the AK towards the mid window. I assume Karrigan's in the connector, which he is. Boost over to smoke to see if the T's can find that cheeky pick to open things up.
Alu trying to do what he can in turn with an AWP. We all know jumping mechanics are fair.
Yeah.
That's one word. As Karrigan doesn't land the shot, preemptive strike toward that underpass position, countering the flash. It'll be the other K to try and come back in and get the kill as Kirby
Slides in with the AK, and Kerrigan rotates safely through the vents and back toward the CT stairs. Anchoring the A site. Pretty standard so far in terms of setup for the CTs. Over toward B, Zipex and Device just wait. Device a little more advanced toward Catwalk, so he can provide support in toward that connector position, but he can't peek too soon. He's got to wait for the activity to be flourishing inside of the A site and the distraction to be sufficient. But Kierby, he's going to go back in, flash in, and Kiyoshima goes down. Kerrigan, that's the AWP though, that's the anchor. Down, and Jacob, he's pulled this back despite taking the early damage. Dupree's at sandwich, caught out in a bad position, does manage one, but it's 1 for 1. The other kill in the obituary came from Device a far ways from the site, as again, he was listed on the Catwalk. Thankfully, though, for Astralis' sake, Zipex has come to the stairwell at CT quick enough to find Alu in post plan. It leaves just AZ, who's going to try and get bold. This is quite clever. Smoke in the middle of the site. They're expecting him to retreat. He uses it to his advantage, finds one. Now he'll do so, and it's going to mask him getting to the other side of this potentially as well. Zipex will have no idea where exactly he's gone. Blinded out. Information for AZ. Zip just spots him as he tries to get the shot, but he lines it up. That is so smart.
Lovely moving from AZ there. You can see how aware he was in that situation as well. Drops a smoke in front of him, uses it to his advantage as well. You can hear the CT spraying, giving away his position, has to read it at that point. Negates around it, finds that first kill as well, and is dropping those flashbangs. He wasn't 100% sure where they were going, but he knew that they'd be effective. They're in the open. The CT's hunting to try and find out where the remaining player is as well. He spots him towards CT spawners, absolutely outplays him there in that final situation. 1 versus 1, it's FaZe to pick it up. 5-3 now. This is going to be another very exciting game. We kind of speculated it would be at the start of this one. Another 5-man attack towards A, it seems. The set piece did give him the bomb then. You can see FaZe outbidding the burn in terms of the economy. 2 players on the pistols here. So it kind of makes sense to go for another set piece, get that bomb down quickly and see if you can push through the smokes. And here comes the execution once again. Kerrigan can be smoked out, but Dupree, first line of attack as Kerrigan misses the first shot.
It's Kerrigan missing a shot again to open it up. He's been bailed out before in this position on B. This time it's Dupree, but only 1. And Rain comes back into him. Kierby, though, he'll step up 2 for him, finally showing some form. Kerrigan again, up close, misses 2. Can't land it, AZ, but he'll go aggressive and try and grab that AWP. It's to his detriment. What a shot, Kiyoshima. All right.
Yeah, he's been...
Is that not like the sickest thing? This guy has been so sharp all evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely has footing into this round as well. 2 versus 1, 1 minute to play with. CTs are sticking together though, so he's gonna narrowly miss out on that first player, but he has an opportunity here. Doesn't hit the shot though. I think he is out of the situation now, but all of a sudden he hits the shot towards the steps. Zipex goes down to 20 HP. Could have gone either way.
Kerrigan had no idea he was there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Either side had no idea that player was right in front of them as well. They used the flashbang. They're trying to give information to each other, but if you don't gain it, if you walk past a player, that could have fallen apart. The last spray as well gets him down to 20 HP. That would have been a horrible round for Astralis to give away. They managed to hold on. Another force fight for FaZe. They know how low the economy for Astralis is. It's been such a back and forth affair. Game of proverbial tug of war here. Tech-9s, Deagles, CZs. Smoke grenades as well as Device gets towards the top of mid. FaZe have been relying on these set pieces. Been very close rounds, and there's another equal exchange to kick things off. Device now with the P90, gets the first kill as well and gets the second. That's the versatility of that gun. Having 50 bullets certainly helps you out in those sticky situations. Kiyoshima looking for the return kill, but he can't find it. Device with his third.
Rain. 1 versus 4. Deagle, I'm not discounting it because we've seen some lovely stuff this evening in terms of accuracy. Maybe I should have written that one off a little sooner. Kerrigan's going to get the kill. It'll go 5-5, though, so once more deadlock.
At the money, though, for FaZe. This is the point they probably have to submit and allow themselves to go onto an eco.
Some people aren't as easy as you, Henry. They don't submit quite so quickly.
In what context?
Well, I know you like to go for egos. You always talk about the force buy and how you dislike it.
No, that's very situational. That's on the CT side. Don't put the words in my mouth.
Dupree, he's going to get the shot on Rain up close, playing this very tight angle, all things considered, against these pistols, but he's got enough people beside him to help him out in doing so. Kierby being one of which, who picks up 2 kills of his own. 6-5, very quick round. FaZe, thank you very much. Just get it over with and let's get the guns out again and let's get back to the action because it's been non-stop.
I think the stick on the rifles for Astralis seems to be working a lot more effectively for them. It's carrying funny kills. We've seen some big misses from him tonight. maybe not at 100% form as of yet, as we'll see what he can bring to the table now. It is going to be the 5 rifle setup.
There's something admirable about 5 rifles on each side, though, and no AWPs, because AWPs tend to slow things down. You play the pick strategy, you get a little more strategic in trying how to isolate the CTs. With the rifles, you get this kind of stuff. Up close play in both underpass and at Tetris, but Device does not spot Kiyoshima walking up close. Kerrigan almost caught no man's land, has to get back to the site. No smoke in front of him just yet, but he's well wide of the mark. And as they walk out of Palace, it's an easy shot for Rain. A full body exposed. Full frontal nudity.
Yep, that as well. Easy towards the top of the middle, they're holding for the rotations. Doesn't manage to find anything, but it's a 4-on-2. Zipex and Dupree trying to do what they can as Zipex actually open things up from CT spawn as well. Teammate actually just tentatively holding the connector area. They need one more kill to make this a viable option for themselves. Still have plenty of utility. Incendiaries in hand as well, so doing some damage towards Kiyoshima. Dupree just working out whether he can actually help out his teammate here as he does narrowly start to come in, gets a nade to the face, and time is ticking away.
Zipex gets nailed, though. It's Alu over top of the box, and finally they've got around. They've got their claws firmly dug in. Dupree, he's fading away already. He may get caught as well. Not only do they have this secured, they think that hunting is justifiable in this position. Alu's just going to peek around the corner. Dupree tags him up, and that'll end that battle. But they need to start chipping away at the economy that's building on this CT side. 6-6. 13th round starting, and Astralis, they've got weapons to work with despite losing the last. So too, though, Dude FaZe as they buy up the 2 that were lost.
Well, you could see Astralis changing up their approach that round. We said the 5 rifles didn't have that pick potential, going towards underpass, hunting for kills at the start of the round. Unfortunately for them, FaZe once again concentrating all their firepower towards the A side. They go in and actually find a pretty open bomb site there. This is the rifles to hold them off. This time Carrigan has got the AWP. He's changing his approach as well. He's been actually being locked out towards connector and window. He was known to go towards short traditionally in the previous lineup of Astralis. Let's see whether he can actually find some of his old form here. He's got backup as well from the connector area as well. It's going to be Device. And once again, it's FaZe just holding up, seeing if anyone will push. And these smokes to dissipate as they start to throw the flashbangs in.
Lob the nade.
Great shot from Device.
It is quite good, isn't it? 15 HP left on him after the process, but take the kills where you can get them. Win the 1-for-1s early. Kerrigan, not only has Device done that, he's done the same. Finally, Kiyoshima will find the low HP player, but again, a tag comes through from Device, and he's left on 11. So even going down, he does not go gentle into that good night. And Zipex with a Molotov in hand is going to throw that late, therefore bounce it short. They'll have to go out the window, and the window covered off by Kerrigan. Good assessment by the 2 and good communication to identify that's the only way into the site while those flames burn.
4 versus 3. Kiyoshima very low HP as well. Going to be committing their efforts towards the B side now. This will be their final move as well. No time to play with here. The smoke will be going over. Molotovs to assist them with the flashbangs as well. They need this entry kill. But Carrigan, he's out with the AWP. Quite a tight angle just to get 1 kill and stay alive as well. Doesn't land the shot. Gives them a little bit more room to work with here. But Zipex, so reliable in this B bomb site. Once again, finds that first kill, staying alive as well. Carrigan just can't seem to land these shots as he whiffs a couple more. But he does manage to get the leg onto Kiyoshima, and that's enough to win the round. Or maybe he didn't. Was it Device who got the assist? Carrigan, he is struggling with the AWP, I have to say. And you can see this is not going to cut it at the big European events. If you got an AWP, it can't really nail the standard shots. I guess they are still reforming their strategies and working out what's working, what's not. They are on boot camp at the moment. Another force buy here from FaZe.
And a boot camp that leads to a reasonable LAN. In Canada, 2 times this year, there's been gaming events in Canada. I won't be there. It's kind of heartbreaking in a way. But $2,000 or $200,000 LAN in Toronto that they'll be a part of. This is better for them as they spray through. And KRB is finally coming into his own as he gets 2 more. He will fall, succumb to AZ. But they've got a 2-man advantage, make it more so. Bomb dropped as well as Kerrigan hits the shot. Kiyoshima desperately trying to find his way toward the site. He does stay patient. It pays off for at least 1 more, but they've got him surrounded in this. They're giving up isolation, though. Device, if he had been hit fast enough, you never know what could have come from that. Either way, it's going to be 8 rounds now for them. They get a 2-round lead. And FaZe, money-wise, okay, well, Tech 9s.
This approach from FaZe, I have to say that heavily relying on this A side, the set pieces, time and time again. It's been successful a couple of times, and you have to say that a lot of teams do the set pieces, but they'll do the default at the start, try and bait out some CT utility. The retake's looking pretty promising for Astralis every single time as they've got so much to work with here. But Carrigan, now he's coming to life. A great headshot from him and hits the second as well. Nailing the shots that count as he finds the triple. 5 versus 2, single-handedly winning the round for his teammates there. And it will be an eco for FaZe in the final round. A forced buy, if you will, but still impressive display from Carrigan to finish the round off, just as we called him out. So good time to step up.
Yeah, very good. I mean, it's been better all around, I think, for Astralis. However, on Dust, it was 10-5 at half. Here it's 9-6, a little bit closer for FaZe, and it was an economy game there. I think Astralis looked a little more convincing in some of these rounds with the crossfires they set.
Yeah.
But we'll see if that convincing form can carry on. We will get ready. Halftime number 2, the last half of the evening. Week 2, night 8 of Pro League. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Well, we get back into it. It's been very good Counter-Strike between these two teams all evening, and Carrigan showing off exactly some of those highlights with the 3K there, although there has been times when he's been missing a few shots.
He definitely hasn't been on point, I would say. It's been up and down, some good rounds and some absolute blunders as well. But still, they're winning half, so you can't really argue too much.
And we talk a little bit about Device, AWP, Dust 2, Cage and Bees map. I would say in the same sense, in the same light, Carrigan, this is his map on Mirage.
Certainly
Window was very much his position.
Yeah, for sure. But remember when Counterspit and the fully announced Device would be the full-time AWPer. They tried him on this as well. They've tried so many different recipes for this lineup.
Was that the event with the stage announcer that everyone loved?
Yes, the one you did the impression of at the major.
Yeah, that's right. I did do that.
Well, then it looks like it will be 9-6, the second half. This is the final half of this evening. It's Mirage, and it's been an interesting evening. We've had 3 overtimes in total. Will we get a 4th? Definitely on the cards, considering the scoreline. If FaZe pick up the pistol, this has been a very tight encounter. I'm sure it could go either way. It's very hard to predict at this point. The pistol.
I want 4 overtimes.
You want it?
Yeah, it's like a 4-leaf clover, right?
True. I don't think it's ever been. I don't think it's ever happened in an online sort of league show like this. It'd be crazy. We'll set records once again. We have got the record for the biggest, the longest LAN game of all time. We hold the record.
I don't think it's us.
I would say we hold it with the casters.
Beneficiary to cast.
We're the ones who've got to work the hardest. We've got to carry the fill. We've got to cast the game, keep the entertainment flowing. I would say it's all us,
it's all
in a way.
Us. Okay. Well.
Who was even playing? I don't know. Who was casting? Energy and Sadakist.
It's a good point. I don't remember what the teams were
exactly,
right now.
See?
Wasn't it Identity and
Yeah.
Cringe Gods?
Yeah, it
Or,
was.
yeah, that's right.
So it's just being...
Yeah, I got it. Plus 10 for Gryffindor. Just kidding, I'm in Slytherin.
You definitely are.
I don't even read Harry Potter.
Well, what can you say about that one? 5 sets of armor for Astralis. This will be a very aggressive round. And it's going to be 5 sets of armor for FaZe as well. This suggests for Astralis, he's going very quickly, try and surprise the CTs. They're going towards middle, just try and maybe force her out towards short, maybe connect her as well. It's going to be quite a simple approach, but Alu, he's waiting for them to spot and gets first encounters as AZ joins him connector as well.
Wow, FaZe, Hazy getting swarmed, pressured, overwhelmed, pushed back, and eventually killed. It's going to be Alu that's going to try and make up for it. Won't be able to do so as Kerrigan finds the headshot onto him as well. Same fate, although not a headshot for Kiyoshima. It's really just a matter of counting down the players left alive on FaZe. It's now 1, in case you were wondering, and that's quickly changed to 0. So Astralis picking up a pistol with the lead. They'll go 10-6 to start off this terrorist campaign.
It is indeed. Very hard to analyze that round from Astralis. It's not like they've got real tactical depth there going on. It's just 5 towards middle. We're not going to have any grenades whatsoever. Stick as that 5-man Glock train going in and actually facing towards the connector. And it's up to Alu to hit those first shots. He can't do it. AZ has to fade back after taking some initial damage as well. And Astralis just completely running over FaZe in that pistol. It's going to be the force buy from the CTs here. Deagles, 5-7s, no grenades. But you don't discount them just yet because they have been absolutely lights out with these pistols all night. So Device towards the end of Palace here. He's got 2 players waiting for him on the other side, though. That's Kiyoshima with the 5-7, AZ beneath him. As the round starts to unfold, it will be an A-sided attack. You can see Kiabi towards that underpass area, trying to see if he can assess some sort of information, but this will just be a straight-up contact play. I don't think Astralis will want to telegraph exactly what's going on now.
Easy with... I just broke it.
Nice.
What have I done?
Cast.
Who put that there? Apparently I did. Zippix gets the shot at Easy. He was playing up close to that pistol to try and make something of it. Kiyoshima's going to try and do the same, and as they jump above, realize he's gone down the ladder. Kerrigan will spot him, take him down with the Galil. Kerrigan will take the invitation while everyone's distracted to slip through A and catch out Alu back toward the ramp. However, Rain's not going to give up easily, at least take down what is now 2 players for Astralis as this all started on the entry from Palace. So bomb planted, potential to try and get guns down. In fact, make this a 2 versus 2. We're not done just yet. There's still ample time on that bomb. If they act swiftly, they could potentially deter the possibility of Astralis holding off the bomb, but that single shot from Zippix, it's going to discourage it. They'll go away now and hold the UMP. As mentioned, we talk about this just for those of you who are newer to the game. The CTs, things are a little bit more expensive. In order to have a fully solid buy with utility, things like smoke grenades and Molotovs and whatnot, plus kits to try and deter the approach or go for a late defuse, retake a site in the first gun round. You've got to save a lot more in the 3rd round when you're losing the pistol, so the UMP is viable to take over.
Well explained, Matthew.
Thank you. I'm learning a thing or two about the game.
You're finally getting it. He's working
I'm a slow learner.
It's going to be Astralis here. Pretty easy round going forward. FaZe do manage to save a UMP and head armor. Not really a massive deal. The UMP definitely viable in gun rounds, but if you've only got one of them, it's not going to be the separating factor. You know, it's going to be a 5-man stack here for FaZe towards the B site. Hoping it's a straight up B rush. You can see them stacking accordingly. Can be an option to deny the plan there better. Fortunately for them, it's going to be a 5-man play towards the A side, of course, for Astralis. So this is pretty much round over at this point. I know that's a weird thing to say, no frag to be in exchange, but considering the buy for the CTs, they're just going to be rotating in to set up weapons here. And Device, okay, he does get taken down by the UMP. Still very unlikely the CTs can do much more this round. That's an example why Kiabi's all the way in CT spawn and a horrible angle for them to rotate out of kitchen. And the bomb will be planted momentarily. There it is. And, yeah, CTs at this point only have USPs to save. Kiyoshima with that UMP, as I mentioned before, definitely is a viable weapon going forward, but that's not going to be a factor as he does go down as well. 4 versus 2, Alu and AZ. Just trying to find any sort of constellation kills they can get. If they can pick up anything out of this, that'd be amazing, but it's just so unlikely at this stage.
Unlikely indeed, as Alu will hunt for kills to build up cash at the very best. And AZ will wait. Let time expire. One more sand through the hourglass before the world shakes. And a loud noise was heard. 12-6.
Guns now drawn for the CTs. AWP immediately onto Alu, but what does he go with on this? He can afford armor. I expect he'll get, yeah, okay, no head armor to bring out some flashes. So it's like, against AK's, another little tidbit of information for those of you who don't watch perhaps as much. AK's one-shot kill regardless, so the only thing this really affects is pistols if it comes to that.
Indeed. It's when you're stretching, you force in the second. This is quite a common strategy. Alu dancing through the flames there. Does take considerable damage. He goes down to 78 before he actually spots anything. He tries to flash himself into position we could find the first pick, but doesn't work out for him. Astralis now in towards the full default. Have taken away a lot of vision away from the CT. You can see Alu, how he's so heavily affected by those initial smokes. And AZ does some damage towards the device, but not quite enough to find a kill just yet. Time ticks away. The bomb is still in T-spawn. This is what I'm used to seeing on Mirage. We did see FaZe, I pointed out a couple of times, the fact they're doing those set pieces right at the beginning. They're not actually baiting any CT utility. You can see how the CTs have been bled out now. They have one smoke remaining, one incendiary, some flashbangs, and still Astralis have a lot to work with here as they gain control of the connector room as well. Dupree's holding towards middle, so you see a lot of pressure towards the CT to find frags now. Rain's pushing off towards short to try and reply.
Easy though, getting the shot on Kerrigan. It's Alu that's trying to pull it back. The AWP on FaZe's side. AZ, he's got two. Rotating around, very well done. And bomb dropped, round secured. Guns drawn for FaZe, certainly reaps the rewards. However, we now know the CT's, it's only 3 rounds, but you can be reset quite quickly. That 5-1 scoreline we often talk about. 3-1, 5-1 scoreline. You can really hinder the CTs moving forward. At this point in the game, too, we're getting into the latter stages of it. It's going to be a tough call here. 7-12.
Double AWP setup though for Astralis after losing the previous round. They actually want to go in all guns blazing, and now it's a single AWP. Well, no, double again. It's going to be Dupree picking it up this time.
This is a very aggressive AWP position from Kerrigan, considering the running double AWP. Doesn't wait to try and catch a pick at top mid. That was very close, but now he's down on 7 HP. He has to find an escape plan in all of this. They want to secure the A site and surprise them, but nobody in mid with him, and he's so susceptible to damage from that catwalk position, as we saw. However, he's still alive. Keep that in mind. And as his teammates go to work inside of the A site, they've pulled the advantage back in their favor. Bounce out ladder, not through the crevice. Inside of the small wooden box directly in front of him. It does give him a chance to wide peek, but he's caught off by flames and bullets all the same. It's 2 versus 2 as the smoke finally will land on the CT stairs. Look at the bomb. They're trying to actually race this back out toward middle and catch them off toward B. It's Kierby holding it. He's got Jacob coming his direction, finds the kill. Now it's through the underpass and away toward the B site, or are they trying to utilize this position to fake exactly that? He's got to be careful here. They're so split up. Okay, good. He's going horseshoe. I thought he was going to go catwalk and isolate this down to a one-on-one. That would be a nightmare.
Astralis, huge advantage in this situation, of course. It's 2 versus 1, and Rain doesn't really have much information to work with here. He's going to be coming out to connector towards the steps area, 30 seconds. If he can spot a play across to the A side, this could be perfect, but he does spot towards A. Doesn't get anything from it. Smiley, though, sticks towards the steps area. Nothing to work with. Might as well go all in on one of the sites and hope for the best. 3 kills for Kierby so far. He's down to 25 HP, and this will be the final move to the A site. So Rain will hear the plan and have something to work with here.
Rain does get the first one onto Dupree.
Kierby didn't plant.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a huge problem because it's going to hold up Kerrigan, or rather Kierby. That's always going to confuse me now. From planting, because he thinks that he can try and get the trade kill, and then it leaves him exposed. So once again, the decision-making haunts them. FaZe is going to pick up a round again. That was a potential reset, early reset, but now guns stay out, and they go back to pistols. We could have FaZe making a secondary comeback against Astralis.
Lovely stuff there by Rain. He had to go in, like I said, towards the A side. His hope that if they walk into him, and actually was time running low as well, they couldn't actually afford to walk onto the bomb, so they make footsteps. He just nails that first shot, and Kierby not planting the bomb there. He actually only had, like 7 seconds remaining. What else is he going to do? Just plant, get yourself in a post-plant situation, then the pressure's applied to the CT. Bit of a fumble there, I have to say, but now Astralis on the full eco. FaZe closing the gap once again. Now we have seen 3 overtimes, and I think this one has got overtime written on it as well. As it's going to be Astralis struggling for cash, not only in this round, but in the next as well. They will be able to get AKs, but definitely not the healthy buy. They need to get those AWPs out again.
And I'm surprised that they're not putting more effort into just getting a bomb down in this round. Fast smoke on B or A, perhaps, and just getting more money to carry over.
Yeah, this feels like redundant, right? But there we go. Device, maybe that's what they're hunting for. Cheeky Desert Eagle headshot towards short will give them a weapon, it seems, as well, as Kerrigan does salvage the M4A1S. Gets towards the ladder room, but still a lot of work to do here. It goes without saying, as Jacob, he just bulldozes his way around the corner, finds that kill, and drops the bomb as well. And it's going to be 1 player remaining. That's going to be Device, and the SMG picks up that final kill as well, too. Good money farm there for FaZe, and they are closing the gap round by round, and there it is. You can see Astralis have enough for the rifles, certainly not the AWP. They've experimented with some different setups. Here we do a double AWP setup on the terrorist side. That's very unorthodox, but if you find one, why not? Let's see what you can do with it. I'd love to scoreboard quickly as well. Kiabi, one of the players we were pointing out in Dust 2, is actually top fragging right now on the server. 20 kills for him, but this is a change of pace for FaZe. Aggressive on player in the form of AZ, who will be going towards underpass here. But he's going to be greeted by Kiabi. I think he was spotted as well, as it's a bit of a brawl, but does come out on top. Wall bangs in through that panels. 5-4.
Kerrigan is going to push on this as well. He's fired some shots. They know he's here, but now he has to be careful as he backs away. Reset the aim in time. Does. It takes down Alu. And Dupree will hold off anyone trying to push in toward the B apartments. No one was, but Flames there had to be careful. So just some shots down the open corridor in case. Device now smokes off toward jungle. Secondary one will bounce on top of the stairs, and they've got a brief execution onto the A site. Should they elect to use it, they're not. It's all for sale. And Device will stay here to try and pitch that a little bit further to them as the bomb. It's already gone in toward the B apartments, and it's going to put a lot of pressure onto Jacob inside of the B site.
Still anyone's round here. No one with a considerable advantage. Astralis yet to get any solid real estate towards middle as Kerrigan edges in, but Rain in such a strong position to shut this down. I think he's almost guaranteed this kill at this point. There it is, walks in, and that's so smart from Rain. Just not committing, but getting enough information for his team to back them up. For Serena, this will be a B-side attack here as Astralis make their way in towards the sides.
Great shot, Jacob, so far. Able to immediately get in behind the wall again, leave himself safe, but Dupree, he's caught out by Rain, who rotates over instead. That's bombed down. 24 seconds, and Device, I'm afraid, is already going to have to resign.
Indeed, FaZe fighting double figures here. It was quite a slow round from Astralis there, working the default, not actually getting the picks they wanted. Very equal exchanges coming at the start of the round. And you can see it was all down to Kerrigan as his teammates went towards the B side. He had to find something towards A, but great positioning from Rain, locked it down, and it was well read from FaZe at that point. And this still will go the complete distance there. I'm almost certain it will be 30 rounds as FaZe do manage to save an AWP and an AK. We can see the lost stage bonus getting to 4th stage here for Astralis. So $2,900 coming into the coffers, and it will be a force by the looks of it as well. Device all in here. He's just gone for the AK straight away.
Why not?
I guess he does get 34 into the next round, so he had residual cash, so he'll still be able to buy. Won't be the best, but 41 for the next round. If he finds kills as well, helps him out. So an AK and armor up against a fully equipped CT side and some pistols surrounding him as well. Let's see what he can do. As Alan goes inside the face and he lands a shot as well with the AWP. Device was pre-aiming that as well. Had every opportunity to take it down, but can't react fast enough. And there's no terrorist actually pick up that AK for now.
Exactly that. I was going to say AK down and not recovered
but
at this point in time. Kerrigan heading that direction now needs to be careful to cross over and not get picked off in the same way. He succeeded. How much has he given away in terms of noise, though? Kiyoshima up on top of the balcony. He does not know he's come through just yet, but Alu jumps across and catches him once more. So same AK, not quite the same position, but close enough for all things, all intents and purposes. Jacob coming out now from Catwalk will protect the M4 that's been dropped down in front of him.
Well, terrorists don't have much to work with here. This is Deagles, no grenades at all, no weapons recovered. AK has been well and truly lost here. Zipex, so good positioning, and if he actually gets towards kitchen, it's a smart play. He can actually do some real damage here, but he can't ticking away. Alu does find one of his teammates. Comes down to Zipex, just trying to be the smartest he can. Gets a lot of money and the AWP as well. Probably just wants to save at this point. You can save that AWP, that'd be incredible, but...
Hang on, though. He's got bombing going toward B. His teammates coming in through the apartments. If they time this right, they've got 17 seconds. Jacob, oh, did he spot him? I think he's being smart about it. I think he's trying to take down Kirby. Okay, that kind of thwarts the potential. Because if they were able to isolate Jacob and get the shot, okay, they could have done this for the 2 versus 2. He's still going to get the shot, but now he's going to get the bomb plant down and get into a better position. He won't. It's money carried over for his team, though. That was quite quick in the reactions once more from Zipex.
Can we get a slow-mo on the dog shot, please? I know it's late, but let's appreciate what that was. That was actually kind of nuts. Getting the bomb plant down.
Yeah, I would pause the match and think about that.
Ready to go. That was actually pretty sick. For someone who's not an AWPer, that's really cool.
Yeah, I think they found their new AWPer.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. To be fair, he's been, in my opinion, the smartest player on their team as of late.
For sure. Tactical pause from Astralis here. So they still have the lead, but FaZe have closed the gap considerably in the second half here. That's going to be 5-3 in favor of FaZe. money coming back into fruition for Astralis. So you can see they've got a nice full buy with the bomb down as well with maximum loss bonus. That does equate to lots of options. They can get the AWP out if they want to. I would assume on the terrorist side they were going to be back on device shortly. We'll see though as they do discuss what the options are going forward. God is joining us. It was overtime on Dust 2 with...
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to super slow motion. Here we go.
Frame by frame.
Boom. That's pretty overwhelming. Jacob was actually playing that really well as well. He actually got the first kill. He just said, okay, I don't need to face it all. With 10 seconds remaining. I do not have to give anything away. But then we got to the point where he thought, okay, he definitely can't plant. He's going to try and save his weapon. Didn't think that shot was be coming in. But he got absolutely blasted there. So the AWP comes out. It's on Carrigan. So it seems like it's just map by map. So Dust 2, device your the AWP. Carrigan, Mirage, that's going to be your territory.
Yep.
Overpass. Of course, device. It's got to be you. Train, where do we sit there?
Device. Because actually, no, Kerrigan's been playing it out toward Ivy, with Kierby playing in toward the quad position now. Say that there still is that inconsistency in that regard. 12-11. As you say, FaZe has closed the gap considerably, but will they steal this away and tie it up and take the momentum back once more? Not if Dupree has anything to say about it. He finds the first kill. It's on to AZ. That's at middle. It allows Dupree to gain some map control to work with. Device waiting for picks today. Pretty standard position as well to catch anyone that walks through and tries to get control in reverse.
Yeah, just holding a default stance here, waiting for the CT reaction.
Oh, that's perfect.
There it is. It's one of those maps where you do lose the first pick, you're up against it, you need to start finding for information. I would say the lower ramp at 8, that's probably not one of the most opportune moments to do it. It's normally the B apartments, you have angles you can hold and positions you can get reads from, but it's going to be the huge advantage now for the Danes as they make their way towards the B site. Jacob up against it. He's actually up towards the B apartments, hoping to get that one kill, but that's not a big spray down potential. He needs someone to flash you in, and he's by himself there. And he has got a couple of flashbangs. We know Get Right, a fan in his position with the right-click grenades, but the Molotovs come in. He has to face, goes to the spray, gets 1, gets 2, but it's not going to be enough to win the round here. Still a 2 versus 1, as Alu is going to be rotating in with the M4 now.
Interestingly enough, they've elected to push Kerrigan through rather than sit back and let him take bomb first in and leave a player in the apartments. That's why they're trying to catch Alu off guard, but through the wall, it's just 23 HP left on Alu, but not a kill. So he still has a chance in this 1 versus 2. Dupree, additional flash in toward the kitchen, and Alu, I don't even think he's going to go for this, to be honest with you. He just wants to catch out anyone rotating away from the site, get an additional pick, but he's going to save the M4, carry it over. Yeah, and you've brought up the money chart right now. It's not looking great for FaZe.
Yeah, I believe it or not, even after winning 5 rounds in a row, ultimately have been close encounters, and they only get $1,400 into the next round. So Alu saving the AWP now, that's actually very beneficial. That will tempt them potentially into forcing into this one. We know FaZe like a force. So we'll see what they actually have left over. It's going to be... So Alu can drop an M4. They can AZ it and they can buy as well. So I think a buy is on the cards. Now they have saved the AWP. Had they not have done that, it probably wouldn't have been possible. But this will probably tempt them in, and they'll see what they can do. The pressure is on the AWP, though, firmly. They're going to be struggling with the utility. You can see there's a FAMAS. And with the AWP, they have got 3 M4s out of this, so it's not a horrible situation with Jacob with no grenades whatsoever, no kits. Just on that save one from Alu. He'll be going towards connector. Spot the air ramp at the start and see whether Carrigan can do anything with the AWP this time.
So Alu trying to find them in transition from the cat smoke. See on the X-ray as well, look where the bomb is, back toward T-spawn. That indicates picks early on. Trying to find that 1 kill to give them the advantage to break apart the defense, get a read, and make a better decision on which way they want to approach the map. Well, that certainly helps as Jacob gets caught by Kerrigan trying to push through the smoke.
This is the thing, right? When you're up against it with these sort of buys, like I said, Mirage will be a reactive map, but you do have the options when you know you're actually struggling for those first picks, and you have the full execution potential of the terrorist. You have to go hunting for information, and this time it's Jacob to open things up. He gets taken down, but Alu replies quickly. Open his hand, had to step up, and this time he rises to the occasion. 4v4, but look at the buy still for Astralis. They have 4 smokes, they have 4 Molotovs, flashbangs in abundance as well. It looks like a set piece towards B. It's going to be 1 player towards the A side of the map as well. That's Carrigan. No, it's not Carrigan, sorry. It's actually going to be Device. In this traditional position, he can actually just try and bait this out or go for the rotating kills as the B signs are being shown right now.
That's Rain's going to wait this out. Holding firm in by the bench. AZ caught as he tries to get wide of the smoke. Kerrigan, he watches the angle. That single smoke out in front of the window. It's done so much. Quick one inside the site for a plant, but they can't get that far. Rain's waited long enough. He's baited them in. He's found the shot, and it's going to hold Kierby in position, but it's for sale. It's a dummy. It's pulled everyone away, and Kiyoshima's aware of something going on. They haven't got there fast enough, and Bomb, that's because it's on the A side. Kiyo's now aware, turns back. Isolate Zipix, try and spray him down with the FAMAS, but as soon as he does that, Device will show up on the scene and that'll seal it. It's going to be Astralis now on 14 rounds.
Lovely stuff there from Astralis. Getting those opening kills as well. Actually, just a double bluff coming in there towards the side. It's actually Device who's supposed to be going in for the initial rotation frags, take a player down who was going towards B as his teammates made their presence known towards that side of the map there, but he got towards it, and he saw his teammates hadn't fully committed. They are on boot camera, remember, as well, so you actually can see, oh, the A side's fully open at this point, guys. You haven't committed with the bomb. Let's get that back. Leave Kiyoshi'ma with that full bait going towards that site. Now Astralis, 1 round away from match point. You can see FaZe, they've actually had to submit and allow themselves to be on a full eco here and play for overtime. They will not win this round in 4 USPs and a PT50. It'd be an absolute travesty if they did. But still going to be going for something here to push towards Palace. But Zipix locks it down, gets the first kill and the double as well.
Lovely start. Secure at least the overtime point for Astralis. Overtime.
It's coming. We'll have a look at the money. So they're going to be a third stage loss bonus after this. So $2,400. They'd have enough for a buy. They don't have enough for all, but we'll see whether Ali can find a couple of kills. If he does with the USP, that suddenly opens his options up as he does hide in towards Palace. This could be interesting for him to do something about it. But his teammates, they are dropping around, and that's the shot we wanted. Ali, he finds another one. All of a sudden, the AWP does become a possibility.
Sassy. AK picked up. Astralis discouraged by a single man alone is going to go toward the B site, and Jacob, driver's seat for him. Kirby will pick up the kill on Alu, and Jacob, he gets found in the end. He doesn't wait in the corner to try and allow them to push in. Dupree was waiting at bench. It's 15 rounds now for Astralis.
So that $300 he got from that pistol kill actually pushed him over the edge. He would have had $100 short unless he found that kill with the USP. So if they manage to get back into this, it comes down to that 1 kill alone and the full eco. So that's kind of cool.
Maths. As you say, maths, not maths. Yeah.
Indeed. We do say that.
Kerrigan, oh, that, he actually tags him.
No,
did he not?
The AK.
It was the AK behind him.
Yeah.
Okay, so he actually got tagged by his teammate, which in turn hit him. I saw blood come out, but it wasn't an AWP damage in terms of what showed up. So very fast play from a T-side AWP to get there. Normally you see the CT try and find that fight. Kerrigan has taken down Alu, but it's a 1-for-1 as Kierby's fallen as well. However, before that, an offsetting kill comes out from Dupree. Flash over from Kerrigan. Gives Zipix a chance to peek out. Not all the way. I did spot him. He spotted him. Definitely saw the shoulder. Zipix knows he's there now. Knows he's also got his vision back. So he's got to time this slow peek. Does it. Headshot. Nails it perfectly with crosshair placement. Rain will pull one back, make it a 3 versus 2, but he's on 15 HP himself. So chances to do much in this. With the smoke. Molotov out. No smoke peculiarly enough toward that CT position, though, and Jacob's got himself there, but Kerrigan with the AWP will take him down. It's on the Rain, 15 HP, and that's not enough. It is going to be Astralis. They'll trade the night. They'll go 1-1 with FaZe. That'll bring them up to 4-6, put FaZe on 8-4 for the season.
This has been a pretty successful campaign so far for FaZe and Pro League. But these couple of maps, I have to say, I enjoyed both of them tremendously. Dust 2, especially getting to overtime, the 3rd of the night. Barrage was an important game as well. It seemed like it was back and forth. Second half, we saw the pistol going in favor of FaZe, and then going in favor of Astralis, and FaZe picking up 5 rounds in a row. It seemed like it could go either way. I thought we were going to see that 4th overtime. Would have been pretty special if we did.
Would have been the 4-lead
It's interesting to see the change of the roles for Astralis. We know they're in turmoil right now, losing some smaller lands to their rivals in Team Heroic.
Heroic, Dignitas.
And I think they needed this win tonight, this second map especially. They needed this just to kind of pick themselves up. But let's see what the guys fall to the desk. Guys, why don't you finish the night off for us?
No overtimes, boys. Closed it out at 16-11 here. That pause pretty crucial, I think, for Astralis there towards the end of the game.
Yeah, pretty much. I think they needed to take a moment and compose themselves because early on they did go for that mid control, but FaZe had them countered pretty well with Alu moving towards Ticket with the AWP. That's an extremely strong position late into the round when the T's have pretty much wasted, I mean, spent all their smokes towards mid probably to secure control there. So yeah, after that they adjusted a little bit, probably realized that FaZe rotates pretty quickly, so we saw a couple of small fakes as well. That all that combined in the end was enough for Astralis to take the map.
Yeah, very entertaining Counter-Strike. A lot of crazy stuff happening there. Supix coming through the little hole into the window room, just an amazing pop flash, getting 2 kills somehow, and making a round that was, well, impossible, almost possible. And then Keo also was on great shots. But yeah, I mean, definitely FaZe had their opportunities there. They were there, but Astralis, I felt like, you know, they found their composure the further the game went on, and definitely the pause was the key.
Yeah, well, from start to finish, it was a close one there. Even in the first half, it was a brawl in every round, but somehow Astralis were building a little bit more economy each and every round up until that point. Obviously, the 9-6 finish to close it out. And then, yeah, the pause coming very timely, I think, for Astralis, but they managed to avoid it going all the way down to the wire again. And that is that one there. An interesting series between these two. It will be split each way. Let's recap the evening. Obviously, it's been a long one, so we need to refresh our memories perhaps on some of the earlier games that we saw on today, as we did have an interesting start to the night as well as HellRaisers and Fnatic. A very close one. Yeah, we had our two...
yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, we had our 2 overtimes there to start things off, boys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we were expecting that for sure. You can still see a lot of flaws in Fnatic's T-play, especially. You know, at times they would just not, they were always stopped by one player, just kind of just lacking a bit of finesse.
Yeah, and good stuff from HellRaisers. I mean, in both maps, you could see that on Cobble, Fnatic was struggling more on their T side, wasn't really sure what they want to go for, made it a bit easier for HellRaisers to mount that comeback, but on Cash, they really pulled through even, you know, even though they were choking towards the end of regulation, they could have closed it out even there perhaps, but that gives even more emphasis to their win, that they were able to grind it out in overtime.
All right, let's move, I guess, across a little bit more now as well, as we're going to be seeing what's happening tomorrow. Of course, we're here until Thursday night, starting off with going to be an interesting match here. Virtus Pro up against Dignitas to get things off. It's a double-header, gents, on Dust 2. We're moving on later on to G2 versus Mousesports to start to close things out as well. We're still getting a read on how Oscar is acclimatizing to this particular team, and that will be a great chance to, again, see how Mousesports are performing. It's G2 who've been up and down a little bit, so the time to strike will be now if Mousesports do realize that there's a little bit of blood, perhaps, in the water. Let's have a look at what's going on the NA scene very, very soon. In fact, it's about 50 minutes until they kick off over on the NA side of things as well. That's just how long we've gone for tonight, guys. So later today on the main stream, we're going to be seeing Selfless and CLG kick it off, and then over to Energy versus SK. Pretty well straightforward. I think for everyone at home here, we are keeping it fairly smoothly as we try and run on through there. So do stay tuned. It's going to be on this same channel, of course, and again, off-stream, Cloud9 will be continuing. 12-0 currently right now in the Pro League. Looking very, very good. A lot of people asking what's going on there, but a team with a bit of promise.
Yeah, definitely showed good results online. Unfortunately, they weren't able to qualify for Star Ladder. I think that's actually the only match they lost after the roster change, was that qualification match. So besides that, looking really solid. I look forward to seeing them on land. I think they're playing actually this weekend, the Northern Arena one in Canada.
Yeah, we have a few North American teams there as well, plus a couple others thrown in the mix there as well. Is it the classic Natu line? What can you say about that? I mean, we pretty much laid it out there, of course, for you guys.
Do you say?
It is his favourite one. It's like rolling back the gears for Henry. But that's all for us from tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed. We hope you stuck with us until the end. But before we go as well, with the NA matches coming up, if you're European and you're sleeping, you want to know the scores in the morning. Well, there's an app for that, of course. The Score Esports app available on the Google Play Store or the iOS Store. You can get it on your smart devices and keep up to date with all the scores, even if you do eventually, like us, have to sleep at some stage. Thanks for sticking with us, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow night, we're going to be kicking things off again at 7 p.m. It's going to be Dignitas versus Virtus Pro. I heard you like Dust 2, because it's going to be coming right at you. But until then, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. Fnatic has to stand up. He gets the triple at Fnatic. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still... Oh,
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!